have got something very important. The presence of the community has grown a lot. It was founded in 2012, and as of now, we have reached more than 40 plus countries. So we have got people who have come to our website, who have reached us, who have in some format joined the community, okay? The main differentiator of Association of Data Scientists is something known as Bespoke training. So what we do here is we take current landscape into consideration. We get in touch with you. We understand your requirement. We sit with you. We draft a proper proposal. We perform a proper ideation as to how we can help you or your employees in terms of upskilling them, whether it be awareness, whether it be immersion program, whether it be proficiency, all the way up to the expert level. And we have got a huge of industry experts as well who come along with us. They will guide, they will support, they will sit with your people, whosoever is learning, and they will impart their wisdom and experience as well. Alongside that, it is all about current trend, use cases, and their practical implementation. It's not just theory that we are talking about, all of you. Its practical implementation is something which is very important. So, for instance, in the past, we have done training with a lot of big giants like EXL, Bain, Bank of Baroda as well, Honeywell, EY, okay? So, based on their audience, based on their requirement, the training is crafted. And we also have something very important, that is, how can you assess yourself or your colleagues or your people as to whether they are able to deal with the current scenario, they are able to understand what is happening, they are able to work it out, practically solve the problem, not just understand it theoretically, but able to do it. Okay, that is something very important. So if I present you something, so if you think it like this, that we are going to talk about agentic AI. Now, everybody will talk about agentic AI or what is an agent, how they operate, etc. But when you ask them, what is the current implementation? How can we implement an agent? How can we build an agentic AI system where we have got a set of agents which are orchestrating, which are communicating, which are collaborating with each other? How will we be able to deploy it so that our customers are able to use it? How can we scale it once it is deployed? Entire system is. Okay? So we have got different things where you can evaluate, you can judge, you can understand how or where you are. And this is something which we have thought of during Cipher, and we will be launching it soon as well. So we are currently in the building stage. So we are going to come up with something known as capability maturity model. So we have had a discussion internally, and I would like to say this to all of you, that in the upcoming week, we will be presenting this CMM model, which will help you in actually understanding what is the current proficiency in terms of AI, generative AI, or agentic AI, etc. in your, and based on that maturity level, which sort of training is gonna best suit for you. So you don't have to worry, you don't have to talk to your employees or what is needed. You can implement that model right away, okay? And you can understand as to where the organization needs support, needs assistance, and their association of data scientists can help you, can support you, okay? So as I said, bespoke programs, customized training programs, whether it be non-technical audience, whether it be a technical audience, whether you are going for awareness, whether you are going for proficiency, anything related to the domain, even if you talk about, say, machine, and present it to you, and once you say that, yes, this is what we need, we start off with the training sessions. Okay? That is something very important in current era, all of you, as you are all aware of. So this is the entire program summary which you can see. What we do, we have got instructor-led sessions. It can be in-person sessions. It can be virtual as well. It depends on how you want to go with. There is also something known as self-paced learning. So it's not just our platform. We also provide one dedicated learning management system wherein all the participants are enrolled once the program starts. So day-wise, whatever is being covered in the instructor-led session, all those recordings, artifacts, presentations, each and everything is available on the LMS for the participants, for the audience, along with self-paced learning material. So before coming into the session, they can get a heads up, they can understand, they can get along with it, and then once we start off, so these kind of things is something, like for us, it's a big differentiator across the industry that we offer, our own dedicated LMS system. And even after the training finishes, the LMS is available for some months. So it's not that the training has finished and everything will be gone. It's not like that. The audience, even after, say, 10 days, 15 days, can still log in the LMS and see the content and everything, along with the practical codes and everything. Okay? Then we have soft skill training also for professional development. So if needed, we can go ahead with soft skill training as well. The main importance is industry immersion. So as I said, we have got good connects with the industry leaders. And until and unless you listen from someone who has done it or who has implemented it, it will not make any sense, right? So these leaders, CXOs, VPs, etc., they have already done all these things in their organization, in their professional life. So they will be coming, they will be supporting, and they will be leading the sessions for you as well as guest speakers. Okay? So just to give you a heads-up idea about the programs, we have agentic AI. So from beginners up till the practitioner level, up till the expert level, cloud and data engineering. So whether you are into AWS, whether you are into GCP, Azure, even DigitalOcean, we provide training and support in that aspect as well. AI solution architecting, generative AI and LLMs, this is something which is very important as of now. And our main goal is lying in this particular domain area. So anything or everything related to generative AI, LLMs, RAG, vector databases, fine-tuning, quantization, all these things are available. If you need that sort of support, we are here to provide it to you. And of course, I have already talked about in-person training and the online training. So all of you, we have put up a stall. We are at AIM stall in the main expo stage. If you have any further queries, as to how the program rolls out, how it happens, what all discussions need to take place before we start with the actual training. We are all available there for your queries, etc. And we'll be very happy to assist you. Okay? So I hope it was not boring. All of you? Yes or no? Good? All right. So I'll see you all at the AI stall. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for that. We have a few minutes before we jump into the first session of the day. Just a quick reminder to everyone here to just quickly reach into your bags, into your pockets, pull your phones out, make sure that your phones are on silent before we kick day 3 off. Requesting you all to double check that your phones are on silent. Also requesting those of you all who have colleagues on the way, who have friends on the way, to give them a quick call. And while I'm making the announcement for phones, someone's phone is ringing. Put your phones on silent, please. Thank you very much. Yeah, so in case you have anyone coming in, please give them a call, send them a message, get the best seats in the house. Day 3 of Cipher 2025 is about to kick off.
India, with over 1.4 billion people, thousands of languages, untapped potential, is on the cusp of a new technological era.
How do we look at deciphering the India story through the prism of greater usage of AI?
Artificial intelligence.
Artificial intelligence.
Artificial intelligence.
Artificial intelligence.
There is one large society in the world that seems most enthusiastic to transform with AI right now. It's India.
India has successfully built a digital public infrastructure for over 1.4 billion people. India leads in AI adoption. We have one of the world's largest AI talent pools.
Yet, the journey is not without its shadows. Access, bias, infrastructure, inclusivity.
I think India may be our largest market in the world.
We've seen a massive uptake of ChatGPT.
Yeah.
You know, it's almost our second largest country in terms of users.
For India, this is a moment. India has an extraordinary base of developers.
We have the highest concentration of AI talent in the world.
From consumers to creators, building solutions that India and the world can use. This is Cipher. This is the moment where India decides not just what it will build, but who it will become.
And that kicks off day 3 of Cypher 2025. Good morning, everyone. This is the part where you say hello back. Hi. Hi. How is everyone doing this morning? Everyone's good? We're going to kick off the day with another round of a giveaway. We have 2 of these actually to give away today. We gave away an Echo Dot yesterday. It's been an absolute pleasure for me to be your host over the last 2 days. Today is the 3rd and final day, and I'm looking forward to wrapping things up in style. We have Kenny Sebastian in the house who's going to be taking stage a little later on. I'm looking forward to that as well. Quite the entertaining chap he is. Just another quick reminder to everyone, please keep your phones on silent, and also just in case you're taking pictures or videos, just make sure that your flashes are turned off if you don't mind. Cypher 2025 is the flagship conference of AIM Media House, and we've arrived in its 9th edition, and as you can see, it's the biggest one so far. This one is themed around generative AI, and we couldn't be more thrilled to have each and every one of you here. And it's been, like I said before, an incredible past 2 days. We're looking forward to making day number 3 a lot more memorable. So make sure you have those conversations, walk around, make sure you go to the different stalls, pick up merchandise. I was the first person to buy this today, by the way. I think it's super cool. I had the purplish one, pinkish one yesterday, so I picked up a black one today. And a quick reminder, AIM Bingo, which is what we're about to do right now, and the treasure hunt, it is the final day of 2025, and we want you to take part in this. It is registrations are open from 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. at the stall. This is at the AIM stall. And today's treasure hunt is happening between 4 to 5. Just in case there are any changes with that, I'm going to let you know. But as of now, it's between 4 to 5. But also, it helps for you to be there at around 11 o'clock, just in case you want to take part in this. If you've missed this earlier, this is the last opportunity of the 3 days. We have with us the voice of Indian sport, Charu Sharma. He's going to be in the house. He's going to be taking over the AI quiz today. And make sure you check out all of the stalls at the Expo stage. Today is the last day. Make sure you get yourselves cups of tea, cups of coffee, and be on time for all of your sessions. Also, make sure you're carrying your passes with you everywhere you go. You're not going to be let in just in case you don't have any passes. In case you have issues with that, please head over to the help desk or outside at registration. I've done this every year. I will do this once again. Cypher 2025 is presented by NextGen, powered by Genpact, in association with Snowflake, Platinum sponsors, Cisco, 11 Labs, LinkedIn, Tridents, AI Cloud Partner, NASA, Gold Sponsor, AXA, EPAM, Tiger Analytics, Uber AI Solutions, Silver Sponsor, Epsilon, Lowe's, Skyflow, Exhibit Sponsors, Alstom, Burns McDonnell, Carrier, EM Alpha, EXL, Firebolt, Gigso, Ignite AI, Krithima IQ, Nav AI, New Relic, Orme, Cybernova, Setnext, SmartQ, Walmart Global Tech. Can we hear a big round of applause to all of our sponsors in the house, all of the people that made this event happen? Thank you very much. Also, a quick reminder, we had to start at 10 o'clock in the morning. Unfortunately, that speaker could not come in. That speaker will be taking over the stage at 2:15. That's 2:15, not 2:50. 2:15. That will be a fireside chat. So that is moved to 2:15. That is Priyank Kharge will be taking the stage at 2:15. And on that note, it is time for us to introduce the first speaker of the day. This is day 3 of Cypher 2025, where we're looking at borderless banking. Is it ambitious, driven by AI, cloud-native infrastructure, and digital-first strategies to unify markets, ensuring compliance and deliver hyper-personalized global experiences? we have with us Paroma Chatterjee, CEO of Revolt India. She is a seasoned leader in banking, fintech, with over 2 decades of experience across the country's top financial services and technology organizations. People of the audience, give her a massive round of applause already on stage. Please make some noise for her, please.
Good morning, everyone. Is it an early morning? Did we all make it safe through the traffic leading up to KTPO? Can I hear some noise? The lights are so blinding, I can't even make out who's there in the audience. Yeah, okay. Thank you. It's a privilege to be here at Cipher 2025 in a city that doesn't just talk about the future, but also builds it right from here. Bangalore, the undeniable tech capital of India, is the perfect backdrop for a conversation that is both relevant today and incredibly exciting. I am Paroma Chatterjee. I run Revolut for India, and I'm happy to walk through this very relevant topic of borderless banking with you all to start off this morning. Before we dive in, let's look around this room. We're all leaders, builders in our own right, visionaries as well. We have spent decades between ourselves building formidable institutions from right here in India, robust systems, and deep moats for our businesses. And yet, if I were to ask each of you to define the single biggest challenge you face today, if you think about it, what word comes top of mind? Anybody? Whatever I hear from across the folks that I know who are building businesses, there's one common thread across most of the challenges that people face. It is fragmentation. On that note, why I call it fragmentation as the common thread across the problems that every business faces today, because customers don't live in one single ecosystem. Their financial lives are actually a patchwork of different things they do. Think about it. Savings are in one app, investments in another, maybe 2 apps, maybe 4. UPI is on a fintech platform which is different from their native banking app. There is one card for international travel. There are multiple other cards for domestic rewards. Bank statements today are cluttered and convoluted with multiple small value UPI transactions when it comes to parsing expenses and producing the bank statement for a visa application, let's say. And let's not even get to business expenses. It's a labyrinth of spreadsheets and PDF receipts. That's how fragmented and patchworky a consumer's financial life is today. A recent BCG report actually indicated that the average Indian digitally active consumer uses, across India with the 87% fintech penetration, any guesses how many apps an average Indian user uses, financial apps? Yeah? 3. Yeah, it's actually 3.5. So an average Indian, out of the 500 million Indians who are making digital payments, they still use at least 3 apps for their different needs. This minor inconvenience is actually a $4 billion opportunity annually in lost productivity and suboptimal financial decisions that therefore the customer makes, as well as businesses make. We, as businesses, built walls to protect our customers, but we inadvertently ended up trapping our customers inside those same walls. Now, think about it. I think about it like a blue dot concept. Historically, you had a map, and we, as users, would have to figure out, okay, where India is on the world map, where Karnataka is within India, where Bangalore is within Karnataka, where is Whitefield within Bangalore, and then locate ourselves on the map. So the user or the customer had to do the hard work to locate themselves on static pieces of information that were available. Now cut to the new age. Today, because of the digital progress, on a Google map, the customer pops up as a blue dot. The customer doesn't have to locate themselves. The customer just sends a signal out and logs in. And the customer is located. And then the map is created around the customer. You are where you are. And the map shows you your area around it. And then multiple new age technology services are provided based on that information. If you put your digital signal up from there to go and say, hey, I'm looking for a cab. How many of you did that this morning? Nobody came by cab. Wow, okay, there are a few. All right, you put your digital signal up over there from the blue dot to go and say, I'm looking for a cab. And there are ride-hailing apps that will then do the hard work of locating the nearest cab and routing one to you. You're not doing the hard work of finding out where each cab is and taking yourself there. That is being done in quick commerce, that is being done in e-commerce, that is being done in food delivery, etc. Right? So there has been a huge leap in that sector. However, when you come to financial services, it's still the same. Customers have to do the hard work to figure out, okay, where are the home loans available? Where are the car loans available? Where is the best savings account interest available? Where is the best deposit interest available? Where can I invest in mutual funds? And then do the hard work of taking themselves there and availing of the service. Why can't we move the blue dot in the financial services as well? The blue dot pops up to go and say, hey, here's a customer who's looking for the best home loan in that area. And based on their digital footprint, we actually have all the information about the customer and provide them their best possible offer. That is what I mean by debunking this fragmentation. So we've effectively created a market where the user does all the moving, while it should actually be the money that does all the moving to find the user. Now, if you look at the user, their basic financial needs are similar. Irrespective of geography, and this is where we're talking about borderless, whether the customer is here in Bangalore, or in Bagdogra in North Bengal, or is there in Bangladesh, Burma, Bhutan, or is there in the US, their basic financial needs are similar across geography and even across socioeconomic status or demographic. What are these basic needs? A basic need to access your money easily, whatever amount you may have made. You may have made 1 lakh, you may have made 1 crore. The need is to access it easily whenever you need it. The need to be able to pay easily. Everybody is consuming services. Somebody could be buying a 10,000 rupee product, somebody could be buying a 100 rupee product. But the second need is whatever you're purchasing, to be able to pay for it with the maximum ease. The third need is to be able to save, to continue to save whatever be the amount, whether it is 20,000 rupees or 20 lakh rupees, to be able to save and earn on that. Fourth, needing to access credit for whatever you're looking to buy, whether it's a two-wheeler or a villa. The need to access credit to be able to fund your ambitions, and to grow the money, to invest in whatever opportunities are available around you, to grow the money that you have made, and keep that money safe and insured so that you don't lose it in the process. These are the 4 or 5 basic needs across financial services, and those needs remain common across geographies, across socioeconomic strata, and across demographics. However, despite this basic underlying common requirement, the way these services are made available to consumers, that is piecemeal. This fragmentation that we're talking about goes deeper than just the aspect of different apps on the screen, which necessitates a customer to keep 3 or 4 depending on their need. There are broadly 3 reasons for this data fragmentation. First is the data itself. We're sitting on mountains of customer data, but it's all siloed. Your bank doesn't talk to your broker. The broker doesn't talk to the insurer doesn't talk to the bank. The customer, therefore, has to be their own data integrator. The customer has to manually stitch together their own financial picture and then provide that to companies who are offering these services to the customer. This lack of a unified view makes genuine, holistic financial advice and decisions nearly impossible to automate at scale. That's the first reason driving this data fragmentation. The second is regulatory fragmentation. Navigating the boundaries between different regulators, whether it is an FCA and a PRA in the UK or it is the ECB in Europe, to whether it is MAS in Singapore or JFSA in Japan or it's APRA in Australia, and then coming to within India itself, you have RBI, you have SEBI, you have IRDA. It is a complex task for institutions to navigate regulations of each different regulator. For the customer, this back-end complexity of different regulators with different regulations results in extreme friction. Why can't moving money from a bank to a mutual fund still feels like moving it between countries? Because the two are governed by two different regulators and two different institutions. The frameworks are there, but a seamless experience is not. Because the customer with the same credentials will have to prove their credential to an institution which is authorized by the Reserve Bank of India, use the same credentials to prove their worth again to a different institution that is authorized under the Securities and Exchange Board of India. That's what has caused the regulatory fragmentation, which is stopping us from giving a seamless experience to the customer. And after data and regulations comes the most critical global-local divide that I kind of referred to through the local regulators. We've improved domestic efficiency significantly using UPI. We all use UPI in our day-to-day lives to send money to anybody in India seamlessly. But when you have to do the same to somebody who's cross-border, nah-uh. We've still not managed to make it simplified like we have on the domestic front. UPI has become a global marvel, where the world is sitting up and taking notice of what we have built here in India. But you cross that border to try and replicate the same thing, the whole experience shatters, right? A student paying international fees, for example, a freelancer receiving a payment from some services rendered to a client overseas, a family supporting their relatives overseas, all of these face a tangle of opaque forex charges, markups, slow SWIFT rails networks, and bewildering compliances on different parts of the across the border. So that is the third reason for this fragmentation: data, regulations, and the global-local divide. You know, the World Bank has actually noted the global average cost of sending $200 is what as a percentage of the amount, you know? Again, anybody? The global average for sending money overseas comes at a cost of 6%. Now, for a country like India, with the largest diaspora in the world, we send over $100 billion annually in outward remittances. The charges are what? $6 billion. $6 billion are sent overseas only in charges. So it's more than just a fee. It is kind of like a tax on people's aspirations. So we have solved for different pieces of this puzzle, but we still haven't solved for the whole picture. Let's look at another world simultaneously that has grown and evolved, that of social media. Facebook. Do you know how many users Facebook has today? Anybody? It has, 3.07 billion is Facebook's registered users. Instagram, not in one. Instagram has actually crossed 2 billion users. They're at 2.03 billion users. So if you step back and think about it, individually, Facebook and Instagram are probably the largest populated countries on our planet. Right? These platforms, if you think about it, are an alternate nation where people with similar liking or similar inclinations are actually cohabiting that space. And not just cohabiting that space. That is actually the conduit to financial decisions which are being made basis content that is consumed over there on an hourly basis. So the question for us today is not if a borderless, boundaryless financial future is coming or not. The question for us is who will build this next common financial country that residents with common financial needs and aspirations will inhabit digitally, which will have the next billion users commonly sitting on it and seamlessly transacting between themselves. The question is, who is going to build that? And more importantly, how? That how will lie in architecting this new financial geography that I'm talking about based on, to me, 3 important pillars. 1, interoperability by design. 2, contextual intelligence. And 3, global-local fusion. It will not work if we build yet another walled garden. There are enough of them already. So now let's go over each of these. First, interoperability by design. This is beyond open APIs. It's a fundamental shift that I'm talking about in architecture that we should be looking at. Building systems that expect to talk to each other, not building systems that don't expect to talk to each other and keep themselves walled. If you think of systems as products to sell to consumers, it won't happen at scale. If you start thinking of systems as infrastructure or as protocols, only then it can scale expansively. Take Aadhaar and UPI as an example. If Aadhaar was thought of as an identity product only, that a customer will be given for a certain need, like a driving license or a voter ID card, do you think Aadhaar's penetration would have been the 1.2 billion that it is today? No. That inflection came when Aadhaar was conceptualized not as a product, end product to be sold or given to customers, but as a core platform infrastructure. So Aadhaar was the infrastructure on top of which UPI was built as a protocol. That is what enabled us to create a system that processed 13 billion transactions in the last quarter alone. That should be our blueprint for interoperability by design. Second is the contextual intelligence. I don't look at data as the new oil, but data as the new compass. Data, again, is not a product to sell or to monetize. Data in the new world should be used to give insights and therefore direction. And that is what AI/ML has done in the past decade, GenAI is doing now, and agentic AI and all the innovations that are happening should be used to use data to give insights and direction, but not as a product to sell and monetize. And third, what I was talking about is global-local fusion, and that is where India can headline innovation. We have a unique advantage. We have solved for scale and complexity at a level the world has never seen. With the 1.2 billion domestic biometric identities and 500 million digital payment users, we can actually export that model. So the vision is a platform where a student from here in Bengaluru can actually pay her tuition fees for her college in Toronto at the real exchange rate instantly from her everyday banking app. That is borderless banking. A freelance developer in Pune can invoice a client in Berlin and get paid in euros directly into a digital wallet for a near zero fee, bypassing weeks of paperwork. That is borderless banking. A small business in Coimbatore can hedge its currency risk for an import order with just 3 taps on their phone. That's borderless banking. But to achieve this truly, we must solve the biggest friction point, and that is identity. For this, we'll have to imagine a global digital identity standard, a secure, portable credential that you own and control. Aadhaar and eKYC have already shown us the way domestically, but you'll have to think of it like a digital equivalent of a passport for finance. It will work the way passports are accepted as your authentic identity when you travel worldwide, and the visa layer adds another layer of additional acceptance. Now imagine a similar financial identity that's globally accepted, globally verifiable, instantly checkable against global sanctions lists like OFAC, UN, Interpol databases, everything. That would become a master key to unlock this borderless vision, and then a global citizen could apply for a financial product anywhere in the world without restarting the painful, week-long individual KYC processes of different countries and different regulated entities from scratch. For this, we'll have to collaborate and not compete, and move beyond this rhetoric, build bridges, not moats, actively participate and embrace this API economy, and build for Bharat and the world. Let's leverage our unparalleled experience in solving for diversity and scale, and let's build the world's first truly borderless financial stack right from here in India. This fragmented market that exists should be our canvas. The borders that we perceive in data, regulation, and geography are not impenetrable walls. They're challenges just waiting for our ingenuity and innovation. And let's not become leaders who defend old borders, but become architects who build a new, seamless world. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we don't have time for questions. Will you be available offline to take
Yes,
questions?
I am there outside. Should anybody want to have a conversation with me, discuss any of the points or anything else, or have any questions for me, more than happy to chat with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause for our speaker on stage. We shall see you outside then,
Yes,
yeah?
thanks.
AI, data, and digital transformation are shaping, or let's say, reshaping conglomerates. This session explores how organizations can integrate advanced technologies, foster innovation, and build agile ecosystems to thrive in the new era of intelligence. Joining us on stage is Modan Saha, Chairman of Strategic Initiatives at Tata Sons. He was the founding CEO of Financial Services at Tata Digital and previously led Tata Strategic Management Group, advising on strategy and transformation across the Tata Group. People of the audience, giving you a few moments to settle down. There are seats available in the front towards your left and your right. Please do take your seats. And also, please give our next speaker a big round of applause and welcome him to the stage, Modan Saha.
Good morning, all of you. Am I audible? A nice, wonderful meeting all of you out here. And sorry, I'll go back. Today I'm going to talk about how, as a conglomerate, and conglomerates out here need not only mean old age companies, okay? Any multi-business company, including a lot of, I would say, new age multi-business companies, how they can think about reimagining themselves in the new era of intelligence, in the AI-first world. The fundamental premise is that, by definition, conglomerates are complex. They have multiple businesses, multiple customer segments, multiple products. The new era of intelligence allows us to turn this complexity into a compounding learning machine. And I'm going to talk about a playbook which hopefully will be useful to all of you in your businesses, whether you are one company, multiple businesses, or in a group you have multiple companies operating in multiple areas. And I also try to bring in an India-first lens as I speak into how Indian conglomerates specifically can leverage this intelligence-first era. old formula or the old logic of synergy among businesses or for a conglomerate to enter into a business or an exit a business around asset-based synergy, financial synergy is diminishing. That's no longer necessarily the dominant logic for diversification. Because the markets are, in general, has become, including in India, more efficient in coordinating assets cheaply. However, in the era of intelligence, what is scarce is the learning velocity across businesses. How do companies learn using data in the area of intelligence? And how is that learning transferred from one business to another? Is the key differentiator. And if businesses are not able to address that, they will remain structurally discounted from a market perspective. So as I said, the transaction cost is, the advantage of transaction cost internally is eroding. However, we see a lot of digital business leaders moving into so-called unrelated businesses. So it is not about the scope that is broken. It is the glue that is broken. And the glue is the data. Glue is the insight about the customer base that you are serving. So you see Facebook or a Meta getting into so-called unrelated businesses from where it started, okay, including AR, VR kit. So you might, or Amazon getting into a lot of so-called unrelated businesses. So you might ask yourself why these businesses are getting into so-called unrelated businesses compared to a core business. What binds many of these businesses together, including traditional groups like Tata's or even other groups in the country and outside, is intelligence, and I'm going to talk about it. So what has actually changed? What has actually changed is, in this new era of intelligence, the economics of learning. And that is creating the flywheel. It is not about the model. You can buy models. What you cannot do is buy the learning flywheel, which, if a group can leverage, can basically extract value from that learning and transfer that learning from one company to the other in a group. And it is a non-tradable asset, because that learning, the data you can get from outside you can buy, but that learning that is embedded in the models and algorithms, that cannot be transferred. So there are three core questions as any conglomerate wants to be able to ask. The portfolio logic. What holds the business together? In the era of AI, why are our businesses in a portfolio there together? Why do they belong together? Second question is the operating model. If you have multiple businesses, without killing the autonomy of the individual business units, how can we set up processes to learn faster? Third is the distinctive algorithms, which is the group IP, which is the conglomerate IP, which makes the whole smarter than the parts. What distinctive algorithms do we have as a multi-business company or a conglomerate, which others don't have? And in this context, what is the role of the group center? Typically, in a multi-business entity or a group, you'll have a group center. The role of a group center in terms of enabling this. So this is in summary, this is a one-page playbook, okay, which I have tried to put forward. And these are we have to make some very simple decisions out here How do you build an intelligence-first portfolio? How do you build an operating model which is geared towards reuse of knowledge and information? How do you share algorithms or intelligence? In this era, trust and consent architecture is very important. How do you do that? In the current geopolitical environment, and which expect it to continue in any foreseeable future, how do you bring in geostrategy as a conglomerate? How do you address talent? And then how do you measure and track the so-called intelligence P&L? So portfolio logic, okay, very important in an era of intelligence and data. The portfolio diversification logic for a conglomerate is centered around how do you leverage data. And classic example is, let's say, Ping An of China, which spans across financial services and healthcare. And the common factor, the denominator, is data about the customer that you have, which allows you to move into a lot of other businesses, so-called unrelated businesses, because typically you will not look at financial services and healthcare as one business. So when you look at your portfolio, one should look at, I call it the intelligence adjacency test. What are the data complementaries you have? What are the algorithms that are transferable between one business to another? And is there identity, customer identity, loyalty overlap? In Tata Group, for example, we have a group-wide loyalty program which cuts across multiple businesses, all the retail businesses, which is quite unique in the Indian context. But for a conglomerate in an emerging market like India, beyond this portfolio logic, in the era of intelligence, I would put forward a couple of more points. Unlike, let's say, developed countries, this new era of intelligence opens up, both for conglomerates as well as startups, completely new business opportunities. And many of them require significant amounts of capital, which conglomerates are in a position to provide. For example, setting up a semiconductor fab. Okay, it is very difficult for a startup to put in that amount of money required. While in the Indian context, a conglomerate can do it. Other is that in India, or in emerging markets, there are a lot of institutional voids in the context of shaping this new era of intelligence. Again, where large groups and companies can come in and fill that void. For example, setting up a EV charging infrastructure. While in a developed country, you will have different players, someone manufacturing electric vehicles, someone manufacturing batteries, someone create the charging infrastructure. While in an emerging country like India, a conglomerate can play a much deeper role in this. So in a new era of intelligence, beyond the traditional database portfolio logic, new opportunities and institutional voids in countries, in emerging markets provide additional opportunities. Other is the operating model. Here again, innovation is the key. So the important aspect is empowering the individual businesses rather than controlling them. And how do you do it? For example, a classic example is, ABB. It is a federated structure where through a common digital platform, algorithms are shared, best practices are shared, which divisions can use, and divisions are incentivized to use in an autonomous manner. Classic example is Blackstone, being a private equity firm, they have a BXDS, Central Intelligence Group, which enables multiple business portfolios under their company, under their oversight to learn and share algorithms with each other. In an Indian context of a conglomerate where you have multiple listed subsidiaries, it is challenging, where independent boards, independent governance mechanisms. But within that structure also, it is possible to create governance mechanism, transparent data, anonymized data sharing mechanism to ensure that the knowledge, the insight that is there, which residing in individual companies, can be leveraged across the group. The core central part of it for any companies to identify what are those distinctive algorithms that I can build on top of my data, which is shareable, reusable across various businesses. And some food for thoughts out here, and which we within the group are trying to do is, for example, in the area of predictive maintenance. How can predictive maintenance algorithms from one industry be leveraged for other industries? Customer analytics. How does customer insight in financial services be leveraged for retail and vice versa, and for travel? Supply chain optimization. How do we use supply chain optimization algorithms and rules and models that are used for one context into another context? Important is the entire financial risk, credit risk, financial risk of counterparties in a B2B context. How do we use the knowledge and insights from one company and put it to other? The critical aspect is from a conglomerate's perspective, how do you incentivize groups to share and use it? And how do you create a governance mechanism where it is done within the regulatory framework? So in this context, the next part is very important. This is basically, and there the role of the central team within a conglomerate is very important. How do you create a trust and a consent architecture? Trust here is not compliance. Trust is a product. You design your products in a manner, your process in a manner which trust is embedded into it. So I've just given an example of what a good trust architecture looks like. You have a consent vault. You have PII data that is tagged separately, which is not shared. Then you have clean rooms, which you can, the individual group companies can put in that data and without sharing PII can run analytics. And also an architecture where cross-border data sharing, especially for a conglomerate which has multi-country presence, those guardrails are there. Other important aspect is about ab initio planning for I would say, fracturing world, where you have to assume that it is not about stress testing, it is not a fire drill. It is about, you have to assume that the map will keep moving. We have to architect for a multi-origin compute, jurisdiction-aware AI, be it of ring-fencing data, models, logs, keys. The goal out here is not locking into a particular model and approach, but having a framework where we can keep options. Because we are in a scenario right now in the world where the rules and the supply chains linked to this are not settled. They're changing, they're evolving. An important aspect which I cannot overemphasize is, in this context, how do you look at talent? How do you look at AI talent, which is very critical and which is scarce in this world of intelligence era? So what we have found out is that treating AI as a shared talent, AI talent as a shared mobile resource. So in Tata Group, we have a Center of Excellence in AI and Analytics, Tata IQ, which works with various group companies to solve AI-specific problems, build models, and then that knowledge and insight is shared, and the individuals also move from one project to another. So if we are able to do this, then the conglomerate of the company just not does remain a company, it becomes from a company to a platform orchestrator. So the role of a conglomerate in an intelligence-first era is not about being a standalone company, but be a platform which others can build upon, others can hook on. The center, the group center will operate API gateways, a developer platform, a clean room, loyalty, identity rails, on top of which the BUs can partner and work on. For example, in the group where we have created our loyalty infrastructure, it is enabled for other group companies in the Tata Group to use for their businesses the loyalty insights that are there. In that context, we're acting as a platform for our group companies to leverage collective insight about customers that we have. I think that the last part is about, if you don't measure, it means what is not measured doesn't happen. It will not scale. So it is important to measure how are conglomerates leveraging the intelligence era. So I call it the intelligence PNL. Okay, are we creating the right matrices to track and measure at a senior-most level, at a board level? Okay, so one has to ensure, and there the role of the group center is very important. What are the for example, tracking, okay, the reuse ratio, the time to scale, the uplift that you are getting from one business to the other. For example, the insight from the retail business, what uplift it is giving for credit approval for the financial services business and vice versa. And is it aligned to the management incentives? So, but creating the right measurement matrices and tracking them periodically and incentivizing the management is very critical to leverage the insights, knowledge, intelligence that we can have as a group. Now, for this room, I have a set of questions for you to ponder over as we think about how do you reinvent business, not just conglomerates, any multi-business entity in the intelligence era. How do you think about the next 10% of your return on capital? How can it come from group learning, the insights which you already have? Can you think about one or two ideas? Can you think about, if you have multiple businesses, which two businesses at least have hidden algorithm adjacencies? For example, I can give you, let's say a fraud risk in a retail business, consumer business, can be relevant for fraud for financial services, for example. So there are algorithm adjacencies, and how do you leverage that? Other is data transparency. If you are, a regulator asks you that can you track and trace the consent architecture, consent lineage, can you do it? The last question I would put is that on the AI talent, is that how do you create an incentive structure for AI talent to move from one company to the other? These are my concluding remarks. In the intelligence era, the advantage shifts from owning assets to orchestrating learning at scale. And the conglomerate can choose to be the platform at the center, the one spine for data, algorithms, talent, and trust. So that every local insight, every business unit level insights becomes an enterprise advantage. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We've run out of time for question and answer, so unfortunately we cannot take questions from the audience. Would you be available to take questions offline? Yes? Would you be able to take questions
Absolutely,
offline?
I'll do that.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. Can you give a big round of applause to our speaker on stage? Yesterday, I walked around doing a little draw of sorts. This is for those of y'all who participated at the AIM stall. By the way, today is the last day, so just in case you want to go drop your name, feel free to go drop your name. We shall try and do one more of these by the end of the day. We gave away an Echo Dot yesterday. I walked around, asked people to pick up chits. One lady picked up a chit. If you are here, you know what the entertainment was. If you weren't, unfortunate for you. I'm going to call out names. If you're not here, we're going to go to lucky number 3, and lucky number 3 wins it, and you have to go and pick it up from the AIM stall. Your gift at the AIM stall, this is number 3, Abhishek, number ending 604. Abhishek, number ending 604. You are not here. You walk away as a winner of an Echo Dot. So I'm going to keep that and put that back in there. We're going to do another pick later in the day. As of now, this Echo Dot goes to Abhishek. We're going to send out an information bit to his mobile phone as well. Maybe give him a call. We're going to go into another conversation on the stage. We're going to have a fireside chat that is going to kick off in a few moments' time. And until then, I'm just going to look into the audience and ask everyone how you're doing so far. Is everyone okay? Yes? How many of you sleepy, hands up in the air? Still not awake? How many of you all are fully awake, hands up in the air? Okay? All right, super. So basically pretty much all of you all are awake. This is a good thing. How many of you showed up in the morning for when I was performing at about 10 o'clock in the morning? Okay, y'all were here. How many of you were not here, hands up in the air? Okay. Interesting. I'll try and do another performance later on in the day when we have a little bit of time. How many of you are excited to see Kenny Sebastian today? Hands up in the air. Interesting. How many of you have seen Kenny before? Hands up in the air. Okay, a few people. You've seen him do comedy before? Yes? Comedy? Okay. I think he'll be coming in with his guitar and doing a little bit of a set as well. So let's see. We're going to keep our fingers crossed. All right, it's time for us to move into the next fireside chat. This is talking about an interesting conversation. As autonomous AI transforms debt collections, this session explores how AI can balance efficiency with empathy, adapting tone, timing, and personalization to respect borrowers while scaling operations. We have with us 2 experienced leaders joining us for this session. Our first leader is Vivek Srikantan, CTO of SpoctoX and UCollect at UB. He's driving the transformation of collections through AI, ML, and agentic frameworks, ensuring innovation, compliance, and global scalability. And joining him, we have another guest, but first, I'm going to request Vivek to please come up to the stage. People of the audience, give him a warm round of applause while he makes his way to the stage. Welcome. That is your first speaker on the stage. Joining him, we have Gaurav Kumar, founder and CEO of UB Group. He's a serial entrepreneur who has also founded, so I hope I'm going to pronounce this right, Vivriti? Vivriti is the right pronunciation, just looking, yes? Fingers crossed, okay. Vivriti Capital and Vivriti Asset Management. Can you give him a big round of applause and welcome Gaurav Kumar to the stage? Give him a big round of applause, people of the audience. And your moderator is the senior tech journalist from AIM. Please welcome Vandana Nair. Vandana, you have the honor of this conversation. Please do drive it forward. Gaurav Kumar, thank you for joining us. Vivek, thank you for joining us. Over to you all.
Thank you, Vinny. Okay, I'm sitting in the center, so I gotta go right and left. Good morning, everyone. It's day 3 of Cipher. Gaurav, Vivek, thank you for being here. So we've had a bunch of discussions, sessions over the last couple of days. discussing agentic AI across sectors. And today in this session, what we want to explore is in the lending space, how agentic AI is going to cause a lot of drastic change probably. So to start off with, I want to start with you, Gaurav. So I want to talk about the whole ethics, empathy bit, the empathy and the efficiency bit. So with agentic AI, how do you ensure that there's efficiency from the lender side, and at the same time ensuring there is empathy from the borrower side? Because collection is always associated with a lot of pressure tactics. So how is agentic AI bringing a change in this space?
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me. So just to kind of take a step back, and if you, all of you will relate to this. So if you look at the entire Indian financial ecosystem, right, whether it is payments or you are seeing with lending, especially over the last 10 odd years, we have moved away from high value to low value, right, and high latency to low latency, right? So what we are witnessing is an insane amount of new to credit, right, new to bank customers coming into the financial ecosystem, which has been unprecedented. And we are also seeing the value of transactions going down significantly, right? Value of what you see on credit card transactions, UPI, as well as what you are seeing now on the loan side, which means that as we are thinking of AI, I think where you are seeing AI making the most amount of transformation very, very early, right, is largely in financial services. And especially when it comes to low value transactions, where you are essentially operating at population scale, right? So if you look at the power of AI and technology, I think to our mind, technology is the only thing which can give you back time, right? And second is, it is extremely, extremely inclusive, right? And that's why you are seeing a wave of how the entire banking ecosystem is embracing it. Now, what we are seeing is a paradigm shift in the entire collection space because of AI. If you look at the entire collections ecosystem, whether it was debt or it was insurance or utility, AI is now becoming a horizontal infrastructure as far as collections is concerned, especially because your value of transactions are very, very low, and the customer outreach now is in tier 2, tier 3, rural parts of the country. So collection, to just summarize and end, has moved from what used to be a one-vector problem, which was largely around collection efficiency, right, to now a three-vector problem. You have collection efficiency at the core, but you also have to factor in the cost of collection, right, because the value of transactions have come down. So your cost structure has to be very, very different to make that collection efficient. And the third and most important vector, which is now playing out, is compliance, right? And that's where, with AI, you are seeing compliance at design, and it's becoming at the heart of all and every customer interaction. So with AI, what we are seeing is, just to give you a sense, and Vivek can chat about it, today we are just at Spock, just to leave it with you, we are the largest agentic AI at play as far as collections is concerned. We have every day close to 4 to 5 crore customer interactions. On a monthly basis, we are now over 100 crore customer interactions, all via AI, right? And in different shapes of form, orchestrating digital, orchestrating calling, orchestrating the last mile on the field, right? So that's what you are seeing today, AI making that kind of significant push.
Got it. Thank you, Gaurav. Vivek, I want to talk about replicating human judgment. Now, much of the collection relies on, say, the human tone, the sensitivity. There's a lot of those nuances that come into picture. So how close are we to building AI models, or are we there yet, where we are kind of addressing all these things, the human bit of the machines?
Right. This is a great question, especially because when you look at collections and scale, and when there is a lot of pressure on the person who is speaking to the customers, they may actually lose a little bit of that human touch, which is extremely important in this case. Keeping in mind that most of the people are actually very situational in default, and they would appreciate a lot of help in how they will get a way to repay back, and that requires a lot of human empathy. Now, if you tell somebody saying, hey, I want you to talk to 500 people today and then tell them what it needs to pay, that human touch is actually lost from a human. So where agentic AI has helped, and it's one of the most natural fit use cases, is because it is actually able to scale well with the most calm and neutral tone. Doesn't matter whether you're talking to one person or whether you're talking to a million people, right? So the same bit of empathy goes. Obviously, beyond a certain point, I don't think we have a model which will work well, and that those special cases we will actually refer to real humans, and these humans are now able to take this curated list of smaller customers where they're able to act with full empathy. So combining agentic AI and humans together has given us the best outcome so far. It scaled really well.
And where do you think the machine would need to stop and the human should step in? Are there specific cases or anything that you can throw light on?
Yes, so there will be a whole lot of cases in which somebody will have a very esoteric problem. I mean, I can take a very extreme example, right? Like in the rural parts of India, let's say that there was a specific case of a farmer whose harvest had failed, and then he had to go ahead and then say that, okay, I will not be able to pay back now, but then like when my next harvest is ready, I'll be able to pay back in 3 months, right? Now, at this point, the AI can't really do much apart from gather all this information, which is extremely important, and then pass it along to a human who can, go back and tell the bank saying that, okay, let's go ahead and then find out a negotiating terms of the repayment, which can suit both the farmer as well as the bank, because who's more interested in getting back the money. And if he's willing to pay back as long as we reach out to him at the right time. So AI helped get all the necessary data points. When will the person be able to repay back? When will why is the person not able to pay back now? All those cases. Or let's say there's been a death in the family. There's no point if you bombard somebody for like the next few weeks, because he will probably not be in the right frame of mind. So getting the data and that empathy initially, and then taking it back to a more detailed analysis of what is the best thing, that is where I think you can take it forward.
Gaurav, this one's for you. So in terms of, say, hyper-personalization, now with so much happening with AI developments, I mean, that is the go-to step. Everyone wants it very customized for them. But in the process, are we getting into some form of over-automation, especially in the collection space, because that is where a lot of human element is still required. So how do you look at this thing?
So what we are seeing is largely, I think to your point, the entire piece of orchestrator, right, like Vivek was sharing, is largely a super agent with child agents controlling the entire outcome, right? And the goal on which you are actually training the super agent. The super agent then in turn is going in and controlling the child agents which have subtasks and goals, right? And there is a phenomenal interplay, real time, basis the next best action, right? So what's happening now is, if I take a step back, and if some of you might have experienced, collections was happening for the last 40 years, right? So it's not something which is new, but how was it happening, right? So if I give you an example, that if you have a loan from a bank, or if you have a credit card from a bank, and if you miss a payment, right, you will be reached out digitally. Somebody from the bank will call you, right, and somebody will try and land at your doorstep, right? And God forbid, if you have multiple products running from the same bank, right, multiple teams will actually reach out to you, right? Now, what's happening here is that element today is not required, right? Because the orchestrator is largely controlling all the channels of digital and ensuring that hyper-personalization, so the orchestrator knows that you are in Karnataka, and given the demographics and the data it has, that how does it hyper-personalize that for you, right? And if you're not able to actually react, then it hands over to the next agent, right? So what's happening today is where you started seeing human intervention very early in the collections life cycle, that is going away, right? So where humans are still going to play the role is going to be the last mile, right? Where somebody is not accessible or somebody is significantly overdue. Somebody is overdue by, say, 180 days or 365 days, and there is a discussion which is required with the customer. Obviously, a human interaction will be required on the ground. But what we are gradually seeing is what used to be, if I have to give a data point to all of you, just in the last 18 months of what we are seeing, what used to be 100% human interaction now has come down to almost 35% human interaction in very, very large part of the collections ecosystem. That part has been completely taken over by digital and hyper-personalized AI bots, right, who are now interacting with the customer to get them to ensure that those goals are met.
And any challenges or any unique examples that stood out in this whole case, like the stat that you just said, where the human interactions has gone down? So anything that you can throw light on?
So what you see is largely in terms of just the contactability, right? So I'll just give you an example of one of the largest bank in the country, right? For them to actually engage and deal with, say, 15 lakh farmers on Kisan credit card, right? So if 15 lakh farmers have to be contacted, it is not possible for them to contact these 15 lakh farmers either through human callers or by sending people from their branches to interact with these customers, right? But now what is possible is that you can actually contact and get a react and response from these 15 lakh odd farmers real time, right? You can do it instantly, right? And then you know what cohort of customers you need to have what kind of interactions, right? So one is from an infra perspective, a lot has changed, right, in terms of how you're going about it. What is also going to happen is, if you look at from challenges as we move forward, right, which to my mind is going to be very, very critical, and it will depend on different sectors. I can speak for financial services, and as you must be aware, RBI has already put out their entire framework on AI governance, right? So to your point, I think what will be important is the governance around AI, especially in financial services when you are interacting and engaging with customers, a lot of pieces around trust, bias, transparency, auditability, all of that is something which is going to be very, very important. So I think as things start scaling, I think some of those challenges will come. The other challenge might be, impersonation, right? I think, what we are seeing with technology, so those risks will remain. But I think a robust governance framework is what is going to be the critical aspect as we scale this in financial services.
So Vivek, just a continuation to that. So especially building for an Indian landscape comes with its own challenges, the kind of diverse ecosystem that we have. So can you just talk to me about the challenges that you face while building AI models here? And how is it different from, say, the global market?
So I think India as a country is actually having so much of a rich background and diversity in its culture, so many different languages, so many different variants of languages spoken. And what makes complete sense in one part of India may not even resonate with somebody else. So I think the biggest challenges was in ensuring that we have a reasonable understanding of different cohorts of customers and then trying to build hyper-personalized bots which are able to speak in a way that those customers actually resonate with, right? Like, to give an example, like something which would work very well in Jaipur may work very well in the Northeast. And to build something which will work for somebody who is a 10-year-old loan, which the person may have even forgotten about, but that may be the reason why he is not able to get a new loan, right? So getting all these nuances and then building a bot which can not just focus on getting the money back, but actually educate the customer saying that, okay, look, I'll be your partner in helping you repaying this and will also enable you to further unlock future loans, which may be more important to you, is something which took a lot of time to build. And a lot of the standard AIs which work, which try to be an expert in everything, did not work. So we had to narrow this down to something which is well-trained based on the collection experience which we have had and data which we have had over the last few years. So building something which is very customized for each cohort of customers, it took a lot of time and experimentation, and then we have got exceedingly better at it. That's been one of the challenges.
So were there any, like you just quoted, region-specific challenges also arise, right? Anything in the demographics or anything in the kind of consumer behavior that you see?
Yes and no. I think the biggest one is getting the, lot of the language models which are built globally, I think are still tuned towards the Western hemisphere. So getting them working with Indian accents, getting them working in terms of what are the right phrases and idioms which work well. It took a lot of churn and research, but I think it's come out to be reasonably well now.
All right, sure. Just coming to the end of this conversation, just one last question for the both of you all. Do you see a future where agentic AI can fully take over the collection space? Or do you still see a human element as a mandate? Start with you, Gaurav.
I think, at least my personal view is it will, given the pace at which, we are seeing AI, to my mind, transforming this space. Just to give you a sense, when we were starting to build this out, in terms of, I'll just leave that thought with you on conversational AI, right? And the questions which were coming out was, will a customer be comfortable speaking with a bot, right? They are more comfortable speaking with a human, but will they be comfortable speaking with the bot? That's already changed, right? Because the product has become so good, right, that it has what we internally call is that a bot is more human than a human, right? Is not going to get pursued by a lot of emotions which is induced when you are actually at the front and center of interacting with customers. So we are already seeing that. I would say from a spectrum, just to give you a sense, we are already seeing, as I said, 65-35 in favor of where agentic is already starting to take over this space. I think over the next year or so, you will see much more rapid change, with models becoming much, much better in terms of problem solving. So while you might have for some time some level of human interaction, in a country like ours, the last mile might still be human, right? But what we are seeing in other markets where we are present today, just for example, in the Middle East, there is no mandate for you to actually interact with the end customer and send out somebody to their homes, right? But that's not the case in India, right? The last mile today in India is still serviced by humans, but in other markets it's not, which means that in other markets, agentic is already going to be 100%, right? So in India, you will also see that piece playing out very, very soon.
Vivek, your point?
Yeah. So I do think that AI will increasingly have a lot more role to play, especially agentic, because if you have ever gone through one of those customer support IVR loops, you would have been extremely frustrated with it, right? And at this point, like, you want to make it such that if you speak to somebody, why do you prefer a human on the phone? Because they understand what you want and then they respond to you. Now, if agentic is able to give all of that at scale, right, it just makes a whole lot sense, not just for the lenders or the people who want to collect, but also for the borrowers. And that's where I believe that it's actually even more relevant today at scale to have agentic. Yes, as Gaurav said, I think we will always have a need for humans, but that need for humans will be focused where they will really add value. Today, I think, like, how many houses can a single person visit in a day? In Bangalore, maybe 2, maybe in other places they can visit 10. But let's make sure that those are the ones which are actually worth visiting, and the ones which don't have to be, can be completely covered by agentic.
Great. So it is going to be a mix forever. All right. We have time for questions. We have time for one question from the audience. Front row.
Hello. Good morning, both of you gentlemen, both are great business leaders. I represent a company called Hyperfin Technologies. I just would like to understand, UB is, your AI technology is working very fine with NBFCs, lending and things like. So how is the response that you see with collection agents? Are they ready to accept this kind of changes, or still they are in a traditional mode?
That's a great question. So what we have, Vivek actually has built that company out. So we have two companies in the collection space. One is Pocto-X, which is largely building infrastructure for banks and NBFCs. And the other company is UCollect, which is building technology and AI infrastructure for agencies and agents. Right? So unless and until you build that infrastructure and market for agencies and agents, you will not be able to transform the entire space. Okay. Right? So while you might be very AI native, right, as a bank, but you are actually interacting with agencies and agents who are not AI native. Right? Okay. So you're going to be as good as the partners in the value chain, right? And that's why 2 years back we took that initiative and we said, how can we make every collection agency and agent on the ground AI native, right? Okay. Vivek, you want to add?
Yeah, I think the key point is historically the agencies believed in whatever is the most convenient way to use it, and then they used to go back to Excel and WhatsApp. But I think now in UCollect, especially when we are building a stack which is meant specifically for the agencies, and they are seeing that it has been built for them and they are seeing direct value out of it, the adoption has been extremely high. So largely it's about like they have very specific nuances and this is what will work and this is what, if it increases my business, I will pay for them. Yeah. Once you get that right, it's actually working well. So if you just throw a globalized product as is without any changes, they will not adopt.
Okay, so my takeaway is that it's 100% working for the agents. That's what I should understand.
Correct. UCollect as a product has had great traction with the agencies. Yeah.
Superb, sir. Thank you so much.
All right. I think the time's up, but Gaurav and Vivek are going to be around. You can definitely connect with them after this session. So thank you so much, Gaurav and Vivek.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you very much, Vandana. While we quickly clear out the stage, just a quick introduction of what is about to transpire next. Regulation often lags innovation. Creating uncertainty, this next session explores how policy engagement, self-regulation, and user safeguards can build trust and shape a safe, thriving AI ecosystem for India, drawing lessons from gaming, social media, and public technologies. Our next speaker, who is the CEO of the E-Gaming Federation and a nominated member of the Government of India's National Tourism Advisory Council, will be taking stage in a moment's time. But before he does, just a quick reminder to all of y'all to double-check your schedules on your app. All of the latest updates and the changes are happening on the app. Do not refer to the hard copies that have been given to you. There are a few changes that have happened. There was a session that was supposed to happen at 10 o'clock in the morning, and due to a couple of unforeseen circumstances, that speaker will be taking stage at 2:15, that is 2:15. This is Shri Priyank Karge. He will be taking stage at 2:15. Just in case there are any changes in the other hall as well, I request you to please check your apps. Once again, like I said before, this gentleman is the CEO of the E-Gaming Federation. Please welcome Anurag Saxena.
Namaskar, everyone. Does the audio work well? Yes. Okay. So welcome to the most morbid conversation for today. In 2014, we had 214 out of 218 coal blocks that were already allotted to some of India's largest companies. 2014, so back in 2014, 214 of the 218 were cancelled. Companies like Hindalco, Jindal, Tata, etc. had to take billions of dollars of write-offs. And we had situations where mines and factories were literally abandoned and left. In 2018, we had RBI that essentially banned the crypto industry. We had huge shutdowns, ZepPay, Coinex, etc., etc. The rest migrated to Dubai and so on and so forth. Only for the Supreme Court to come back later and overturn those bans to say that, hey, you can continue. In 2025, very recently, the industry that I represent, the online money games got banned over a span of 3 days by an act of parliament. A $3 billion industry, one that created about 2 lakh jobs, one that contributed 20,000 crores to the exchequer, was all shut down on essentially 3 days' notice. Now, why am I telling you all this? Why am I so morbid? Right, as my topic introduction says, regulation is the biggest risk on your alphas. It doesn't matter whether you're a startup, whether you're, 5 employees or 50 or 500 or 5,000. Doesn't matter what you're doing. The biggest risk on what could go wrong with you is on the regulatory and on the policy front. And let me explain. And here, I'm not trying to belittle any of the functions you all are currently involved with. Right? If there's a sales failure, you make $90 instead of $100. You make 80. Right? If there's an HR failure, there is perhaps some suboptimal talent that comes through, which then you need to figure out and get rid of them at some point. If there's a tech failure, your go-to-market is delayed by a month or 2 or what have you. However, if there's a policy failure, it is literally an existential risk to your industry, to your company, as in the examples that I've just given you. Right? Take large organizations like Facebook, now Meta, as an example. Like most other startups, they focused on the investors, the product, and the consumer. That's all that Meta focused on, and I'm guessing these 3 are the stakeholders that each of you are engaging with today, each of you is focusing on. But guess what? Congressional hearings happened, questions around privacy were raised, questions around addictions were raised, etc., etc., etc. Till it got to a stage where Meta literally had to hire Nick Clegg to head their policy function. For those of you who don't remember Nick Clegg, he was the former Deputy Prime Minister of Great Britain, of UK. And that's the kind of repair energy or repair effort it takes if you don't get policy right. Right? Why does this happen? Right. We are here at this AI event. People are talking about agentic AI, the future, technologies, consumer interface, creativity, etc., etc. Why am I here talking about a boring topic like policy, regulation, government, etc., etc.? You see, innovation and policy work at very, very different paces, right? Within the world of any emerging sector, you are rewarded for how quickly you move. Within governments, you are penalized if you move too quickly. Why? Because there is a large segment of stakeholders that you need to engage with, right? Imagine it in this sense, right? Each of you are running a company. You're on skates, right? You pivot as soon as there is a need. You adapt to a new model that comes out. You absorb a new technology. You push it out quickly, etc., etc. So you're on skates. The government is a ship, right? Imagine how long it takes for you to spin if you're on skates versus how long it takes for you to turn if you're a ship, right? What therefore happens because of this difference in pace and difference in stakeholders is, there's a huge chance on what eventually happens on the policy or the regulatory front with your industry. And all of us have heard of the examples in telecom, in coal, in crypto, in gaming, in banking, where companies have gotten destroyed overnight because of changes in policies, changes in regulation, right? If you're lucky, regulations end up enabling your future. However, if you're unlucky, regulations destroy three I's. They destroy industries, they destroy investor confidence, and they destroy innovation. The intention is never for regulations to be negative. The intention is always to protect somebody else by hurting someone else. And I think it's very important for all of you collectively as an AI community to figure out what is it that is coming to hit you in the future and where that is coming from. Why is a particular action being taken, right? Most prohibitive policies come from one single concern, absolutely single concern, which is protecting the interest of a citizen, protecting the interest of a consumer, protecting social order, etc., 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 right? Nobody wants to see, I mean, forget governments, right? I'm a father. I don't want to see my son getting cyberbullied. I don't want to see deepfakes of my daughter floating around, right? I don't want my own privacy to be breached. I don't want to create a situation where my financial information is floating out there. Everything that is happening in this room right now and within the larger AI community creates a risk for each of these 3 or 4 things that I've mentioned to you, right? You know, the industry I come from, take gaming as an example, and here I'd like to talk about the broader gaming industry, right? Very, very, very few operators built mechanisms for KYCs, for geofencing, for age gating, right? For protection from cyberbullying and doxing and so on and so forth. All of my members did, and that was, I think, the USP for us. But then there's a very long tail of gaming operators that really didn't bother about creating trusted and safer environments for users to engage with. And the story you all know it ended the way it did, right? By the time these trust frameworks matured, and EGF was the first federation to even introduce trust frameworks, by the time the frameworks matured, the narrative had already shifted, right? What could have been purely a regulated environment with guardrails and boundaries ended up in a prohibition. As I mentioned, loss of value, loss of jobs, the market shifting overseas, a whole bunch of things happened, right? So my singular message to you from our own failures is that you need to embed trust very, very early in your systems. And where do you need to embed trust, right? You need to embed trust within the legal framework or the legal fraternity under which you operate, under which we all operate. And which is why I'm here telling you, in fact, as my topic is also called, which is why each of you needs a seat on the table as the guardrails and boundaries, what you are allowed to do, what you're not allowed to do, etc., to put it simply. As somebody sits somewhere deciding what those guardrails are, what those regulations are, you all need a seat on the table, right? You also need a sense of realism and empathy to understand how these policies get made and by who. Imagine you're a member of parliament and therefore there is no way that you could be, let's say, aware enough about emerging technologies, about research, about a bunch of things that we assume that political leadership is aware of, right? So my message to you all today is, if as a community you don't want to end up like where the other industries did, you have to partner with policymakers. You have to engage with them. You have to educate them. You have to empower them with information that allows them to take rational decisions rather than emotional decisions or decisions driven by electoral politics. How do you engage with them, or why would they engage with you? At the end of the day, there are only 3 hooks that any community, especially an emerging community, which is the AI community, can engage with. There's user safety, there's economic value, and the mega story that works today about putting India on the map out there, right? I would strongly urge you to start engaging with policymakers using any of these 3 hooks and get them to be your partners, get them to champion for your industry. Because otherwise, you don't have the fuel which your competitors in other nations have. And worst case, you don't want a hammer coming down your head at some point, right? You have to engage, you have to earn trust. Trust is the only currency. You have to earn it. Trust, as we all know in our personal lives, is also a very fickle currency. It's very easy to lose trust. You can spend a decade building trust, one bad experience, one breach, and it's gone forever, right? As you all focus on the next big thing, the next big technology, I want to leave you all with the challenge, right? How can your sector collectively build trust frameworks which then enables regulation, which then allows or encourages regulation to become an enabler rather than a prohibitor, right? And why am I the guy to tell you this, right? Apart from working in the policy space, etc., for a while. We've just learned from the experiences of gaming, right? So here I am, standard as a wounded soldier, telling you all where we messed up, right? And AI also has very strong parallels with gaming, right? So please be very, very aware. Whatever happened with gaming could very easily happen with you all. Why? There's the same concerns around addictions, around fraud, around misuse, around privacy. And these are things that the government has said very publicly, to media channels, in speeches, in the parliament, etc., right? All these do play very heavily on an average person's mind, and a government cannot ignore an average person's mind to meet an individual community's need, right? Interestingly, also the same antidotes that work there work for you all as well, right? What you all need to do, and when I say all, I literally mean people sitting in the back row on WhatsApp messages right now, and those of you who thankfully are paying attention, right? You all need to come together and embed them in your systems and embed them also in your psyches, right? You have to put it up in center, otherwise be ready for the existential risk, being a reality at some stage. As much as you hate engaging with boring governments and policymakers and bureaucrats and all of that, honestly, you have no other option. Many other industries have learned it the hard way. I hope the AI industry does not. Why? Because, as a nation, we lost out on the hardware wave, we lost out on the software wave, the enterprise solution wave, we lost out on the social media wave. We end up going on American social media platforms and whining about the fact that India doesn't have its own social media platforms, right? I don't think I've seen a bigger irony than that. The only thing that helps us leapfrog into the future is the next wave of technology, right? And Bharat really has a huge opportunity today, right? I mean, it's a macro view for each of you running your companies or roles in certain companies. You might be out there looking for a job, etc., etc. But at some point, I think we all have to pan out and look at the opportunity that is there collectively for us as a nation, a derivative of that being the opportunity you have as an individual, etc., right? India has scale. We have scale of talent, we have scale of energy, and we have the scale of market size here, right? We have speed, right? I've spent my life of course, in India, then the US and Europe and Singapore and all over. I don't think nobody's in a hurry the way Indians are, right? Before the concept of food existed anywhere, Desis had a version of Sandarshinis, as you see here. Before, before delivery existed anywhere in the world, we had our local grocer sending us, 100 grams of sugar, 200 grams of tea, which now has converted into fast commerce and so on and so forth, right? Finally, at the risk of being a little facetious, I think we have the sexiness in India, right? The biggest S of it all, the scale, speed, and sexiness. And why do I say sexiness here, right? We have panache. As a civilization, we have panache. We are the land of Rajnikant, right? No parallel can exist anywhere. We are the land that has, 5, 8, 10,000 years of collective wisdom, of collective stories, of culture, etc., right? We have that kind of knowledge pool to borrow from, right? And think of where we've come as a nation, right? We've survived poverty, we've survived, a partition, we've survived colonialism, we've survived communism, we've survived all these things, right? And all these things end up building resilience, which we may not recognize actively, but it exists somewhere subconsciously in our mind. The question is, how do you sitting here turn all this to an advantage? How do you turn this, how do you swing this into your favor, right? My closing message with you, it begins with you. If you say engaging with policymakers is not my job, then please know it is nobody's job. If it's not your job, it's nobody's job. You need to partner with the government. You need to embed ethics. You need to build trust and safety mechanisms that government could later formalize. You need to educate users, right? Unless you do that, all these things would mean building huge companies, huge infrastructures, huge valuations, and finally putting all of them at risk till one fine day it goes all down the drain. Now, without sounding morbid, I therefore request you to learn from our learnings, from the learnings of other industries, tech, telecom, commodity industries like steel, sugar, coal, etc., and figure out how you find your seat on the table, how you ensure that regulations don't police you, but regulations encourage you to build your future, right? So my message to you all, escape prohibitive regulation, look for regulation as an enabler. You know where to reach me. I'm on LinkedIn. If I can help the process, happy to. And let me end with best of luck. I think the nation is depending on this community here for us to leapfrog into the Vikasit Bharat that we deserve to be. So thank you all so much for your time.
Thank you, sir. We have time for a couple of questions, so just in case you have questions, we have the gentleman up front here. Can we have a mic brought up front, please? The mic is on its way, the gentleman up front. Anyone else with a question? We'll do that gentleman there. Okay, we shall try and wrap this up. Would you like to join me at the podium, sure, please? Please go ahead and go ahead with your question.
Yeah, thanks, Anurag. That was quite interesting and insightful. One question, you mentioned about the gaming industry, right? I mean, there was this knee-jerk reaction which happened a couple of months back. What could the gaming industry would have done different, right? We're talking about the regulations and also what could they have done different not to have the fate, which we saw. Suddenly 300,000 employees out, 20,000 crores out. So what would you have done, right? For the last 3 years, we've seen So what could have been done differently if we had approached the government and the policymakers? Thank you.
That's a beautiful question, right? Very simply, the gaming industry should have collectively anticipated and responded to the government's concerns that emerged from the sector. And the concerns were obvious, right? People are getting addicted to games, right? There's financial risk. Minors are being allowed to play games that are meant for 18 plus populations, etc., etc. Now, within EGF, we were able to mandate these kind of protection mechanisms or trust mechanisms within our members. But then there was this long tail that believed it was the wild, wild west. So I think what could have been done, sir, is proactively recognize that, look, there will be social concerns, there will be issues that any change brings to the fore, right? And should have built processes, mechanisms, and let's say a narrative or let's say a media muscle to convey all these things once they were done genuinely. So I think the simple answer is trust mechanisms that should have been built, and I'm not saying 1 or 2 years ago, right? This should have been a day zero priority, right? Those did not get built. What got built as an afterthought, by which time it was too late.
All right. We'll do 2 quick questions, the gentleman in the green shirt and the gentleman in the blue at the back. Very quick questions if you don't mind, and very quick answers if you don't mind. Thank you very much.
Hello, sir. This is Karthik. So I really like your paradigm comparing the gaming industry with the AI industry. So I really liked it. So my question is, so the artificial intelligence is all about mimicking the human intelligence, right? So we were in the era of mimicking how we look, how we speak, what we write. It's all content generation. In this era, what do you see as a privacy, and where we should where we can expect the privacy controls in the future?
So there is no answer to predicting the future, right? So I don't know where this will end up, because this is a conversation that is complicated at 2 different levels. One is, how do different types of social stakeholders, where do they see it going, right? I might be okay with my name and email appearing somewhere. You might not be okay with it, Karthik, right? So there are individual choices or choices of collective groups, and how different governments or societies collectively view it. But here's the answer I could give you, right? The question is, do you want somebody to frame rules and regulations around privacy and you respond to it? Or do you want to say, hey, this group will collectively protect users from privacy concerns, come up with frameworks, and then the government adopts those? That's the question you should ask. In terms of predicting where this ends, honestly, there is no answers, right? Every 2 months, there is a new technology that is changing the paradigm or changing the privacy risk that comes from the industry. So yeah, I wish I had the answer. Karthik, if you and I had this answer, we'd have built billion-dollar enterprises by now.
Thank you for that question. Fantastic answer as well. Please go ahead, sir.
Hi, sir. I'm Rishabh. Thank you so much for such an enlightening talk on a relevant topic. My question is very straight. A common challenge in policy engagement is that public perception and fear sometimes overshadow evidence-based analysis, leading to policies that may not be optimal. From your perspective, what do you see as the most challenging aspect of navigating this dynamic and ensuring a focus on sound policy?
Okay, Rishabh, you don't mind me taking a jab at you, right? So I'll tell you what I heard was I'm just picking on a few words, right? Also, it's the end of the talk, so now they can't throw me off stage if they wanted, right? Why do you believe you know what optimal means? You use the word optimal, right? Why do you believe you know what evidence-based analysis means, right? There could be evidence that comes on the tech front. There could be evidence that comes on the social impact front, right? So I think what happens is when these questions come up, they are premised on a unidimensional point of view. What is optimal for me? Or let's say for the AI community. What is evidence that this community sees, etc., etc. Which is exactly why I am recommending that the engagement happens with people who are fundamentally different from you, right? So a lot of when I say your, I mean all of ours, right? So a lot of our subconscious assumptions and understandings get clarified. So some of their subconscious understandings get clarified, right? Otherwise, we as an innovative, nimble, future-looking community will always think very, very differently from a not-so-nimble, embedded in the past, protection-based. You see, so preservation-based thinking, which is how governments are very different from progress-based thinkings, how industries are, right? So, as I would say, I would question the question itself, right? To say when a policy maker or a bureaucrat frames the same question, he means something which is diametrically opposite from what you mean. Why? Because their worldview is very different, their context is different, their reality is different. Their objective is something different, right? You might be trying to build the quickest text to video converter, right? That's what you're trying to do. What they're trying to do is to ensure that a 15-year-old girl doesn't feature in, some ulta-sida video and then, ends up taking drastic steps maybe with her own life because of that. So I think the contexts are very different, and unless that engagement happens, there is no evolution of thought from either side, and therefore there is stubbornness. Therefore there is, no meeting of minds.
Fantastic questions, fantastic answers. Can we hear a huge round of applause for our speaker? Thank you so much for this.
And a huge round of applause for the AIM guys for pulling this off.
Yeah, it's been fantastic. Yeah.
Remember that. Hindi mein bhi say na, ek aur ek 11. Strength comes from community. So congrats to you guys for actually pulling this community together at this earlier stage. Right, the relationships people build here, the learnings people take here, the partners they find, the supply chains they build is going to be amazing. Sometimes I wish platforms like this existed for, older industries for older people like me.
Right? But it's been such a fantastic conversation on stage. Can we hear a massive round of applause? Anurag Saxena, thank you for being with us here this morning. We're going to move on to the next fireside chat. I quite enjoyed this talk, by the way. It was very well done. And actually, let's just give out a couple of more prizes, just in case we have people in the audience. I'm just very quickly going to go and check my messages. So, we've been conducting a lot of competitions, activities. We had this thing called the AI Amigo. How many of you took part in the AI Amigo? Hands up in the air. One person at the back. None of y'all? No? I'm wondering if I should even announce the winners. Okay, so we have winners who are going to walk away with a few Bluetooth giveaways. So we have Jyoti PVLN. Jyoti PVLN, are you here? Jyoti? You are Jyoti. Are you sure you're Jyoti? Because yesterday something very weird happened. Just make your way from this side, if you don't mind, please. Give her a big round of applause while she makes her way to the stage. And there's also Pranati. Pranati, where are you? Pranati, are you here? Do you know a Pranati? No? Where's Pranati? She's absconding, but please come up to the stage. Come up to the stage. Give her a big round of applause. I'm going to pick that up from you, sir. You are the winner of a JBL Bluetooth speaker. Give her a massive round of applause, please. Thank you very much. She's wearing the right tag as well. Okay, you know what? Since a lot of y'all are not here, let's just randomly give something away to the crowd. The first person that gives me the right answer to this, but you have to put your hand up in the air and give me the right answer, wins a little something. Which edition of Cipher are we in? This gentleman put his hand up first in the white. What is the answer? 9 is the right answer. Can we have a little goodie go away? Yes, that one. Make some noise for that man in the house. Fastest hand was first and fastest hand was right. Next question. The previous Cipher, where did it happen? I will give it to the lady there because this gentleman put his hand up half and it went back down. Where, madam? Towards Manyata Tech Park. What's the name of the place? Yes? Okay. I can't hear the answer. It was Radisson, wasn't it? Yeah, Radisson. No? Hilton. Hilton. Okay, Hilton was what she said. Okay, please give her a little... No, it's not that. It's this one. This one. We're giving her this one. Yeah. Thank you very much. That is for the other giveaway. Give her a massive round of applause. Did you attend, madam? Did you attend there? Okay. Did you see me perform there as well? You did. Did you like it? Yes? Okay. Then give her one more. Actually, just give her one more. She's being nice to me, dude. Come on, give it to her. Now you all can clap for her. See, if you're nice to me, I will be nice to you. We're going to move on to the next conversation on stage. We'll do more of these giveaways a little later. I don't want to delay. It's time for us to move into another fireside chat. We're here to talk about healthcare. Healthcare is no longer limited to clinics and hospitals. It is AI-driven diagnostics, wearables, and mobile apps that have brought it straight into our pockets. This session will explore what that shift truly means for patients, providers, and policymakers. We're excited to have with us Tushar Vashisht, co-founder and CEO of Healthifi, who is a University of Pennsylvania graduate and former investment banker who also worked on Nandan Nilekani's unique ID project. Please welcome Tushar with a huge round of applause. Joining Tushar on stage is Supreet, tech journalist from AIM. Supreet, welcome to the stage as well. Tushar, it's an absolute pleasure to have you here with us. People of the audience, give him a massive round of applause and welcome him to Cipher 2025, Day 3. Over to you, Supreet.
Thanks, Vineet. Hey, Tushar, thank you for joining us at Cipher 2025.
It's my complete pleasure. Yeah. Thanks for having me on.
Thank you so much. I'd like to resume the conversation that we were having while we were walking to the stage. Right? In 2017, 2018, me and my friends at college, we used to use Healthifi to track all this junk food that we ate and all of the regional dishes that my mom cooked. One thing that I noticed is that you guys have data for nearly every single recipe that's out there, right? And you guys were a data-driven, like a data-heavy company since the last few years. And with the era of generative AI, how has that helped you guys get a lead or get a head start into, enabling GenAI features in your product?
Look, a lot. We started our efforts. Is this better? Good. We started our efforts on AI well back in 2017. We've been around for more than a decade, by the way. So one of the reasons you have this fantastic foods database is because we were the first ones to build Indian foods database, quantify that. First in an Excel, then in a website, then in an app. And then we continued to improve that database with as more and more obscure requests came in from our customers. So user-generated, dietitian-approved databases. Eventually, of course, AI systems would automatically create those recipes and create those food databases by doing web searches that our dietitians would then approve and review. So, it's a continuous process that kept getting better. Today we power millions of foods across more than 50 countries in regional languages, and all of that has taken time to come up. But in 2017, we were faced with a problem that you cannot scale coaches beyond a certain level. So to those of you who are less familiar with Healthifi's business model, guys, we had a nutrition tracking app that also services clients with nutritionists and trainers who look at clients' data and then guide them to achieve their goals, right? So this process was restricted by the number of clients a human can handle. So back in 2016-17 timeframe, we started to build systems that would automate a lot of dietitians' work, such as be able to respond to clients' messages or be able to build meal plans. We're talking about like LSTM stuff. We're talking about early LLP products, with feedback loops on what messages drove better retention, better engagement, better outcomes. So those are the kind of messages we would pre-populate for our dietitians to edit. So we've been playing with data, been playing with nutritionists, editing clients' messages and a nutritionist to client messaging system for more than 8 years now. We have the world's largest database of nutritionist to client message exchange, more than 1 billion messages that have been transacted in this time frame. And we know what drives better outcomes and retention. So this is stuff that we've been playing for a while. We launched a direct-to-consumer AI called RIA back in 2019, which was like a ChatGPT 3 equivalent, but for only health and fitness. And with generative AI, all of these efforts have basically accelerated. RIA is getting launched later this month as a fully multimodal, voice conversational, image recognizant AI solution. So you can now talk to RIA, you can show RIA stuff just in normal language. In fact, if we get time towards the end of it, I'd love to do a demo for the crew over here. But you can talk to RIA in any language, in any format, for example. A lot of that has been powered by generative AI. So at legacy AI systems, we basically built generative AI tools on top of it that allow for better user experiences and multimodality.
Right. I'm sure all of us would love to see RIA and Healthifi in action soon.
Sure.
So, I mean, that's a wonderful list of all the features in Healthifi Me's product stack. So, for further context, how have you seen users benefit from using the AI features today in Healthifi Me? If you can, on top of your mind, some of the customer testimonials that you guys have.
Look, consumer AI is still new, right? So world is still understanding how it can be used. But with Healthifi, one of the most popular uses has been is our snap feature. So you can just take a photo of your food and Healthifi app now tracks it for you. And the way we innovated on it is by building something called Auto Snap. So now the latest generation, you do not even have to open the app to track your food. In fact, we are the first calorie counting app that actively advises you not to use our app to track your food. Because as long as you take a photo of a food and give us gallery permission, we're able to figure out what is food, and only food photos then we send to the server, figure out what nutrition and calories systems there are in, and then we track it for you seamlessly. So so just by this stuff was not possible until a couple of years ago, that you don't even have to open the app. How it is future compliant is that, I mean, please disregard, I think whatever happened on Meta's demo days are always weird, right? But just 24 hours ago. But I do think the future lies in smart glasses. I do think that the next time we'll have an AIM summit here next year, many of us will have a smart glass on, and certainly in 3 years' time, that would be the primary interaction device. And having an image capability to just track your food is just perhaps the most seamless way of doing nutrition tracking. And then the second piece is, of course, RIA. So we're starting to see much greater engagement with whoever is the beta customer that we've gotten on with voice format. So, I see the future of an app where basically you can talk to our coach, our AI coach, and you can take a photo of whatever you're having in front of you. So a smart glass compliant vision is kind of what we're chasing.
Right. Now, it's good that you brought up the multimodal snap feature, right? So now let's say someone's really excited about using all of the new features in Healthifi. And the margin for error is very less, especially in a healthcare context and scenario. So what did it take for you guys to, build on top of LLMs, including all the guardrails and, just ensuring the accuracy of the information that you guys provide? And so there's, again, I mentioned there's like very low room for error in the healthcare context. So if you could outline your, process for our audience as to what did it take to build safely on top of these LLMs?
Well, first of all, maybe just if I can get to know the audience a little better, guys. How many of you are currently in startups or are founders yourself? I can just have a show of hands. And how many of you would be working in large companies that you wouldn't typically define as startups? A show of hands. And what is everybody else doing around here? I'm assuming you guys are all working in tech-oriented spaces. Just raise your hands if that's true. Okay, so that widely is true, so at least benchmarking is good. The thing is that, especially because I see a fewer of you from the entrepreneurial and the startup community and more from the wider tech space, what I can confidently share is I do honestly think that hallucination is overrated today. And it is not, the LLMs that you're seeing today are perhaps the worst LLMs you're going to see in your lifetime. And every LLM next year is improving upon itself significantly. And the hallucinations are already come down a lot. So if you want to experiment, let that not be a constraint in your mind. I would go build the user experiences, get real field data, and see whether you're seeing a problem or not. It's good to walk into this without a bias. In our case, for example, yes, it's important to give accurate information, but where we benefit from is that this is not core healthcare, right? This is the periphery of healthcare where we are advising on nutrition, fitness, and non-regulated systems, right? You don't need a prescription to eat healthy. You just need a good nudge, right? So we can allow ourselves some room for error. Still, I think the way we reduce it is by grounding our LLMs really well, right? So we've got real-world data from our coaches to client messages, which I mentioned earlier. You have foods tracked from customers, that is real-world data. And as long as you ground it, fine-tune it, as long as you're able to run eval systems on it, you'd be surprised by how accurate models get very quickly. I'm assuming you guys have all played with RFT, or you guys are also doing some good distillation work from real data, etc. And all of those things, whether it is fine-tuning or distillation, improve models grounding significantly and reduce down these errors a lot. So we aren't very concerned. Having said that, for our medical condition clients, where things get more serious, we have our nutritionists who are powered by AI. So there is always a human in the loop, who can always step in, guide, ensure, comply, and drive safety. So I'm not saying we take it in a cavalier fashion. We take it intentionally, but we get more latitude because we deal with nutrition and fitness. Perhaps if I was dealing with doctors and medical prescriptions, I'd have to have a higher tier of safety with having stronger human-in-the-loop system. Yeah.
Right. Thanks for clarifying that, actually. So, a lot of people love doing this on ChatGPT. They just go out and say, act like a nutritionist, act like a health fitness expert, and give me a detailed plan. And as these LLMs and user-centric models get better and better, how do you see the moat or the advantage for startups like Healthify Me going forward and offering more and more use cases and differentiating factors than these base LLMs that people are using to get their work done?
Look, I think the biggest difference is LLMs are getting really good, and I think they'll get better and better. The biggest difference, firstly, is how much data does the LLM have in the narrow field that your application is trying to solve, right? Like, I'd love to maybe, do you mind if I do a live demo and try stuff out?
Yeah, absolutely. We have time.
So if I literally open ChatGPT and I ask it in a real-time voice use case, it's taking a bit of time to load, guys, and I hope Mark Zuckerberg thing doesn't happen to me again. But this is just ChatGPT loading itself. This is not Healthify. Okay, guys, internet might be slow. ChatGPT isn't loading, so we'll figure. If it comes alive, I'd love to show you. What I was wanting to ask ChatGPT was, if I ask it about my own day, and if I ask it about how I'm doing or what advice it has for me, it'll only obviously interact on the context window it has about my lifestyle, right? Does it know about all my past nutrition logs? Does it know about my calendar? Does it know about what my medical condition is, how I've been doing, etc.? No, it does not. Does it have all the emotional context on me and the fact that I have a 1-year-old baby and I'm sleep deprived? It probably doesn't. But if you use the Healthify app, if you open up RIA and you ask it how I'm doing and sort of what I can away with with the response, because it is able to sift through all of these data parameters. It's aware about your sleep, your nutrition, your past logs. It's aware about customers like you. So these narrow field data context windows is one of the differentiating aspects. The other piece is how we have tuned that information, or rather, how have you tuned the prompts, right? So a ChatGPT would give you a generic response on the information that it has, whereas in our case, it would be driven towards your goal, your systems. It'll be optimized for the kind of message and conversation that we know will motivate you to get to your goals, right? We've grounded that in reality of actual message evidence and food evidence we've seen in the past. So I think applications like Healthify and people that will be building in the world of AI becoming more and more powerful will be owning the data, which will allow for tremendous personalization. You may not feel comfortable giving all of your life data to a generic LLM, but you might feel comfortable giving specific aspects of your data to specialized apps that might be designed, for example, to do things for you. Like act as your nutritionist, or act as your sleep therapist, or act as your educator. And the second piece is the fact that these are grounded results, right? So you trust that application to do a great job for that piece for you. And the last is agentic work, right? A ChatGPT can't deliver food on Swiggy for you. Healthify can, because we have done that adapters with the relevant partners to try and make your experience incredibly simple and amazing, right? We are focused on that user experience, and we go inch wide, mile deep there. Whereas LLMs are mile wide, mile deep. Will a future LLM be able to get mile deep and mile wide? It is possible. But I think the user experience optimization, quality control, impact and outcomes are something that we'll own better. Like I can tell you that I'm able to deliver a dollar to pound lost ratio or a rupee to kg lost ratio, which is 1/5 of all of my competitors in the world, right? Because I'm able to optimize by amount of cost that it costs the customer. I don't think a generic LLM can ever make that claim. So that's why we end up being superior in that specific field. And we'll obviously use all these AIs and LLM systems. Things that would be more at a disadvantage for are things that don't need your personal context and that do not need too much of grounding in reality. For example, general search. I think general search is at an absolute critical failure. It needs only limited amount of lots of data context about you at that time, right? And so that piece, I'm sure, is getting a lot of flack, and you're seeing that. Health and healthcare specifically will continue to have a lot of domain niche that it'll continue to be important for. But the world is exciting and changing all the time, so we'll have to see what happens next.
Right, wonderful. And is that your advice for founders and entrepreneurs today who are constantly worried that, okay, OpenAI might eat my use case? There's this running joke after every Google I/O, 25 startups are killed. So just focus on one niche, go as deep as you can, bundle in a lot of personalized context. Is that your advice to all the founders who are sort of concerned at this stage?
I mean, if it makes a founder and an operator today a little edgy, if it gets you to be a little uncomfortable, absolutely. And I think that's only fuel for more ambition and passion and aggression. So, should we feel a little more worried that there's a very powerful technology? Yeah, absolutely. Does it mean that we ship faster, work harder, get things out in customers' hand and build business models that are credible? Yes, absolutely, right? And time to market is obviously much lower. So from idea to execution should now come down to a matter of days and weeks, certainly not months, especially with AI powering you. But does it mean that there is never a business model that can be built? Absolutely not. I mean, things will get disrupted, but as a good innovator, entrepreneur, as long as you're close to the customer, there's a lot of viability of business models that will continue to stay relevant. At the end of the day, can you command a customer to pay you a price for a value and a problem that you solve? It comes down to that. It reminds me, I see Shankar here at Aadhaar days, when we were building Aadhaar in the very early days, similar conferences used to be on IT. What will IT do in healthcare and what will mobile do in healthcare? Will then apps be built and they'll make like doctors redundant, or will make suddenly all these other processes redundant? And I don't think they made them redundant, but they certainly evolved them. 15 years ago, you couldn't talk to a doctor. Telehealth didn't exist. Today, you can. Right? But it's evolved things for sure, and I think AI is evolving things as we speak on everything, right? And it's going to be a slow revolution, but there's definitely product market fit opportunities that founders can chase and should chase in the consumer space and continue to build that differentiation. So I personally am not very afraid of what it can do. I actually get much more excited. I'll give you a small example, right? It took us about $2.5 million, and it took us about a year and a half of head-breaking to launch in just Malaysia. Okay? As a founder, that was painful. And by the time Malaysia launched, damn, COVID happened. And then it was, just like a Southeast Asia was such a difficult proposition for us. Right now, I'm talking to a very large Europe-based healthcare company and a US-based healthcare company through which we are looking at launching in 12 markets simultaneously, right? And my ability to do that is 6 weeks. And cost to be able to render that is in hundreds of thousands of dollars, right? Because I can build databases across the world. I can build language translations and cultural relevance across the world. I can design things that are so much more fluid in nature. Now, that is a massive opportunity that I'm taking in because of AI. It far outweighs, in that country, will ChatGPT be used by somebody to build a diet plan? Sure. But will a pharma company, will an insurer, will a healthcare system trust that to be able to reimburse it? I'm not so sure. Will they be able to deliver outcomes and efficacies through which that can be proven in that country? Again, not so certain. Where will the adapters work with the local dietitian, say in Australia, where the dietitian has to look at this customer's data and give feedback? Where is that adapter in LLM? It doesn't exist. We are the ones designing and building that, right? How will the foods get delivered to that customer eventually? What if that person is on GLP-1 medicine? How does that happen? So there are multiple workflows that are very localized, important to our domain. We are building for 12 markets, and we can do that in a matter of weeks with AI. That is far outweighing any risk that I see. So I'm sure such things will happen for other founders as well. But I wanted to take people through this live example I'm seeing in front of me.
Right, that's wonderful. So let's talk about impact, right? Nutrition deficit, protein deficit, sedentary lifestyle, or the lack of a good fitness regime are constant and growing problems across the world. And how do you see Healthify me in the long run bring these numbers down? And over the years, you wake up and you see, what, I've made a difference. I've gotten a lot of people healthy in the world.
That's what's powered us, right? In 2014, I remember, unfortunately, there was a 3-month period, a spell when we ran out of money, I'll be honest. And we had to survive and just continue to persevere. And what persevered us was the fact that we had tens of thousands of customers, users who absolutely loved us, who had lost a lot of weight on us, who were thanking us for what we did. And we were the highest rated app in India at that time. We are still the highest rated health app, though I think there are other Indian apps that have overtaken us in the overall rating, which I'm happy to see. But that kept us going. It kept us motivated. Today, we've crossed our 40 millionth users. We've had tangible, trackable, few million users who have transformed their lives and changed their, whether it's weight or reverse their diabetes or whether it's reverse their cholesterol. That continues to be a heartwarming thing every time we walk into the office. There are tens of thousands of stories that have been published across the world of these customers who have driven change with Healthify. There's a Stanford paper that came out on our AI and AI plus coaching outcomes, and they tracked, I think, and OpenAI further then wrote a blog post on us as well, that risk adjusted, we've probably saved more than 1 million lives since the pandemic alone, right? So there's a bunch of quantitative review that they have done to come up with what this implies like. So we've delivered a hell of an impact already. 1 million lives saved is no joke. At the end of the day, that's the amount of, thank you guys, that keeps us going every day. But I think the world is still, we feel like, is open for lots of possibilities. With AI, we can launch in 12 markets. What stops 1 billion people from being on Healthify and Healthify-powered systems in the next 3 to 4 years? There's also another massive blockbuster medicine in town, GLP drugs, semaglutide, tirzepatide, and others that are in the pipeline. For the first time, obesity is going down, thank God. With AI and with medicine today, I do think it's possible that, guys, by 2030, we as species might eradicate obesity forever. It's actually possible, right? We're seeing that happen in North America. Trends are reversing on weight. We're seeing that happen in other markets, and it'll be a total privilege if by end of the decade, we've eradicated obesity, we've healthified 1 billion, and I can go back to what I love doing even more, which is singing on a stage. I'm a singer-songwriter, so that's kind of like the arc that I'm chasing. And it's exciting to be able to very clearly see that. A health coach in every human being's pocket, medicines when you need it, AI support that runs across the system, and nobody's obese anymore. It's the first time in human history we have more people overweight than underweight. First time in Homo sapiens history, right? And I think that trend is dangerous, but that is something that we think we can flip and change in 5 years. That's a hell of an opportunity.
Right, that's wonderful. So let's hope Healthify helps me not to pull in my stomach every time during a conversation. Here's to a healthier and a fitter India and the world. Ladies and gentlemen, Tushar Vasisht from Healthify. A round of applause from all of you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much.
Pleasure being here with you as well. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you all very much. Would you be comfortable to take a few questions offline? Would that be okay? Yeah, thank you very much. In case you have questions, please meet the gentleman on the side. Thank you very much, Supreet. Appreciate it. Thank you, Tushar. Please do make your way and take your seats in the audience. We're going to, once again, get all of this off the stage. While we do that, I'm going to quickly look at the 2 other winners who walked up to me before. I'm just looking if they are here in the audience right now. Let me call out their names. The first winners of the AI Amigo were Jyoti and Pranati. I don't know if they're here yet. We gave them their goodies. The next set of winners are Abhishek Sinha and Tosik Tarun. Are you here? There, Yola. Where's the other person? Still absconding. Okay, come up, come up. We shall give this to you. Thank you very much and congratulations. We'll hand that over to you. Give him a round of applause, please, yeah? AI Amigos, one of the winners. I'm going to look for another name. But where is the person with you? You are Abhishek, aren't you? No. You are Tosik. Where's Abhishek? He's not here. Where is he? Okay, later. Okay, we shall give this to him later. There was Manoj and... What is that? Randishini? Are you here? You are not? Alrighty, no problem. We shall find them later. We're going to go into the next conversation on this stage. Our next session explores how digital public infrastructure, AI, and open networks can drive ecosystem-led innovation to create population-scale impact, blending technology, inclusion, and societal value. Our next speaker coming up on stage is the co-founder and CEO of Step Foundation, and with 3 decades of experience across corporate, entrepreneurial, and government sectors, he co-founded Marketix, and it was part of a UIDAI's founding team where he coined the name Aadhaar and continues to lead digital transformation at scale. People of the audience, this is Cipher 2025, and we are proud to present our next speaker, Shankar Maruvada. Give him a huge round of applause while he makes his way to the stage.
Good afternoon, folks. I'm between you and lunch, never a pleasant state to be in. Let me jump in right ahead. My good friend Tushar talked to you about having impacted 1 million lives, which is truly tremendous. What if you had to impact 1 billion? That's not million plus, 1,000 times more. I've had the fortune of living 4 lives in one lifetime. The life of a corporate, an entrepreneur, and as part of UIDAI and Aadhaar government, and now as philanthropy. It's the 3rd and 4th lives that taught me how to innovate at the scale of 1 billion. And one of the most momentous days of my life was this day. Anyone recognizes what that is? Aadhaar, no points for that. What specifically is it? You can't read it. It is the very first Aadhaar ever issued to Ranjana Sonwane. The reason I have the photo is I literally slept with the first 10 Aadhaars the previous night, 28th September, because the next day the Prime Minister would have to physically hand over Aadhaars, and at the last moment, if that was not found, it's going to be very embarrassing. So I literally slept with it next to my pillow. As I was going to sleep, I realized that I was looking at what would be a piece of history. We didn't have phones with cameras and all. Took out my phone, a camera, took a photo of it, went to sleep. Next day, the Aadhaar was launched. Anybody here does not have Aadhaar? Raise your hand. Yeah, there are 1.43 billion of you with Aadhaars. And that time we didn't know it, but it was something that changed India. But it was something that we not only anticipated, we imagined. And that's why Aadhaar was never positioned as a solution, ID solution, like you have PAN card and passport. It was positioned as an enabler. Identity as an enabler, Aadhaar as an enabler. It was envisioned as infrastructure, not as a solution. And it was envisioned as a foundation on which a digital India could be built over the next 20 to 50 years, which is the reason I named it Aadhaar Foundation. Another practical reason is the word Aadhaar means the same. It exists in all of our languages, which is quite unique. The important thing there was to arrive at why it should be infrastructure, we had to think of it being extremely minimal. And as we analyzed, and that's where the entrepreneurial and corporate career comes in, we realized that in the value chain of service delivery, the very first step is who are you? That's the only problem we said as Aadhaar we will solve. Are you who you say you are? I am Shankar Maruvada. UIDI will say yes or no, 1 or 0, nothing else. That simplicity laid the foundation for what would transform India. And over the last 15 years, in addition to Aadhaar issuing 1.43 billion identities, it also enabled $500 billion of government's money across center and state, across 1,000 direct benefit programs, reaching 890 million people, because government wanted to solve its problem of inclusion. On the other hand, as I said, Aadhaar was an infrastructure that was meant for others to innovate on top. Jio launched in 2016, and within 6 months could ramp up to 100 million users, because you could now do a KYC electronically, e-KYC. That's also how 500 million new bank accounts were opened. That's also how the cost of e-KYC reduced by not 10%, but 100 times lower. From 1,500 to 2,000 rupees, it reduced to now practically 1520 rupees. A simple innovation which enabled both inclusion by governments and innovation by markets. It's a well-known research that in 8 years, India managed to do what experts globally said would take us 46 years, which is go from 18% financial inclusion to 80%. There are several other such stories, but over the last 15 years, it's not just Aadhaar. Anybody here uses UPI? Raise your hand. Anybody here uses FASTag? Raise your hand. Uses DigiYatra? Raise your hand. You'll keep raising your hand for all of these, right? Because these are all designed to work collectively with each other. DigiYatra uses Aadhaar face authentication and also your documents which are stored in DigiLocker. During COVID, India created CoWIN, which issued 2 billion digitally verifiable certificates which you could access anywhere. 1 billion Indians, 2 vaccinations. All of this seemed like Star Trek to other countries, but in India it's quite normal. We didn't have a phrase for it then, but over time, if you're doing something again and again, you need to call it something. You can't say, oh, that which we did. So the name DPI was coined, or Digital Public Infrastructure. There are several other examples. Sahmati, where there are 112 million account holders who consent to share their data in return for getting a better loan or something, financial products, and $20 billion of loan have been given out. DigiLocker, 350 million Indians, 7 billion documents. FASTag. So all of these are not accidental, and none of these were started by market. All of them were started keeping India's billion plus in mind. Each had a specific purpose. Each was built by a different government department. But they were all designed to work with each other. And as a country, we have learned a lot about how to do this again and again and again. The DPIs have also disrupted because of a whole bunch of startups, many out of Bangalore, who have built their businesses on top of this. You would know PhonePe, of course, Zerodha. First few years, they had customers in tens of thousands. But after UPI was launched, within a couple of years, their number of customers increased by a factor of 10. Because, as I said, eKYC could come down, customers could invest small amounts, and UPI and all allowed that to happen. More recent companies are beginning totally digitally native and building on top of all of this. And you will hear more of them in the coming days. As Nikhil Kamath said, they just happened to be in the right place at the right time. The sound here is not working, but this is just a summary of what DPI is. Maybe you can just read the subtitles if you can. These are very famous people who have explained what it is. OK, they're trying again. Still no sound.
And a belief that technology can actually transform a society, can improve lives, can do financial inclusion, then can create economic growth in a more equitable manner, and so on.
DPI has some inherent features like interoperability, openness, low-cost access, and transparency, making it inclusive by design.
This is the way of technology. Cost structures come down, accessibility goes up, and then people innovate on top of open platforms to be able to create applications and benefits for customers or citizens.
I have seen how inclusive DPIs can have a transformative impact on even the poorest households and businesses.
It brings in so many people who are on the margins of society to now participate in economic opportunity.
It makes the inaccessible accessible. It allows the excluded to be included.
How many think DPI can be applied, the ideas of DPI can be applied in AI? Raise your hand. OK, not too many, minority. In the next 10 minutes, let me change that view. We applied a DPI approach to AI. What was done, and this was funded by Expo Foundation, is 5 years ago, before the GenAI revolution, we realized that for AI to work in India, it needs to deliver in the local language. And as you know, in AI, the starting point is always data. India did not have good language data. Whatever data was there was online, mostly in English and Hindi, and that too, it was there with the big tech players. So strategically, as a country, we had to collect Indian language data, which, as Expo Foundation of Philanthropy, we funded IIT Madras, AI for Bharat to do that. Over the last few years, they have collected fabulous amount of Indic language data, text, speech, under the AI for Bharat initiative. This data set is completely open. Anybody can access it. And over the last few years, many have. This is a kind of approach that we believe in is needed, where you create these building blocks of innovation for $1 billion. This building block is just language data. No models, no applications. Anyone can take that and build their models on top of that. Second, there is already an AI-based DPI by the Government of India, Ministry of Information Technology. It's called Bhashini. It already has served upwards of 300 million customers. How does it do that? It provides AI language services to other government departments, state or central. And there are several departments that have started to use it. It's early days. But what happens is, like you had with direct benefit transfer and inclusion, government departments don't have to worry about creating their own language models, about creating their own compute and their own language infrastructure. They just contract Bhashini to do that for them. There's also AI in DPI. If DPI in India reaches billions, can't we make those DPIs better with AI? Answer is yes. When you use Digiyatra, your face is being scanned to see whether you say who you are. That is AI at work. In UPI, there are several people who are not very comfortable with digital literacy, with typing, etc. Can they speak on the phone and say, "Mere papa ko 200 rupees bhej dena"? Experiments are happening as we speak by NPCI. Beyond these, we need to solve our education problem, agriculture problem, jobs problem, many other sectoral problems, including health. How does AI work there? This is work in progress, but let me share a few examples so that you'll see how things are happening and how a DPI approach is working. First is agriculture. Here, as you will see, it's not just AI that is needed to scale to $1 billion. You need other ideas like open networks in addition to DPI. Few initiatives I will talk and show about. And remember, this is massively complex. We've been working on it for more than 2+ years as the Expo Foundation. We think it'll take another 3-4 years before we can solve the problem. The first example is Kisan Mitra, which is like a bot provided by the government of India to farmers to see the status of the benefits that are due to them. There's a lot of data about a particular farmer with various departments of the government, whether they have got access to benefits, about their farm holding, etc. These are lying in various data silos. AI is showing the ability to connect those silos in real time to answer the question about the farmer after confirming the farmer's identity. It also means dipping into the agriculture-specific knowledge that we have collected over our 124 national research institutes, making sure the data and that research is good, putting it together in the language the farmer asks, and then answering it. Small demo.
सॉइल हेल्थ कार्ड से क्या फायदा होगा?
देखिए, सॉइल हेल्थ कार्ड का सबसे बड़ा फायदा ये है कि इससे आपको अपनी खेत की मिट्टी के बारे में पूरी जानकारी मिल जाती है। इस कार्ड में आपकी जमीन की पोषक तत्वों की स्थिति बताई जाती है, जैसे नाइट्रोजन, फास्फोरस, पोटाश, जिंक, आयरन और बाकी सारे जरूरी माइक्रोन्यूट्रिएंट्स, साथ ही पीएच और अनऑर्गेनिक कार्बन जैसी बातें भी साफ साफ लिखी होती हैं।
ठीक है, मैं ख्याल रखूंगी। लेकिन यूरिया ज्यादा देने से क्या प्रॉब्लम होता है?
बहुत अच्छा सवाल पूछा आप। देखिए, यूरिया अगर जरूरत से ज्यादा खेत में डाल दी जाए तो इसका नुकसान फसल और जमीन दोनों को होता है। सबसे पहली दिक्कत तो ये आती है कि पौधों में सिर्फ पत्तियां खूब हरी हो जाती हैं, लेकिन दाने और फल कम लगते हैं, यानी उपज घट।
This demo in reality is way more difficult because there are actual databases, you need data permissions, you have to keep privacy in mind. There are governmental restrictions, how do you procure this? So at scale, you'll encounter those problems that does not seem to be a problem when you're just demoing. It's not just the central government. Maharashtra, because agriculture is a state subject, and a state like Maharashtra is also innovating, using the building blocks of Bhashini and AI for Bharat to create its own AI-based solutions. Even a state provides a lot of funds directly as their DBT. They also have a lot more data that are relevant to the farmer because it's local data. These data are also lying in various silos, in addition to the data that the government of India has about its schemes. What is Mahavistar? I'll let the Maharashtra government explain it.
अनिल दादा, आपल्या शेतीसाठी बरेच ॲप निघाले, पण कोणत्या ॲपवर विश्वास ठेवावा हे समजून न राहिलं ना.
अरे म्हणूनच तर महाराष्ट्र शासनाच्या कृषी विभागानं महाविस्तार हे अधिकृत ॲप आणलाय. या ॲपमध्ये हवामान, माती, मंडई तसेच शासकीय योजना यांची माहिती एकत्रितपणे उपलब्ध आहे. हां, विशेष म्हणजे हे ॲप मराठीत सुद्धा आहे आणि चॅटबॉट मार्फत शेतकऱ्यांसाठी स्थानिक परिस्थिती आणि त्यांच्या वैयक्तिक गरजेनुसार सल्ला सुद्धा ॲपमध्ये उपलब्ध आहे.
अरे वा, पण हे ॲप वापरायचं कसं?
सोपं आहे. गुगल प्ले स्टोअरवर जाऊन महाविस्तार असं सर्च कर. ॲप इन्स्टॉल केल्यावर त्यात तुला वेगवेगळी पर्याय दिसतील. पीक सल्लावर क्लिक केलं तर कोणत्याही पिकाच्या पूर्व मशागतीपासून तर काढणीपर्यंत विविध टप्प्यातील वैज्ञानिक सल्ला याच्यामध्ये तुला पाहता येईल. आणि बाजारभावावर क्लिक केलं तर महाराष्ट्रातील वेगवेगळ्या मंडीतले काय दर चालू आहेत ते अति बसूनच तपासता येईल. आणि हां, विशेष म्हणजे व्हिडिओ ऑप्शनवर गेला तर साध्या आणि सोप्या भाषेत आपल्याला आपल्या उपयोगाचे व्हिडिओ याच्यामध्ये पाहायला भेटतील.
Maharashtra itself has 15 million farmers, 10% of India's total farmers. But again, what you saw was launched end of May by the Chief Minister. Behind the scenes, the architecture matters a lot. It's not just one AI app or a bot. All of these information lying with various institutions in various data silos, how can they be connected? That's where ideas of open network come in. Beacon protocol is used, on which ONDC is also based. So simple question like, can I grow soya in my field? The government knows the farmer, knows about the farm, because all of these registries exist. It has to get the data about soya, about the weather and whatever is there. And when the answer is your plot indicates suitability for soya, go ahead. The farmer will trust the app because it's a government of Maharashtra app. That trust is sacred. So the answer and the AI has to be safe, accountable, and the answer has to be relevant. Because it's an open network, it allows every state to create their own networks and then connect it to the government of India. So beyond the hype, what AI's really superpower is the ability to better coordinate data, workflows, knowledge streams across multiple stakeholders. We are all seduced by LLM and all of that. But its real power, if you go beyond the 6 inches, the surface, this is the superpower that will take years to unravel. Because essentially what will happen is power will shift within organizations, within an ecosystem. Power will shift from the technology and the data which is lying in silos, controlled by the IT folks, to the frontline users of data. That is painful, but that is the true power that AI will unleash. 25 years ago, when we had the internet revolution, also we realized that the real power of internet is reconfiguring your entire business around it, which is not the same as bolting internet onto existing, which is what I see a lot of organizations doing. Bolting AI onto existing systems. But the true power of AI is to reconfigure your system so that you can better coordinate resources. Scaling AI is hard because it's the first time in our civilization that we are having to trust non-human intelligence for decision making. In the enterprise sector, it's even harder because there is unrealistic expectations and a lot of focus on spend as opposed to value, which Tushar also highlighted. But in the public sector, it's hardest because how do you procure? You have structural constraints, you have old systems, and whatever you do will always face public scrutiny. Whatever you do, you have to also serve those who can't afford to buy you, the marginalized. And that is what will lead India to scaling to billions. Similarly, there are efforts in education. It's not as simple as personalized learning the way a lot of us think, Khan, me, go and all. I'll show this example to explain specifically a targeted problem that Expo we are solving. Okay, let me just see if I can go back. Yeah. Okay, so watch this thing. We'll skip that.
Fluency in reading and math unlocks possibilities. But the journey to fluency takes time and practice. Children need a judgment-free safe space where they can practice without anxiety. This practice has to be personalized to enable each child to learn at their own pace. This is only possible when the solution is embedded within the existing school system. The Assisted Language and Math Learning Program by the Ekstep Foundation attempts to do just this. AXL is an AI-powered learning solution which currently includes assisted language learning and assisted math learning.
Before I come to jobs, what you saw is something which 5 states are implementing. The AI is not sophisticated, getting the exact solution and how a government procures to implement it, that's the main thing. We have a lot of youth who looking for jobs and a lot of jobs looking for youth. AI allows us to change the paradigm from the job seeker looking for a job to a job looking for a job seeker. Currently, 80% of a tier 2, tier 3 colleges do not have a digital profile. That's why you'll see a lot of trees where you have their, we need people, etc. Honest is an initiative, open networks for employability and skilling transformation, which is creating what we call as blue dots. On your phone, you are a blue dot when you look for Uber, and that's how the map is created around you. That allows taxis to see you, pizzas to be delivered to you. Can we do the same with jobs? It's an exciting initiative. We believe AI can be the bridge to the next billion. Why? Because you're not constrained by speaking only in English or Hindi. You can speak in your native languages. You're not constrained only by typing. You can talk. You can see videos and react to that. It's not just a search answer and a set of links you have to go through. You ask the question and you can get the answer. Put all of these together. You can have a conversation with some agent you trust who gives you back the answer you need. The last 15 years saw us go rapidly to 500 million digitally active citizens. The next 10 years, we believe the next billion will also come on board. This is the equation that will make India the use case capital of the world. I want you to remember it. DPI plus OpenAI, DPI plus open networks, when combined with AI, in 10 years, it won't be called digital public infrastructure. In India, we'll call it digital public intelligence. This is the opportunity economy that is being forged. Now, how many of you believe that DPI can work in AI? Raise your hand. OK, looks like I've convinced most of you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We have time for 1 or 2 questions. If you can join me at the podium, please.
Yeah.
Questions, hand up in the air. We have 1 mic runner. Lights on in the audience. If
Whoever is asking the question is delaying the rest for lunch, so no pressure.
No, there is a panel happening after this as well. We have a...
There's a hand there.
Can we switch on the mic in the audience? I will come to you. Hold on.
When you need technology the most, trust it too.
Yeah, I think we're good. So yeah, first of all, thank you so much for that. It's very, very enlightening talk. I have a question. It's a 2-part question. So whatever we've spoken about in the past over the last 2 days, whenever we talk about startups and all of that, we always have this thing of we build it, we see how it works, and then we scale it, right? But when we do something for India, like we can't do that. We can't say that, hey, you 10 of you get an Aadhaar card, the rest of you have to wait. So my first part is, how did we achieve that? Where we were able to just deploy at scale without scaling. Second is, if it were to be done today with whatever we have, the advancements in AI, would it happen any differently, or do you think it would happen differently?
Yeah, second question is easier. 15 years later, we will do it differently. The first, what you've described is the conventional way of scale what works. You will try various experiments. Some will work, some will not. But once you've got your product market fit, you will scale it up. Scale what works. When you're working at the scale of India, you don't have that luxury. So the approach we follow is what works at scale. You're already imagining if there are 1 billion plus Aadhaars, what will that country look like? So, and then you work backwards from there to see, therefore, if you want to transport 10 or 100 million people, will you focus on building a car first or roads, right? So the thinking is, okay, fine. We need to build the basic rails or roads. What do those mean? What do those look like? How can we make it minimal? So the way you think about it totally differs. Are you a science or engineering graduate? You know the difference between Newtonian mechanics and quantum mechanics? Different rules? Something similar. You can't use the rules of scale what works when you're working at the scale of a country or 1 billion. You have to start with what works at scale. Think about governance, policy, institutional mechanisms, privacy, and all of that, then itself, and not as an afterthought. You have to think about what's the minimum digital spine that you create, around which you can have inclusion and innovation. And then, on top of that, you have to enable others to innovate. It's a lot more conversations and marketing, my first corporate career, than I would have thought otherwise, because you're finding out what is that minimum value that I can provide, which nobody else will do, but when I provide it, everybody else will benefit. Imagine if when you buy a car, if you have to pay for the road. Sounds silly, right? But in a lot of businesses, we pay for the car and the road. We don't need to pay for the road. It's cheaper for the country. So whatever total money spent on Aadhaar, $1.4 billion, as a country, we recover that every week. every week. That's the kind of savings Aadhaar has got us, right? It requires a lot of careful design, but you're right. That design approach is different from scale what works. Thank you.
That's a fantastic question and a fantastic answer as well. Thank you very much for your time. Please give the speaker a huge round of applause, people of the audience. Our next panel is one which will explore whether AI startups are genuinely driving experience, innovation, or if their novelty masks business risks. This discussion will cover scaling challenges, integration of hurdles, due diligence, and the real ROI for corporates and investors partnering with early-stage AI ventures. We have 4 panelists joining us on stage, but before the panelists come on board, I'm going to request someone who's familiar to the stage, our Senior Director, Research and Advisor, AIM Research, requesting Sandeep Sharma to please make his way to the stage. Please put your hands together for your moderator of this panel. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Moving on, we're going to introduce the first person coming up to the stage as a panelist, the founder and CEO of Vahan.ai. Please welcome Madhav Krishna.
Welcome.
Up next is Himanshu Upreti, co-founder and CTO, AI Palette. Please come up to the stage. Give him a massive round of applause. Welcome, gentlemen. Joining them on stage is founder and general partner, 24/7 VC. Please welcome Shashank Randev. Welcome to this panel, Shashank. Last but definitely not the least, please welcome co-founder and managing partner, Prime Venture Partners, Shripati Acharya. Please welcome Shripati to the stage. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, people of the audience. This is going to be an interesting panel.
Hi.
Sandeep, you have the honor of these conversations. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Can somebody at the back give me a loud cheer? Can you hear me? The energy seems to be down. I think this is the session just before lunch. We will try to make this session as interesting and engaging as possible. And I would welcome questions from each one of you towards the end of the panel conversation. So the last presentation, the last session was actually quite interesting. You actually saw a lot of interesting, exciting AI work on the ground, right? And you also looked at how DPI infrastructure can actually work with AI and bring to life a lot of AI use cases. In this panel conversation, we will actually delve deeper into this conversation. We will take a look at what is really happening on the ground as far as AI is concerned. We will look at how AI startups in the country are working with enterprises, and we will explore what is the landscape right now, what are AI startups doing in the country, and what are some challenges that AI startups are facing in the country. And joining me in this panel, in fact, this is a very stellar panel. We have a couple of VCs. We have industry veterans. We have Shripati. We have Shashank representing the VC world. You will hear the VC lens. You'll get to know about the VC lens as well. They are the ones who have been at the forefront of this revolution, AI revolution, technology revolution, and they have been speaking to a lot of startups. So you will hear from them as to what it means for AI startups to really scale and work with enterprises. And on my left, you have two wonderful startup founders. You have Madhav and you have Himanshu. In fact, they are the ones who are actually building AI for India and for the world. So you would definitely enjoy this conversation. So please wear your thinking hats on, and you can ask me questions. You can ask the panel questions at the end of the conversation. It would be great if you can wear your thinking hats on. So let's start the conversation. So my first question, and the first segment of the panel conversation would revolve around the overall AI landscape in India. So what is really happening on the ground? And for that, my first question will be to Shripati. Shripati, So as I said earlier, you are working with a lot of startups in India, including a lot of AI startups. Do you really see AI startups in India truly creating defensible moats? Is there some real action on the ground that you see? Or are these just like wrappers being created on top of LLMs, and there are no real use cases? What do you see in the Indian market?
The answer is a little bit of both, right? Like as we all know, for startups, there are only a few of them which will actually be able to succeed. There's a very high mortality rate. Where we see a lot of opportunity is actually solving solutions and bringing software into areas where there was no software at all before. So you saw in the previous presentation where Shankar was talking about now you can actually have multilingual, you can have a UI which is voice enabled, you can actually have context which you can take from all these different places, which means that you can bring software into areas where it can never be, which was never previously used. So for example, a simple example is one one of the startups had talked about helping companies fill out government RFPs. Right? I thought it was a very good example where the RFPs are like this thick. They're about 1,000 pages thick, right? So there was no software at all which was possible. So this is an example where you are actually bringing value, bringing new use cases, and then potentially unlocking opportunities. We should not dismiss the wrapper use case. I'm just pulling it out there because it's very easy to say, hey, look, this is a wrapper, that is a wrapper. Of course, this is going to get disintermediated. Now, by definition, a lot of startups are going to fail, but we should understand that the wrappers which are able to get the customer adoption from both the consumer side and on the enterprise side will have the benefit of increasing data, and hence they can create the moat. So right now they look completely indefensible, but the successful ones will actually be quite valuable a year or two from now. So I think that the criticism that this is all just some app which has been created is probably unjustified.
And if I may just ask a follow-up question regarding that. So Shripati, in your overall experience, have you seen successful startups in India working with the enterprise? Are they more towards traditional AI, ML technology areas? Or have you seen maybe GenAI startups also being successful, at least in the initial run?
That's very interesting. What we find is that the folks who started before the GenAI revolution are actually very well placed to create these solutions because they are familiar with both kinds of models. And as far as the user is concerned, they really don't care what is the underlying model that you are using. What they care is that their use case is getting solved. And it is not uncommon to find startups actually leverage different models underneath, where they want more deterministic output, it will be more AI, more ML-based models, and where you actually need to do the user interface, which has an NLP, a natural language interface, you're obviously going to go with the LLM route. So focusing on the use case and the problem you're solving is probably what's relevant. But to specifically answer your question, the insight which we have and have found just from talking to a lot of startups is that those who started earlier were actually working on ML models from 2018, 19, 20, and so forth, are supremely well placed now because they understand the nuances of how to implement these things.
Okay, wonderful. So in fact, India is home to, I think, more than 5,000, 6,000 odd AI startups just focusing on building AI for the country. So my next question is for Shashank. So in this landscape, which has more than 5,000, 6,000 odd AI startups, what are some real signals that you see whenever you interact with these startups? These signals which will actually convey the message that these startups are at least ready to work with enterprises. They have achieved product market fit.
So, we come in at a very early stage. We look at pre-seed and seed. Now, these are essentially founders building post-ideation, and they have a prototype, so to speak, right? So one of the key elements of evaluation is that can they move to a POC and paid POC and then build a use case within an enterprise? Sure. What we've seen is some of the founders they underestimate the life cycle of the sales process of getting implemented. So from a paid POC to actually generating revenue and then figuring the efficacy of that product at the enterprise level. I think that cycle is what we essentially are trying to shorten for our portfolio company. Now while we are doing all of that, we're seeing a bunch of challenges which emerge and bunch of success rates which happen with founders. One is a lot of enterprises are closed-ended. So they will want to partner with startups, but because there are some on-prem solutions at the enterprise level, and founders are building around cloud and ease of use, sometimes the correlation doesn't happen, right? So no matter what you're building in terms of, whether it's an industrial use case or, agentic workflows, right? It really boils down to what kind of cross-pollination of information is happening between the enterprise and the startup. And when we are evaluating companies at a pre-seed, where there's literally nothing, it's very fluid state. We're trying to, with our capital, we're trying to achieve a product market fit. We need to kind of consider all these avenues in terms of ensuring, okay, fine, if they have 2 enterprise customers, will they be able to replicate this model for 10, 15? Will this model work or will it fail flat? So I think when we are evaluating some of the trends, and we've invested in 180 companies from a previous fund, 50 of them in enterprise tech, at least 25% of those enterprise tech companies are not doing what we funded them for. They've pivoted. There are specific use cases which have been built across these enterprises, and they keep evolving. So there's a lot of trends are emerging, but I think the on-prem and cloud native, when founders are building on, I think remains a point where founders are not able to see through that challenge, which enterprises are not very open to kind of, work with founders who are not doing something on-prem.
Sure. Can we have a quick show of hands here? How many are startup founders or maybe from startups? Okay, a handful. I think there is some clear lesson for the startup founders and teams from startups. I think the enterprise world is an entirely different world, as Shashank was mentioning, that there are clearly considerations for startups whenever you have to work with enterprises. And these range from the sales cycle, these range from technology considerations. I think he was clearly talking about on-prem deployments for a lot of software companies, for a lot of AI companies. All of these have to be carefully considered before actually jumping onto the bandwagon. So thank you, Shashank, for that. Thank you, Shripati, for sharing that information. Now, I will switch sides and I will talk to the startup founders and see what they are up to. So I'll start with you, Himanshu. So tell us what you're doing and what do you think about the overall AI startup landscape in India?
Got it. Hope I'm audible. So firstly, if you talk about AI as a whole and AI out of India, I am long India, and I'm a firm believer that there will be highly impactful businesses that will be built out of Bangalore and India in general, and we will be building AI for the world. Now, you may obviously call me optimist, but that's how the founders are. But at the same time, we should also realize that we are in an AI war, and currently, from the looks of it, the US and China are obviously winning, and we Indian founders have to find a niche. Now, as an operator, I frequently meet a lot of people, a lot of AI builders and founders. And one key thing which I've noticed is that we have started dreaming big. We are building AI not only for just India, but for the world. So we are actually building out these solutions for the US market, for the Europe market, and even the APAC market for that matter. And it's only a matter of time that we will be able to see a lot of these valuable companies coming out in the AI space, similar to how we had the SaaS era, where the software as a service, and we saw the likes of the Freshworks and whatnot. I'm sure that we will see a similar range of AI startups coming out of it. Now, how do we make that happen? Well, obviously, there's a lot of investment needed internally from the VCs, which obviously is starting to happen. But at the same time, there is also the government support that needs to be done, whether it is in terms of infrastructure or in terms of ensuring that there are enough talent opportunities that are out there. So these are a few of the viewpoints which I have related to the AI in India.
So Himanshu, a quick follow-up on that. So tell the audience as to what exactly you are, what problem are you solving? So I think that could be a great thing for the audience.
Sure, yeah, maybe I should have started with that. So we are actually solving AI in the CPG industry. It's a vertical AI problem. And what essentially we do is we help the CPG companies around the globe to identify what next product to launch in the market. So we work with the likes of Nestle, Pepsi, Coca-Cola, and we recommend them product insights using which they launch the real products in the market. And at the same time, we also provide them insights which they can use for marketing campaigns. So this is what we do. Now, again, the key point to note here is the verticalization part, and that's where I feel the Indian AI builders can make and find that niche. Because at the end of the day, you have a horizontal layer which is being dominated by the OpenAI and Google and whatnot. But then vertical AI is where I feel the Indian AI builders can make a huge difference. Because at the end of the day, we have a lot of enterprises which are operating in multiple industries, and we can leverage all of that knowledge base as well as the workflow knowledge to make that happen. So, yes.
Wonderful. Himanshu, I'll come back to you. I think you can share your journey of working with with enterprises. I think you're clearly working with CPG enterprises, right? So maybe later, maybe in the next segment, I will ask you questions about your journey as to what has been your experience. I will quickly turn to Madhav now. Madhav, what exactly are you working on, and what do you think about the overall let's say AI landscape in India, and specifically, let's say, I think everybody's talking about AI for Bharat. So what views do you have on that?
So just to give everyone some context on my company, Vahan, we are building an AI recruiter for India's blue-collar workforce. Right? So India has over 500 to 600 million people in the blue-collar space. A large part of them today don't really have a very structured or organized way to find jobs. What we've built is a voice bot which talks to people in their language, today in English and Hindi, but we plan on adding at least 8 other major languages, Indian languages very, very soon. And it's able to match people with jobs based on their backgrounds. It's able to qualify them for particular jobs. And it's also able to collect basic information, PAN card, Aadhaar card, right, and get them onboarded onto jobs. Today, we work largely in the delivery space. I'm sure most people here are using quick commerce services like Zepto, Uber, or rather Blinkit, Swiggy, etc. So we work with all of these large companies. We now get upwards of 40,000 people employed every month in these companies. At the heart of what we've built, obviously, is this voice bot. But one layer deeper is a network of very, very small recruitment agencies that we've been able to aggregate across the country. India has lakhs and lakhs of recruitment agencies, which are more or less the default channel through which people find jobs today. And what we're doing is empowering these people with AI technology, and in this case, a voice bot, which enables them to do a lot more with lesser effort. So if a human recruiter working at one of these agencies, let's say, is able to recruit 1 person a day when they do it manually, when they use our AI recruiter, they can do up to 3 a day. And of course, when the technology becomes better, that 3 could become 5, could become 10, et cetera, in the future, right? So I think in India specifically, while we're seeing a lot of companies focus on enterprise use cases, selling largely abroad, less so in India, and we're seeing some people focus on consumer use cases in India, I'm not seeing a lot of companies focusing on large-scale Bharat-type use cases. And I think that's where the true differentiator can come from, or it's definitely one way to build differentiation in a business. Because those markets are not very sexy or obvious, and especially for large foundational model companies, right? I doubt that they will look at these markets anytime soon. So it's a good space to perhaps attack or build for. It's also something that is very messy, right? These markets are very messy. Data is all over the place. They're very manual, human-based. And building on what Shripati said, I think there is a sweet spot there where you can start to bring in software in a sense, though with AI software becomes invisible. You can start to bring in that style of software into very manual and human-based workflows and make them a lot more, not just efficient, but a lot more productive overall. So I think that's where the true value can lie for companies building for India.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you, Madhav, for that. In fact, before we move on to the next segment, I think this audience is a lovely audience, and it is keeping up with all the pressures. I think this is a session before lunch. Let us have a big round of applause for the audience here. Can we have some more energy, please? Okay, wonderful. So with this, we move on to the next segment, and we will try to understand some of the challenges that the startups face when they're working with enterprises in much more depth. I will first turn the attention to our VC friends. So in your experience, do you think that startups often underestimate the complexity of plugging into enterprise systems? Shashank, you alluded to that in your conversation earlier. And so do you think that that is a real problem right now, and all these startup founders need to be made aware of all of these challenges much before? And what kind of signals do you look for when you're judging an AI startup so that they are enterprise ready? Maybe Shripati, we could start from you.
Okay, I'll just keep it short. So I think that enterprises, especially if you're looking at targeting the US, the larger enterprises in the US, I think are an interesting ball game, because a lot of them are going to have about 7, 8, 10 pilots going on. So I'm not kidding. When we see startup slides, we'll see the same enterprise company, either in India or the US, in everybody's customer list, right? And I can understand that, because the enterprises are saying, hey, look, we'll just try out every single product out there, because everything is adding some value. And then we'll go and pick one, maybe two, to actually go and go forward with. So the difference here is that getting and converting that pilot to a production use case is like a critical issue. And there are two obstacles to that. One might be the maturity of the product itself, but the larger one is the maturity of the organization here, because the organization is also doing pilots, because if you're the CEO of an enterprise, the board is hammering on your head and saying, where is the AI strategy? So everyone wants to actually have something going on in AI. So unlike other technology transitions, where you would be trying to, as an entrepreneur, trying to push the technology in, here there's a pull for the technology. Outstanding, but there's a big gap between pilot and production. So it's one thing to understand, because just getting a pilot is absolutely no guarantee that you're going to get production. So that's one challenge you have to be careful. The second is that understanding the decision-making process within the enterprise, because you'll find some champions and a lot of antibodies to the thing which is being proposed. So for instance, if you're actually doing some kind of an infrastructure product, you can expect the IT team might not be exactly too enthused about it. Might or might not be a threat to the job, but it's definitely changing the user behavior or the workflow, which has previously been there. So I think there are a lot of the role of go-to-market and the understanding of the domain is actually more important than the tech of AI itself, is what I would say, at least from the way I look at startups.
Wonderful. I think, Shripati, one point that you mentioned, that the startup founders actually need to understand the overall buyer ecosystem much better, because right now, I think, in my own previous experience as well, we have only interacted with maybe we were actually chasing the decision maker. We thought that maybe if the decision is coming from the top, then it would be easier. But actually getting access to the right decision maker is also very, very difficult. So sometimes you need to understand the overall ecosystem. You need to know and understand many people in the buyer ecosystem.
Yeah, perhaps I'll make one other quick point here before handing over to Shashank, which is that one other big pitfall I see is that the startups are solving a problem, but it's not necessarily the problem. So there are 50 things which are wrong with an enterprise in which it potentially could be solved and the value could be added. But it's not top 3 for the CEO, CIO, CTO, and so forth. So what happens is that you will see that, hey, look, I'm providing all this value. Why is anybody not interested? Potentially, it's because it's just not a burning problem for the decision makers, the key decision makers.
Absolutely. Completely agree with that. Shank, would you like to add on to that question?
No, I echo his thoughts. I'll just go on the product side. What we've seen at our stage, pre-seed, seed, most of the founders end up overestimating the information they'll get from the enterprise to enhance their product. Right? And they assume that the data being received by them is going to be automatically giving 100% output, which will be consumed by the enterprise. That doesn't happen. And then the whole efficacy of the product kind of diminishes, right? Okay. So this is more towards the founders in terms of, how can they determine the output of their product with they estimate that, okay, if I've built one solution, if I get A to B data sets, I can go through to a TAM serviceable opportunity of 10 enterprises. Each enterprise will give data in a very siloed manner, and that impacts the product development sometimes, right? Founders sometimes, they're not able to capture that understanding from at least our vantage point at a pre-seed level. I think this factor, once you've kind of built out that solution which is replicable for a couple of enterprises, and then what exactly Sripati said, figuring out who's the go-to person, right? Which is a repeatable model. I think these are key elements which many founders kind of just overestimate, don't think through it, whether it's lack of experience or not having the right channel partner or somebody who can guide them through this entire process.
Sure, I think this, the point that you mentioned, Shashank, is also very important, because when the company is being built, when the product is being built, you speak to a lot of enterprises. There's this classic dilemma between whether you should standardize, limit it to maybe a certain scope, or when you speak to a lot of enterprises, as you are mentioning, there's a lot of information that gets shared with you, and then you want to actually add a lot of features. So there's this classic dilemma between limitation and standardization and expanding of the horizons. Okay, wonderful. So all these are very, very good learnings for the startup community, if you're listening to this. I will turn the attention to the startup founders and ask them about the journey that they have seen so far. So Himanshu, I'll start with you. So you are clearly working with a lot of enterprises, CPG enterprises. So tell us how your journey has been. If you could recollect your experience having worked with the first CPG startup, what kind of challenges did you face with them? How was your journey working with them? How did you get them onboarded?
Yeah, so just to give you maybe a quick bit of a background. So we are primarily in the enterprise AI SaaS space, which means that we are selling to the large enterprises. And often these come with a long sales cycle process. Now, one of the big challenges with any enterprise that you will face is they will not sign up for a multi-million-dollar deal straight up. You will have to prove your value, and typically that happens using pilots. Now, and one of the things which I have seen a lot of founders that make mistake is they go for the free pilot, which I would definitely advise against. You should always go for a paid pilot or a paid POC, because at the end of the day, the other side also needs to have a certain stake, whether it is in terms of the time and the money and effort and whatnot. So that was one of the things that was very clear for AI Pilot from the very beginning, that we will only do paid pilots and no free pilots at all. And that is always a challenge in Indian enterprises, but somehow we navigated. So that was one. The second challenge which we actually encountered was, and that also happened through a lot of failures, which is that we did not have a success criteria of the pilot. Because a lot of time what happens is you might do a pilot, but then what is the actual success criteria on the basis of which you can say this pilot is successful or not. So having those metrics being predetermined actually makes it a lot more easier when you are tomorrow having the discussion on conversion from pilot to a larger contract. So this was, again, we learned it the hard way when some of our pilots did not close, and we started putting out these metrics in the very beginning only to ensure that we are essentially seeing the success of the pilot, and we are able to evaluate that pilot criteria very, very easily. So these were a couple of learnings for us.
Okay, great, thank you. So Madhav, what have been your learnings? In your experience, what are some of the classic challenges that startups face while working with enterprises, especially when they have to move from pilots to production?
Yeah, no, I echo what everyone else on the panel has said, and I'll build on top of this. There's an analogy that I've heard of that works well for me in this space. Your use case or your implementation could either help drive efficiency, or it could help drive productivity. There's a nuance, right? So the original analogy is skinny versus strong use case. So are you helping the enterprise, your customer, become skinny, which is more efficient perhaps, or are you helping them become stronger, which is more productive? Are they generating more top line, more revenue, right? And I think it's very important to understand exactly where your value lies in that spectrum, and then of course align yourself with what the organization wants to do. Most enterprises in India, and this has been my experience, because cost of labor, etc., is low, want to implement software that helps them drive more revenue, more top line. Efficiency is more something that works in the West, which is why traditionally software sales and SaaS has been more successful in the West. So specifically for people building in India, I would recommend that you focus on implementations that can actually drive top line. That will hopefully drive more success for you.
Sure. In fact, that is what Sripati was also referring to. There are these burning projects that every CIO, CTO, CDO would have. Working on top line is definitely one amongst them, definitely.
I'll just add
Sure.
maybe one more point, because this again came through multiple no's that we heard during this entire process, which is that always go for the early adopters when you're obviously going out for the enterprise sales, because not everyone is going to be an early adopter. So you will hear multiple no's, but you need to identify those customers which are willing to try out an imperfect product in the very beginning. And it's a very hard process. You might hear, it's the same process as a VC, right? You might speak to 100 of them, 99 might say no, but then one yes is going to make all the difference. So that's another learning that has been for us.
Okay, great. So I think both of you actually also need to consider the overall issue of trust security, especially when you're working with enterprises, right? So how did you deal with that? So this is a question for both of you. Maybe one, Himanshu, you could.
Sure. I mean, in enterprise, obviously, trust is very, very and extremely important. And the way to think about it is in two parts, right? One is the security aspect, the data security aspect that you talked about. The second is also in terms of the viability of the business itself. Now, let me cover both the points. The second one maybe to begin with, which is the viability. Now, when we closed our first enterprise deal, the customer question was, how do I know whether you are going to be around for next 2 years, right? Because at the end of the day, every fundraise that you do is for a runway of 18 months. And the enterprises are looking at a longer time horizon. They're looking for 5 to 10 years of commitment and whatnot. So that was one of the questions. And obviously, then we went back to the whiteboard and started thinking on how do we do it. There are ways in which you fake it till you make it. That's one. But even aside of that, the idea is how do you start involving them in the longer term product roadmap. So we started showcasing a short to the medium to the long term, and the long term would be anywhere like 5 to 10 year time of a product roadmap. And we also started including some of these customers in the customer advisory board, which also started making them feel a part of this larger and the longer journey. So that has been one of the learning for us, that you always have to show them a long-term vision and work with them to showcase that roadmap and where they feel that yes, this company is going to be there. At the same time, of course, whenever you are having, whether it is fundraising or you are growing in terms of your business, you also communicate that transparently so that the customer knows that, okay, you are doing well, right? So that's the first part in terms of addressing the viability. Secondly, now coming to the security, and again, because we deal in big data, there's tons of data that we work on, and you have to ensure that you're not running into any compliance issues or security related issues. Now, there are a couple of ways in which you can do it. The first, the easiest one is actually the certification. You can go for the different certifications which are out there, whether it is ISO 27 or whether it is SOC 2 Type 2 or GDPR. And this is something which we quickly got to know once we closed our first enterprise deal, that we will need these certifications, especially the SOC 2 Type 2 if you are trying to operate in the US market. And by getting these certifications, then the conversations becomes a lot more easier, because all of these enterprises, they will have a certain checklist. And in that checklist, if you have these certifications, then the process becomes a lot more easier. So that has been the second learning, that go for the different certifications, signal to them transparently which are the kind of models you are using, how much open source is there, how much closed source is there. And this is something which happens during the IT evaluation process. And you have to obviously give them that confidence. So these have been the couple of learnings for us in data security space.
Okay, great. So Madhav, would you like to just add into that?
Again, I'll echo what he said in terms of just focusing on the basics, ensuring you have the right certifications in place. SOC 2 is very standard when you sell in the US, ISO perhaps more in India. The DPDP Act is coming, it's sort of around the corner, so ensuring that your systems are built in compliance with the provisions of the Act, etc. One other thing that I'd like to add though is that there are now a lot of enterprise grade third-party data systems that softwares can actually buy instead of obviously building internally, which sometimes then shortens your build cycle. Maybe not the amount of money you will spend, but it helps you get to market faster. So in fact, there's a company called Skyflow. I think they're enterprise-grade data security or data sort of storage provider with, of course, enterprise-grade security. So I think that's always a good option for startups that are especially early in their journey, where you can perhaps subscribe to these third-party services, right, and get to market faster.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Madhav. Come to you. So I think one of the key factors in startup success is how they engage and partner with enterprises. So in your experience of having worked with a lot of startups in the country, what are the most dominant and most enterprises?
Yeah, so just building on Madhav's point, I think he just touched upon that. What we've seen is aggressive selling mindset needs to be there to begin with at the founder level. Now, in enterprise, I think we've, over the last 10 years, Sripati can add also, there are models which work and there are models which don't work. Right? Now, the best way, what we figured out is, if it's a new startup with a new product, it's somewhat difficult to just walk into an enterprise and pitch your product and expect that the sale will close. Right? The partnership model with larger enterprises like a Google or a HP through their accelerator programs and a bunch of these programs which happen are interesting way to collaborate, because you are then also being asked to use the credits, which is a function of the program, but also you get access to their client bases, right? Sure. The third, which we also focus on in terms of some of the enterprise solutions is, there are a lot of these SIs who work with larger enterprises like in HP or a Google, right? And they've been, without the founder choosing to walk a path of white labeling their solution, if they can maintain the brand and they can partner with these SIs who have enough distribution, sure, right? I think those kind of initiatives will help you at least from a pre-seed to a seed level and determining the efficacy of the product or pushing it as a bundled solution, but still not becoming a white table solution. I think these kind of initiatives are important. So in 3 segments, you can choose to walk into an enterprise, start doing that, but then you will face the challenges. What's your roadmap? Do you have the defensibility and ability to continue delivering the solution in 5 years' time, or will you just like close shop? And that's sometimes a very difficult question to answer. Second is partnership with larger enterprises. Today, almost every large enterprise has that program. Third is also, which I personally feel startups don't engage a lot often in a deeper manner, is SI integration and figuring out a mechanism over there in terms of figuring out a GTM and distribution.
That is easier said than done, Shashank. Easier said than done. Okay, great. So, I have a question for both of you. So if you look at the overall AI startups, what convinces you that an AI startup has the resilience to last maybe 5-10 years in a space? And this is a space which is very exciting. The intensity of competition in this space is actually very, very high. And there's a lot of competition from big tech as well, especially after the onset, especially after the advent of GenAI. And now we are looking at agentic AI. I think there are lots of stories about disruption of a lot of startups, right? Especially at the use case layer. So how do you sense that this startup has maybe the resilience to last 5-10 years? A question to both of you. Sripati, if you could start.
Yeah, sure. Look, it's a hard question because we are in the business of evaluating people, and people are incredibly complex, right? So we make our mistakes and in sometimes not supporting founders who are extraordinarily good. We just didn't figure it out. So it happens. What I see is that it is not really, again, about the technology. It's about the learning quotient, which is how quickly are you looking at the changing landscape and then adopting your solution to address that. Honestly, whether it is, which particular model which is being used, reasoning models, inference time reasoning, agentic, etc., are all means to an end. So what we are looking for is, as a team, not just an individual, as a team, are you really understanding the customer problem which you're trying to solve? How passionate you are about that, the mission behind doing it? Because it's easier said when you're starting a company that it's an 8-10-year journey. It's much harder to actually pull it off. And so folks who actually both are missionary about the problem they're trying to solve, have a deep understanding of the domain in which they're doing, and have a high learning quotient will probably be the ones which I feel last, because the technology, it's very hard, even if Sam Altman were to come here and sit, about what it's going to look like 2 years from now. So I don't even try to predict that.
Wonderful. Any quick comments, Shashank? You echo those.
Sripati is kind of built on it, and I think it's...
Sure. Great, thank you. Thank you. So one final question to both of you. How do you assure the investors are here, how do you assure the investors as well as the enterprises that you're ready for the big game? Maybe Madhav, you can...
So I think one of the very important questions. Obviously, what Sripati said is critical, the people who are involved in the business. But beyond that, in terms of what you're picking to build in the AI space, I think there are two things that are important there. One, try to pick a space where you can perhaps leverage a very unique data set. So we're approaching AGI perhaps in the next 5 years or so. And AGI will be very, very capable and will do a lot of different things. And so the question is, how do we differentiate as startups, and how do we stand the test of the next decade or two over time? And I think that can be done by trying to be in a space where there's a possibility of acquiring a very unique data set through which you can fine-tune or train these models and make them capable for that particular use case. So in our case, for example, we're building this AI recruiter. We have hundreds of thousands of hours of call recordings between human recruiters and candidates in multiple Indian languages. And so we mine that data set to make our AI recruiter better. And again, that's a very, very unique place to be. I don't see many other companies in that space, and I don't see the big labs getting into that space anytime soon. So that's one. And of course, context and distribution is fundamental. Right? If you're able to get distribution, get deep with enterprises or whatever your customer segment is, that is something that's always going to be hard to replicate, or at least that's what I believe.
Wonderful. Just quick comment from you, Himanshu, and then we'll open up the floor for Q&A.
Yeah, I mean, I would just build on top of that only. The proprietariness of the data is extremely important, and also the workflow, right? How you are able to integrate that workflow in that application layer, because at the end of the day, the foundational models are going to be what they are already. You cannot be, I mean, getting into that space is obviously very, very difficult unless you have tons of money. So, but getting into an application space is relatively easier because you are building, you are looking at a proprietary data, you're looking at a workflow automation and all of that. For example, we have very unique insights from the proprietary data of food and beauty. For example, I can tell you in Brazil beverage, in coffee, how much pairing is between strawberry and blueberry. So that's a unique insight which I will have, which you cannot get from, let's say, a platform like ChatGPT or a foundational model. So these are the proprietariness that you have to build using the application layer, and this is the differentiation as well.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you so much. Now with this, I open the floor for questions from the audience. We have time for a couple of questions. Yes, please.
Thanks for a great panel, all four of you. My question is to Himanshu. Himanshu, you said something about winning trust. Customer advisory board, if you could shed a little more light on that, seemed very interesting.
Sorry, on the trust part, you want me to expand what exactly?
You said something called customer advisory board.
Yes, yeah. Yes. So customer advisory board, think of it in this way, similar to how you have a board of your company where essentially everyone is coming together and deciding the future of the company. The customer advisory board is the same, but for the product, where essentially you are having the customers co-build the product roadmap with you. And this is again a close set of customers that could be your early customers or the ones who are more open to adopting the new technologies like AI, agentic AI and whatnot. So getting a group of such folks, and this is very common in enterprise, by the way, and especially in the US, where you get them all and you meet them on a regular basis. It could be a quarterly or a biannual basis. And using them, you are able to decide how the future roadmap should look like, because each of them are experts in the domain of which they are operating in, and they will be able to help you in guiding your own roadmap.
Okay, great. So we have another question. Yes.
Hi. This is a question for a VC panelist. Assume that in case if a customer problem is very strong, and we see some uncertainty in the AI as well, and as we talk, the AI is evolving as well, right? So, given this kind of a premise, how will you? What are the primary factors with which you evaluate that this startup can go ahead or not, with this kind of factors that are actually running through?
Shall I repeat the question? Was that, maybe I'll just take a shot and then Shashank can add to it. I think as I understand the question is you're saying that the underlying models are unpredictable. Yeah. And then how do you actually provide a value proposition on top of it so that you're dealing with that uncertainty? Is that what you're saying?
No, like there is an uncertainty in the AI, and AI is also evolving, right? So with these kind of factors, how will you evaluate a startup whether it can go ahead or not, given a strong problem premise as well?
Yeah, so actually we are a lot less smart about that kind of thing. As for me, I would actually see if it's being deployed at a customer site, right? Whether there is a pilot going on and what is the feedback on that pilot. Because that will actually give us an idea what is the rate at which you are being predictable, because an enterprise cannot deal with unpredictability, right? They require security, predictability, observability, or auditability. Otherwise, they are in a big soup and the CTO is going to get fired. So I think it's very important that it actually is delivering value. Maybe since you look at stuff at pre-seed stage, perhaps you can add.
No, and I think Madhav covered this point. I think the only defensibility you look at is the tech will keep evolving. The distribution, eventually at some point in time, your distribution and ability to maintain that larger distribution becomes your moat, right? So when we are eventually making a decision at pre-seed and seed, the first 10 or 10 POCs and its adoption is critical. But also I think it's very difficult, it's a very fluid state of mind, right? So you're trying to gauge the founder's complementary skill set. Will they be able to execute? Does the CEO, who's the head for sales, has the grit to continue onboarding customers, right? Because, and somebody asked the question on advisory council, I think what he also tried to say, you get a lot of input from your first set of 10, 15 customers, right? So you may miss out on the most valid tech at that particular month in a particular year. But real-time customer feedback with your ability to sell, building your distribution eventually becomes the moat. And as VCs, we are trying to figure out, are these pieces fitting in? And then to be very candid upfront, at pre-seed, you bet. You take a punt and you see if it works out and how, with your little capital, can you create a little more accelerated distribution for them. That's
wonderful. So thank you. Thank you so much. This has been a wonderful conversation with sharp insights from our VC friends and from our startup friends. Thank you so much to this stellar panel. This panel would be available, all the panelists will be available after the session as well. So please feel free to interact with them. Thank you for joining this session. Thank you to the panelists for attending this and making this such an engaging conversation. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Enjoy your lunch.
Actually, it's not yet lunchtime. We're going to go into the next session right away. But could you all just very quickly bunch up together at the center, if you don't mind? Can we have you stand in the middle, please? Thank you very much. We're going to get a quick picture. We're going to go into the next session momentarily, so I'm going to request all of you all to stay in your seats. This is going to be an interesting one.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
This was the panel discussion that all of us were looking forward to at 10 in the morning. This was moved to 2:15. It is about to happen right now. Also, we're going to do a quick changeover on the stage. We have with us Shri Priyank Kharge, who's in the house, Karnataka's Minister for IT, BT, Rural Development and Panchayat Raj, a 3-time MLA and a key driver of the state's IT and GCC policies. He'll be coming on stage momentarily. And while he does, I'm going to request you all to kindly quickly come up on stage and check your lines. While you all are checking your lines, how's the audience doing? Everyone in the audience is doing well? Yes? Give me a thumbs up if yes. Would you like a little bit of a beatbox before we move on to the next session? One person, put your thumb down. I like that, sir. I like that. I appreciate it. Honesty is amazing. Okay, so yesterday I showed you all a few of the sounds when it comes to beatboxing. Would you remember any of them? Wow. Wow was very nice. Yes, you remember wow. Tss was another, yes? Horror movie sound. Okay. It's a very interesting way of putting it. Horror movie sound. I've never thought of it that way. Horror movie sound. Okay. Anything else? Two, the word two, which was next. Come on. The snare. What was the snare? You remember the sound, so what was the snare? Okay, it's like you're clicking, like you were clicking. Can everyone just very quickly go? Very nice. Now, if I do this, I hope I'm not going to bother the people in the other stages, but there's one way to find out. If someone comes running in and says, please reduce the volume, don't reduce the volume, okay? Okay, another sound I'm going to teach you all today. Two sounds actually. The first one is basically hitting the lowest note you can, where everyone just goes, Now when you do that, you close your mouth. So you go, Very good. Okay, so far we're on the right path. Right after that, what you have to do is, when you're going, you have to basically squish your throat together and make it sound like, Someone's doing it. Who was that? Someone from here. Who was that? You did that. Oh, very cool. Can you do it again? I'm going to walk up to you for this one. I'm just getting off stage. Yeah, just manage the feedback, Keenan. Okay, there you are. Just do that sound again. Okay. So that sounded very different. That was more like, that was you. Okay, you do it. Okay, so that's the direction it needs to head in. Yours sounded more like a cow. It's given me inspiration to go more. See? Inspiration everywhere. Okay, so that sound when you go, and when you train your voice a little bit, it all comes out through your nose at the end, and it'll sound like this. And it's all from your, technically your throat, but it comes out through your nose, and it sounds like, and it sounds very techno-like, very, I don't know, machine-like. And what's cool about that sound is you can take that sound and you can add it into a beatbox. For example, the first sound, which was, and the second sound, which was, and the third sound, which was, I put those three sounds into the, and then I go. Like that so far? Yes? Okay. I know it sounds super complicated, but with a little bit of practice, you can actually be beatboxing. Okay, the next thing I'm going to teach you, and this is a very, very, very simple sound. It's not that sound. I promise you. I wasn't doing that. So, the next sound is a sound that we all did as little kids once again. How many of you used to pretend to ride a bike or drive a car and you just used to go all around like, right? When we do that sound, by the way, I've lost myself on the monitors. When we do that sound, everyone just go. Everyone just go. Now that sound is very cool because when you, Keenan, can you put me on the monitors? Okay, cool. That sound when you go, right? You basically tighten your lips a little bit more and you go, try it. Yeah, some of you all are getting it once again. Okay, and now when you do that, you're basically forgetting to use your voice. You're no more going, you're not using that. You're just going with your lips. Give it that a shot without making the sound from your throat. Just, yeah, all of you all are getting it. These are super simple sounds that we all did as kids. But the cool thing about that sound is when you put it on the mic, it sounds like this. All I'm doing is just, that's it, nothing else. And I'm going, and then you add some more, and you go, and then you say something. For example, you say, people of the audience, welcome to Cipher 2025. Can we hear y'all make some noise in the house? Come on, everyone. That was pathetic. We shall try once again. I said make some noise in the house, please. Much better. Okay, it's time for us to jump into this session. This is a session we've been waiting for the last 3 days. It is something that is going to set the tone with the conversation on Karnataka's vision for technology and innovation. This session will explore how the state is positioning itself as a global hub for AI, startups and GCCs, backed by forward-looking policies, thriving ecosystems and international collaborations. This, people of the audience, is a fireside chat. Like I said, we've been waiting for it. It is here now with us. As Cipher 2025 goes into day 3, we're honored to welcome Shri Priyank Kharge, Karnataka's Minister for IT/BT, Rural Development and Panchayat Raj, a 3-time MLA and a key driver of the state's IT and GCC policies. He has shaped Karnataka into a global innovation hub. Please give him a massive round of applause and welcome him to the stage here at Cypher 2025. Audience, make some noise! Welcome, sir. Welcome to the stage. We are proud to have you here with us. What a way to kick things off before we break for lunch. Requesting the moderator, senior editor at AIM, Prabhu M, requesting you to please come up to the stage. You have the honor of this conversation. Give him a warm round of applause while he makes his way to the stage. Gentlemen, over to you. We're looking forward to this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. I am Prabhu Mallikarjunan, Senior Editor at AM Media House. My team, along with 12 reporters and copywriters, we've been running Analytics India Mag website. And we've been covering topics ranging from big tech, Indian IT, startup, quantum, robotics, and even the social segment, all from the AI perspectives. And our video team, with 15 team members, they've been running AM Network YouTube channel with over 2 lakh viewers. It's been a wonderful journey so far, and I look forward to you. Our website, analyticsindiamag.com, is behind paywall. I would request you all to go check the site, enjoy, and please do subscribe. And I'm glad to have the minister here. This is the second time I'm interviewing him. He is part of the AM Media House for the second time. If you haven't watched his previous podcast, it's a long, lengthy video podcast for 1.5 hours that we have done 2 months ago. The minister has been candid about various topics, whether it is about Bengaluru infrastructure, whether it is about Indian IT, whether it is about GCC expansion. There's been much talk about various aspects that he has elaborated. Please do go and watch about it. Thank you, Mr. Priyank Kharge, for being here. I'm glad this has happened. It's a vibrant crowd in terms of how people from various sectors, from startup domain, from different industries, particularly from the engineering community, many of them are here. And they all look forward to have keen conversations. And I've had a test round in terms of what is that they want to discuss. Since it's an AI summit, I will start with the topic of AI. Karnataka is leading in the technology domain. And now we are planning to have Quantum City as well as AI City. Tell us more about it. What is that which we as Karnataka government plan to envision?
Firstly, Prabhu, thank you so much for having me over. I think it's a great event, and I was seeing some really exciting things happening at the Expo. And of course, it's a lot of learning for the government also. So when we come to such places, when we interact with thought leaders within the verticals, even we understand what kind of policies we should be making. Having said that, so you want to know what we are doing in AI and quantum. Well, the state has a very strategic approach, or a very methodological approach towards these two verticals. So just by announcing a city, AI city or a quantum city, we don't get investments. So the government of Karnataka is good at one thing. It is good at building ecosystems. And we are building this ecosystem one by one. The bottom of the pyramid, we are having a huge educational foundation, trying to push the Department of Higher Education and other institutions to get in AI in their part of the curriculum or part of the credit. Then we are ensuring that we push for AI skilling, reskilling, upskilling, learning, unlearning, and relearning. We are ensuring that the centers of excellence that are run by the government, which is over 25 of them, across verticals, there is faster adoption of AI in these incubators and centers of excellence. Then we are topping that up with policies and funding. And we are topping that up with collaborations internationally. So it is a bottom to top approach wherein we are focusing heavily on skilling, incubations where we can push for innovations. We are looking for, we have tied up for collaborations with other ecosystems across geographies. And we are ensuring that we will be leaders in both AI and quantum. And we have, you see that India has one of the highest AI adoption rates, and Karnataka is #1 in that. So we are setting up this entire ecosystem to ensure that we are future ready for GCCs, we are future ready for innovations, we are future ready for AI processes, for quantum processes. So it's a huge task, but yes, we have a head start in that.
You spoke about AI adoption. One of the things that we notice when people, innovators come up and say, there is a divide that's happening, right? Urban India is fast catching up with AI adoption, whereas the rural India is not. And how are we going to bridge that gap? And how is the state taking that initiative? Because that is also important from the point of technology adoption and innovation reaching the tier 2, tier 3s as well.
See, I would be a little more cautious about ensuring that I push AI across different demographies and socioeconomic backgrounds. I think there's a lot for us to learn when it comes to the AI sector, whether it's the ethical use of AI, using of AI in governance, using of AI with respect to innovations and everything else. So I think as a government, we are approaching it very cautiously. We don't want to push it in all directions as of now. But yes, AI is important for all, especially if we are able to cut down processes in governance. That includes trying to process natural language modules or large language modules, things like that. And we are trying to do it. So example, I'll give you how we are trying to use AI in governance. So every time there is a flood, the crop losses are huge in the rural areas. So we get a lot of manipulated photos claiming that there has been a huge crop loss. So we are using AI to detect whether the image has been morphed or edited at all. So we'll be able to give the right farmers the right compensation. We are using AI for tracking livestock. So muscle printing, the nose of cattle has different prints. So we are using AI machine learning and AI to see how we can track or how we can keep count of livestock. So we are trying it in various capacities ourselves. So pushing AI or bridging the rural-urban divide is going to be difficult for AI right now. But technology is definitely adopted. In fact, our state is way ahead than most other states. We have more than 600 odd citizen services being delivered in rural India. I'm also the Minister for Panchayat Raj and Rural Development. And we have the Bapu Seva Kendras across all panchayats, across all villages. You want to know what resolution your panchayat has passed today, you can get it on your WhatsApp. We have chatbots in rural areas which are helping people deliver better, which is helping government deliver better governance for people. So yes, we are bridging that divide. It's not as big as it is in other states because of, thanks to our mobile internet penetration and internet penetration in the rural areas, which is more than 90%. So I think technology is not a problem there, but yes, AI, pushing AI down the rural sector for now. I think I would love to see how it pans out elsewhere and then push for it.
Glad. You said technology is not a problem, but let me tell you, I've had conversations with some of the innovators here. While technology is not a problem, technology infrastructure is a problem. I think the GPU access has been one of the main constraints. While India AI mission is able to procure some and then deliver with a delayed time, many are not getting GPU access. Is Karnataka government planning to have GPUs more and then distribute it to the startup ecosystem? How are we planning?
Well, it's a very expensive process. And the government of India has done it, and we have requested the government of India as well to give us a foot in the door as a state so that we will be able to accelerate innovations in this particular sector. Because you know that whatever the central government wants to do, where they want to call it Viksit Bharat, Amrit Kal, Skill India, Digital India, Make in India, Startup India, whatever slogans they give, it has to start and end with Bengaluru and Karnataka. So we have asked, hopefully they will allow us for that. And if they do, we will be more than happy to deliver like how we have delivered on every front for decades.
Can the state government order from some of the Indian-made startups which are trying to compete with the likes of NVIDIA?
With respect to design, I think we are far ahead. We have all the talent. We have all the companies also who are innovating from here. So probably in the Bengaluru Tech Summit, you will see what the government of Karnataka has pushed for to ensure AI computing for all. So you just have to wait till November 18th.
All right, that's great. Thank you. See, another important thing is we are in such a geopolitical situation where US President Donald Trump keeps making changes every alternative week. And with this recent move on in terms of outsourcing tax.
I have no problem with Mr. Trump making changes. I have a problem with my Prime Minister making changes. The problem lies there also. So, I mean, anybody can say anything, but I should be firm on what I say, right?
Right. With respect to that, with the outsourcing tax, Karnataka or Bangalore particularly leads with the ITES sector. Now, if such tax is imposed, and we also see, some of the people in the tech segment were saying that AI could wash away the entire BPO industry in the years to come. So how is the state kind of prepared for this in terms of, because it could lead to massive job losses, which could have a recurring effect even on the real estate economy?
So yes, I did hear about the tariff on, probable tariff on the IT-enabled services here. But if you see the Karnataka ecosystem has matured from being IT-enabled services to an innovative and innovation and an invention ecosystem. We are no longer all the services is huge, but we have also matured into a global capability center here. And the Higher Act of the United States of America says that if the tariffs, or if at all it's imposed, it's going to a US company who is hiring services to an Indian company, they will have to bear the brunt. But if it's a US subsidiary of the parent company in US, it will not be affected. And we have moved to that ecosystem. And only close to around 28.1 or 28.4% of our IT-enabled services, our IT services of Karnataka is from North America. The rest is from Europe, APAC, emerging continents like Latin America and things like that. So yes, it will affect us. We'll be definitely one of the biggest affected people, but I don't see that happening because of the vast talent pool we have and the cost of the talent pool. So we have a policy like engineering. research and development policy. Right? When we floated this policy a few years back, I was thinking that was it necessary, but then I see that companies lap it up very quickly, because if you're hiring an American or a European with the same skill sets of an Indian, it's going to cost them 40% more. So a person with similar skill sets, if you're hiring, if he's an American or a European, let's say on average it costs them anywhere between $128,000 to $140,000. But when it comes to India as a GCC, it is like around $80,000 to $90,000. So, this is something that they cannot match. I'm not saying that we are giving cheap talent.
Labor.
Our talent is so agile that the Americans or the Europeans just cannot match our agility and willingness to learn and unlearn and relearn. So I think that is a huge advantage that we have. And they're all deeply entrenched here. The global capability centers are becoming bigger and bigger. 47% of all GCC centers that are in India are in Karnataka. So we will be hurt a little, but I think we have moved beyond that ecosystem.
Nothing but today, global capability centers, or the GCC as we call it, is also a kind of force for the Indian IT, because they feel GCCs are a threat, because the talent is being poached from the Indian IT. And GCC is also growing as a hub across India. I mean, we see different states, whether it is Telangana, Tamil Nadu, Maharashtra, everybody pitching in for that. What is the state doing to ensure that GCCs stick on to this Karnataka ecosystem?
Prabhu, I get this a lot when people say that Telangana is catching up, Andhra is catching up, Maharashtra is catching up. Forget what I have to say. Let's read data. GCCs, we have more than 850 GCCs and their units, 1,500 GCC and their units here, 850 GCCs here. We have the highest talent pool of GCCs in the country, in Karnataka. Last year, 77 million square feet of office leasing space happened in India, out of which more than 45% happened in Karnataka. This year alone, in the last 6 months, close to around 13 million square feet has been sold. The next closest who comes to Karnataka is Maharashtra. How much? 3.26 million. I am 12. IT exports, I exported close to 4.5 lakh crores IT exports last year. My closest competition, Telangana, exported 2.1 lakh crores. Out of 110 unicorns, more than 45 are there in my state of Karnataka. More than 20,000 startups are registered with the government of Karnataka. 30% of them are into deep tech. Now, where is the competition? Tell me. And these are not my statistics, Modi ke statistics. So, central government statistics these are. So, even if you say that I am biased, Delhi se news hai.
I'm glad data speaks whenever you speak. So, number speaks for itself. Like he said, I think Karnataka is leading on the GCC front in terms of the space, in terms of the talent, and in terms of close competitor being somewhere far away. But while all this is available, while the talent is available, let me tell you, something that the audience face here is the infrastructure is pushing all this talent away in terms of things. Of course, not many people like Blackbuck who are moving away from the outer ring road. But everybody thinks that it's not about funds not received from the center. It's not about potholes anymore. It's about productivity. It's about the time loss. It's about the quality of life. How are we addressing that?
Point well taken. See, we are not running away from our responsibilities as a state government. We are not shying away from it. We know we need to build better infrastructure. But like I said, let's put some data into that. The central government said that we will grow at 8.3% last year. I grew at 10.5%. I am scheduled to grow at a whopping rate of 8.5% on an average till 2035. Till 2035. And we are the ones who are absorbing the highest migrants here because we are creating jobs. And we need to create more infrastructure. I'm not debating that at all. And we are putting all the efforts we can. And this is a problem with every growing city. But unfortunately, what happens is when it comes to Bangalore, we hit national headlines. One monsoon, Mumbai collapses. But the hashtag that comes or trends on Twitter is heart will be there and Mumbai monsoons. Chennai collapses. So everybody empathizes with Chennai. There is sea right next door, something has happened. Every summer, Delhi is chaos. Anybody from Delhi? You like it in summer? You like it in winter? They like it. But nobody complains. They have this thing. But Bangalore, if the metro doesn't come on time, it becomes national news. And it's good. I mean, it's great to know that people expect us to solve the problem, unlike other state governments, where you sympathize with them. Here we are trying to do work. We have closed 4,000 potholes in the last this thing, and the Deputy CM has been very clear saying by November we will have it running. And we have received unprecedented rainfall, highest rainfall in the last 5 years, as per the data. While we are one of the fastest growing cities in the world, while we are, in fact, we have allocated 7,000 crores just for this city. This is the first time that Bengaluru alone has got 7,000 crores. We are building a tunnel for better mobility. And more importantly, we are improving our metro infrastructure, public infrastructure. But the problem again persists. See, last time when we were in the government, we wanted to build a flyover, a steel flyover. Everybody ran a hashtag steel flyover beda. Now, acha, upar se nahi jana hai, niche se jana hai. Tunnel is saying, now they're saying no tunnel also. What should I do? And we have a lot of armchair thinkers here, social media warriors, who will go online and just scold me for everything. Now, I'm telling flyover, you said no. Acha bhai, no flyover, let's go below. Tunnel, you said no. No.
I think what people are looking for is a quick fix that can solve the problem.
Yes, I'm beyond. So the point I'm trying to make here is, sir, that while the state government is trying everything that we can, it's also the responsibility of the central government to give us something to ensure that we build better infrastructure and better jobs. Like I said, 4.5 lakh crores of IT exports, I'm giving it to central government. Not one single rupee comes back to me. I am number 2 in GST collections. I am number 2 in IT payees in the country. And what am I getting back? For every 100 rupees a Karnataka person pays for IT, you get back 12 rupees. How much is UP getting back? More than 400 rupees. Madhya Pradesh is getting more than 200 rupees. Bihar is getting more than 200 rupees. I'm not saying let them take. They need it. In a federal structure, we need to help other states as well. But 12 rupees to me. Give me 25 rupees. Give me 50 rupees. I will build better public infrastructure. I will build better roads. I will create more jobs. Tell me how many. We know that a lot of people from UP, Madhya Pradesh, Bihar, everybody come here looking for jobs. How many Bengalurians do you know going for Uttar Pradesh to become Gaurakshaks? Nobody. So my point is, while we are doing it for the nation, the central government also should be a little more benevolent. We are just asking us a little more share in our taxes so that we can help build better infrastructure. That's all. As a state government, it's my responsibility. We will deliver. It's my. I'm not saying that sirf central government ka kaam hai. We are here to. People has voted us. We will deliver. It takes time, and considering that the rapid growth and the rapid urbanization that is happening right now, we are having not 1, 5 greater Bengaluru. We have 5 corporations now. Why? So that we can micromanage things.
How do we decongest Bangalore
Sorry?
And how do we decongest Bangalore and prioritize? Like somebody was asking if we can have kind of tax benefit, tax off for somebody who want to set up in Bangalore, somebody who want to set up in Shivamogga. Can we give more tax benefits
Absolutely.
for them?
Beyond Bengaluru is a policy by the government of Karnataka. If you are, we do not give any tax rebates or subsidies if you are investing in Bengaluru. All the subsidies, all the tax incentives, everything, all the entire policy kicks in if you are investing beyond Bengaluru. Whether it's in Kalburgi, Belgavi, Hubli, Manipal, Udupi, Mysore, Mandya, anywhere. So we have a policy called Beyond Bengaluru where we are ensuring that these act as clusters as well. In fact, you'll be quite surprised. Last year, Mysuru exported close to around 4,000 to 5,000 crores in IT exports, 2,000 crores in Hubli, Belgavi 2,500 crores, Mangaluru close to 3,000 crores. So these are all work in progress. Bengaluru became Bengaluru, it took 3 decades. So while we want to set up another Bengaluru in Mangaluru, Mysuru or whatever, it's going to take time and we are heavily focused in that. In fact, this budget we announced a program called LEAP, Local Economic Acceleration Program, wherein we are going to ensure we set up more incubators, more accelerators across the tier 2 cities. We are setting up industrial hubs and townships there. It's already there. We just, I would love if the Fortune 500 companies that are here, if they go there, why will I say no? That's my job to ensure that they get a great ecosystem.
I think that's a message to some of the startups who, I wouldn't say that it's a complaint, but who are fed up with Bangalore infrastructure. At the same time, want to get tax stops, move out of Bangalore. That's what the message is. Great. But in terms of talent, let's say if we want to use the tech community for solving some of the city's infrastructure issues or even the rural India problem, how do we engage the community? Why doesn't Karnataka government or we hold more hackathons or we engage with the community more in terms of solving problems?
No, we do. In fact, the problem with us, Prabhu, achare vichare prachar nahi hai. I don't get enough traction from the media. They put only they put up only the news where I'm scolding the opposition. They don't put up my good stuff. So, in fact, we are one of the very few state governments. In fact, we are the first state government to come up with a public procurement policy for startups. So if you are registered with the government of Karnataka and you have a solution that is plaguing the government, we become your first customers as well. Number one. Number two, we also have grant challenges. So like you said, mobility. If solid waste management, grey water management, potability of water, air quality, these are some of the problems that are plaguing the government and the society at large with respect to blue infrastructure, green infrastructure. So we throw up a grand challenge. In fact, recently we had a grand challenge for potability of water with respect to chemical and biological contamination of water. We had more than 60 startups that were that participated. We got around 15 startups empaneled with us, and more than 7-8 of them are actually working, trying to solve a problem for the government. So there is something like that. But even if there is some solution available with the private sector for better governance, nothing stops us from adopting them. All they need to do is reach out through our startup cell, through our Department of ITBT, and we'll ensure that at least you will be given a pilot project somewhere. Whether it's in health, whether it's in education, whether it's in social sector, sustainable practices, anything. I have worked with more than 100 startups, I think, who are helping the government in one way or the other.
Another thing is, see, while for innovation, I think today we are talking about AI, ML at large. We also need to talk about the data sets. Can the government open up more in terms of its data sets that is already collected so far for people to innovate, for startups to access those data sets, open source some of these platforms?
No, that also we do. Certain departments do, especially our agriculture data, our BMTC data, our metro data. In fact, recently we launched a single platform for last mile connectivity, Nammayatri, the Bengaluru Metro, and the BMTC. That was done because of the open data policy that we are following. But having said that, the government definitely has a lot of data which startups can work on. but also there are privacy, citizen privacy issues that we need to consider. But if there is something that the startups think or the corporates think that, yes, if these data sets are given to us, we'll be more than happy to ensure that solutions are built on it. In fact, all the government solutions that are built are more or less because of the openness that the government follows with respect to data sets. I mean, without compromising on the privacy part of it. So we are open to that.
Talking about privacy, is there any committee formed from the state government in terms of misuse of AI? How do we contain that? Of course, the industry would not prefer to have a regulation early on, but misuse is something that is rampant at this point. And we are talking about misinformation bill at the state level, but to stop from the AI's point, how do we address that?
No, so one is the misinformation bill is coming through. So we are, because I think that is one of the biggest menaces in the society right now, plaguing democracy, misinformation, malinformation, disinformation, and fake news. This is something that the government of Karnataka is extremely keen on. We have formed a bill, we have taken the legal opinion, we have taken the opinion of the Department of Home, and that should be in another month or so, it should be up and running. Besides that, deep fakes and using unethical use of AI, all those things are also something that we are mulling about. So we are just trying to see what are the best practices that are across the globe. So the European Union has passed some bill which is straitjacketed, while the North America has another bill which is sort of very open-ended. So we are studying different countries, we are studying different bills that are, or laws that are there across continents, across geographies, or even prevalent in the ecosystem on ethical use of AI. We are mulling to form a committee around it, and probably we'll have an answer sometime soon for ethical use of AI.
Great.
And like you said, nobody likes to be regulated, but if you don't regulate certain aspects of AI, if you do not regulate certain aspects of technology, it's going to be counterproductive. There's always a pro and con for technology, right? So I think we need, as a government, we need to ensure that there is ethical use of AI, there is better cybersecurity protocols put in place, so that, our children are protected, our women are protected, and more importantly, privacy of the people.
I'm glad we are talking about the privacy. I think a lot of you, today, I think many of you might just download an app without realizing, just accept all the terms and conditions, upload to LLMs your photos, and probably generate a Ghibli image without realizing what the effect.
In fact, I've seen so many times, I mean, when you're going to the point of sales, and that sales guy says, "Are you a member with us?" We say, "No, why don't you become 5% immediate discount? We give up everything. When you were born, how you were born, Kula, Gotra, everything we give." So that's up to us, right?
I'm glad I don't follow that. I always try to reject that. I don't give my data away.
This happens even in the Kirana store. Forget in big things. Even in the Kirana store, madam, have you, ನೀವು ನಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆ ರಿಜಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಡೋರ್ ಡೆಲಿವರಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಿ, ಇದಕ್ಕೆ 8% means we give everything. That's our mindset.
Yeah, some of our, I think one of our reporters also did a check on central government website in terms of the AI chatbots, and then we tried to figure out many of them do not cater to the people it intends to. Now, if Karnataka government were to develop something on those lines for Sakala, for let's say rural development, Panchayat Raj and rural development, how do we stop from not repeating this method? Ideally, it is people, by end of the day, it has to cater to people who it intends to be. And if the LLMs are not answering those questions, if the chatbots are not answering those questions to the people, how do we ensure that
See, that's an evolving thing. So we run a chatbot where we have more than 500,000 active users. So assuming most of it is in Kannada itself. So while we allow typing and also voice recording on that, at least what happens is, even it's a learning process for us. So the accents are different, the language is different, there's a mix between Kannada and Hindi sometimes, there's a mix between Kannada and English sometimes, Hindi, English sometimes. So these processes or methods are being picked up by our team. We are trying to see how that's the machine learning part of it. And we are improving daily. So when we launched it a year back to now, there has been tremendous progress. So we know that these are the 20, 30 set of queries that are very common. So we try to address it based on what they might be asking with respect to the importance of the thing. So drinking water will be prioritized. Infrastructure will be prioritized. Some people ask for where to get their e-Sottu, e-Khata, birth and death certificates, all those things. So there is a learning for us also. It will take time, but I'm sure that it will happen sooner than later.
Thank you. I think before I throw open to the audience and other questions, I have one last question in terms of the collaboration with the academia, research, and the industry. While I was talking to some of the young engineers here, like many of them agree that what I studied is not what I practice in terms of in the industry. So there is a massive upskilling they have to do. Now, by the time the state or the center revises its engineering curriculum, industry is already fast-paced. Technology is fast-paced. How do we keep pace with the technology in terms of the curriculum?
No, I completely agree with what you say. That's why we have formed a committee, a skill advisory committee for emerging technologies, where we have more than 80 corporates on board who are telling us what kind of skill sets are needed across sectors, across verticals. So what do we need in cybersecurity? What do we need in financial and banking services? What do we need in bioengineering? What do we need in gene editing? So we have got a future skills set ready. And we have started this program called Nipuna, where the industry and the government are participating. We are allowing the industry to use their corporate development fund and CSR along with the government to help reskill and upskill people. So whether it's in AI, whether it's in cybersecurity, we are agnostic about it. As long as the skill is in emerging tech and the skill sets that we provide make the individual more employable. So the Nipuna program that we launched recently addresses just that. And we have great ambitions with that because we are not, our human resource, like I said earlier, is extremely agile, and I don't think we should be catering only to the Indian ecosystem. Why can't a person who's been skilled locally work globally? A person skilled in Bengaluru can be working in Brisbane, Boston, Belgium, anywhere, any place. Because that's the kind of talent we have. And the Nipuna program caters to just that. So while we push higher education to make things a part of their curriculum, in between that we don't want to lose time. We want to ensure that we have the best trained human resource in the world. And that's where Nipuna steps in along with the corporates.
What has been the impact of the state government's plans like the Startup Booster, Elevate, or incubation programs? If you can talk about the success.
It's huge. I mean, probably you should visit some of our centers of excellence and see what we do. We run close to around 27 of them. We have some of the best centers of excellence, right from agriculture to AI data sciences. And some of the best innovations are happening at this. And why it is happening is because there is less government interference. So all our centers of excellence are run as a partnership between the government, the industry, as well as the academia here. So these are incubators where we push people to ensure that they come out with greater innovation, better innovations, and we ensure that the innovations are showcased outside India as well. So we allow them to go to trade fairs across the world. We ensure that through our Global Innovation Alliance, we have other governments also being their customers. And of course, Elevate program is one of the most successful programs in India. In fact, after Elevate program came, that's when the government of India came up with Startup India. Look at Startup India statistics versus Elevate statistics. We are way, way ahead of it. We have funded, the government of Karnataka has funded close to around 1,068 startups. We have given 50 lakhs grant to startups. We have given them a life jacket to ensure that they get their next round of funding, they get mentorship, they get incubation, they get their first client. 1,068. Show me any other state government that has funded so many startups. And just, we closed our applications yesterday, I guess. Yesterday, am I right? Yeah, so 1,700 odd startups have registered with us for funding in Elevate. That's how successful we are as an ecosystem.
Thank you very much. I think the crowd must have got enough from what they intended to hear. Having a politician here without asking a political question, I don't think I will get off. We spoke about hackathon. You recently tweeted about having to have a hackathon for the EVMs. Vote chori has been the topic political debate over the last couple of weeks, or even more than that. Can you talk about the hackathon that you?
Well, I'll not get political about it. While I will keep the vote chori thing aside because that has something to do with the voter list, it's a manual entry and all those things. The hacking part and all, we will come. We are yet to figure out those things. I will come to that probably at a later date. But the EVM hacking, because a lot of people have been talking about saying the world's biggest democracy can be hacked. A EVM can be hacked. But the Election Commission of India has never been able to give a satisfactory answer to what questions technologists have raised, scientists have raised. Forget me, I am a politician, don't have to answer my question. When Elon Musk says that EVM can be hacked, suddenly the entire ecosystem looks up and says, oh, can it be? But before that, everybody would say, a standalone system hai. I mean, whatever it is, as a minister for technology or as a student of science, doubt and curiosity should be my fundamental basis for anything, right? I should doubt everything. I should be curious about everything. And hence I've asked the Election Commission of India, let's have an ethical hackathon. Why are you asking political parties to come and have a look at the machines? The BJP nor the Congress have technologists in their ranks as their cadres. You come here to Bengaluru, we have Indian Institute of Science, we have C.V. Raman Institute, we have the top 500 Fortune companies, R&D centers here. We have a great ecosystem here. We have great scientists here. We have great talent here. We are the world's number 8 startup ecosystem. We are the 4th largest technology cluster. Let's have a court-monitored ethical hackathon, not Priyank-monitored ethical hackathon. Court-monitored ethical. Agar sab kuch theek hai, to okay, good. If it is not, because recently in Haryana, what happened, the Supreme Court ordered a recount of a EVM in a Gram Panchayat election. So the person who had won the election, after the recount, he lost the election. So now where does that leave your EVMs? I am merely stating that let's have a court-monitored ethical hackathon. So if EVMs cannot be hacked, it's a slap on my face, right? I'm ready to get whacked. What's your problem? At least let there be no doubt in the citizen's mind that the vote that he is casting or she is casting is cast to their will, as per their will. Right now, there is always a element of doubt. We see a lot of nice sloganing. Ab kuch bhi kar lo, aayega to BJP. So these are slogans not run by me. These are slogans run by their ecosystem. So I'm just asking a clarification for that.
Glad. Thank you, Mr. Priyanka. It's been a wonderful discussion. Thank you very much. I'll open the floor for questions from the audience. Can you please pass on the mic? We'll take maximum 3 questions. So please, can somebody pass on the mic across?
There are 6 hands already.
If you could kindly do the honors of pointing the people out, so we'll have someone go up to them.
Yes, sir. This is Ravi. So I have a quick question. I have been here in Cipher for almost 3 days, and everybody says India is very big in data and resource and manpower, everything. But few panelists were also saying that, the mindset has to change if we have to become or we have to compete with the Westerns. So, there is a dependency on the Western for everything, like on the chip or whatever it is. Even social media, everything we are using, the Western only, not Indian. whatever comes in India, it will be like for say 2-3 years and then it will die. So I want to know like what is that we can do, or the government can also help us in making the Karnataka the powerhouse of the world and dominate this entire AI industry or IT industry.
See, I mean, it's a good question, but like, please have a seat, Ravi. Yeah. See, we need to wake up to reality. We need to get out of WhatsApps and Facebook and other social media where we are portrayed as Vishwaguru. Okay? Like you rightly said, even if China stops growing now, and even if we grow at 10% for the next 30 years, we might reach where China is. Now, if I say this, I become anti-national. But the hard fact is, if you want to compete with the best, we need to start investing in research. We need to start investing in more in education. Without that, forget your chips, forget your scientific temperament, forget everything. Right now, whatever we are doing is heavily, we are moving. We have moved, like I said, 30 years back, we were a service-oriented ecosystem. Now we are an innovation ecosystem. We have moved ahead of the thing. But is it enough? No, it is not enough. Until and unless government, state government, central government invests thousands of crores in research, gets out papers, gets more IPs registered here, we will not be where we are or where we intend to be. So my simple argument has always been, whether it's within my government or with anybody else, I need to do more as a government. Governments need to do more with respect to funding of this thing. See, China uses close to around 3.5 to 3.8% of its entire GDP for research. America uses close to around 3 to 3.2% for their research. How much do we use? Not even 0.5. So that is what Karnataka government does different is, we invest heavily in education. We have more than 258 engineering colleges. We have more than 54 medical colleges. I run 1,777 GTTCs and ITIs. We are investing heavily in education. But just Karnataka investing will not help. We need to ensure that India invests. And that's when we are going to do. But point well taken, and we are doing, at least as a state government, we are doing everything we can to ensure that we remain number one, at least in our ecosystem here.
It's not just Priyank Karge's voice, not to brand him as an anti-national for his comment, but please log on to analyticsindiamag.com. Our reporters are wonderfully tracking this sector. Your questions are being answered. Do subscribe and then read our stories. Thank you.
Fantastic plug-in. Shall we go to the lady there? Madam, please go ahead.
Hi, namaskara, sir.
Go ahead, madam. You're heard.
Yeah.
Can you lift the mic up, please?
Hi, this is Namrata from Bangalore. So my question is related to the infrastructure using technology. So we talked about the flyovers and the tunnels using the technology. So my question is the fundamental question. I mean, fixing the roads. I think that itself is a quick fix, which can relieve the traffic, and so that we can commute to office on time and manage our work-life balance, which is getting tougher
I
these
agreed.
days.
I have answered that question. But like I said, unprecedented rains are hampering. Now we can't even cover the potholes in these rains. In fact, last time there was a company called EcoFix or something. I'm not able to recollect the name. Who have brought in some kind of steel mix with their to cover potholes, and it works well even with under rainy conditions. We have just tried that out, and it seems to be working. So we are trying to do that. But like I said, it's a growing city. It's always a work in progress. And you see any city, a world city, this is always a problem. So like in London, if you take your car to the central business district, like let's say ನೀವು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕಾರ್ MG ರೋಡಿಗೆ ತಂದರೆ they put a congestion tax over there. ನಾನು ನಿಮಗೆ congestion tax ಹಾಕಿದ್ರೆ ನೀವು 100% ನಮ್ಗೆ next time vote ಹಾಕಲ್ಲ. Then let's say in San Francisco, I was there in San Francisco for an investment meet recently. There was an accident on the freeway, And there was a traffic pileup of close to around 7 miles, close to around 21 kilometers of this thing. And there also water homelessness was a problem. There was a forest fire was a problem in California when we went there. So there is a problem with any city which is growing rapidly. Having said that, like I said earlier, it is every government's responsibility to look ahead, build for the future. And that's what we are trying to do here as well.
Thank you. One last question, please.
Good evening, sir. Sir, I am Bala. I represent Hyperfin Technologies. What role do you see for fintechs in accelerating the digitalization of rural lending in Karnataka, especially to strengthen cooperative banks and borrowers, small borrowers?
Okay. So, I'm a little wary of NBFCs, firstly. That's my personal take. But we run a fintech accelerator with RBI. A lot of startups are working with us to give better credit to people in the rural areas, better credit to women's self-help groups, giving them financial literacy, digital literacy, and more importantly, ensuring that they are able to come into the banking ambit. You know, a lot of people are left out of the banking ambit and also the credit ambit of it. So we are working with a lot of people in the Department of Panchayat Raj and Rural Development. Since the fintech sector accelerator comes under ITBT and I'm getting a ringside of both, it is happening at a very rapid scale. So I'm seeing that more SHGs are coming on board. They're managing their finances better through technology. They're able to earn more as well using technology platforms. But yes, there is some massive financial literacy programs that are required. And that is something that we are trying to do with the Panchayat Raj department.
Thank you. I think with this, we'll quickly wrap up the session in the interest of time.
There's a lady there. This last one. If
okay, last
okay.
one. Okay. Can somebody pass on the mic, please?
Shout out, I can hear you.
Yeah. So this is regarding the same infra problem, but just a point I want to add. Firstly, I'm Lavanya. I'm from Attibele. So the point I want to say is, I know we need a very quick fix. What I observed is too many vehicles are there on the road parked. So why don't we also look into the places where we can set up parking, like 2 to 3 floors of parking or any other underground parking when you are looking at underground tunnels or something. This will actually make sure that the road is wide and temporary fix can be made for our roads. Why don't you look at that?
So we have
I know
a lot
it's all
of
potholes, but no, the parking is there only in the malls or the new buildings, but not at small shops or kirana shops. If you just go around the Whitefield, I know everyone faces, it takes 1 hour to leave out of Whitefield. I think mostly it's because of this, and also the roads constructed in between the villages. Let me not go there, but yeah, this parking problem, I think if you look at it, at least 15% or 25% of problem will be solved. So why not look at that one?
So we do have multi-level car parkings in various parts of the city, number one. Number two is, you believe it or not, the highest two-wheeler and four-wheeler registration that have happened in India in the last 5 years is in Bengaluru. And we are trying to build the metros as fast as possible. We are trying to improve our, we have the highest number of electric buses plying here. Now we are also trying to see the double system of building a road above the metro lines, so that the metro goes up and we are able to get another string of road network on top of it for easing of traffic. But like I said, I don't have a complete, ready-made, satisfactory answer, because I know the more we ask questions, the more questions will come on urban development, infrastructure than on ITBT.
Yeah, I was about to say that.
So actually, if somebody else is seeing this conversation right now, they'll actually think I'm the Minister for Urban Development. But anyway, I'm part of the government, my responsibility as well. The other thing that we are also doing is that the Deputy CM is planning to form a small committee where we will be going across to all the places, whether it's Whitefield, ORR, tech parks, industrial layouts, the people who are generating the highest taxes, generating the highest employment. We go sit there, understand what they want, whether it's their last mile connectivity, civic amenities, digital infrastructure that is required. We will be getting a feedback from there, and we'll be treating them as brownfield industrial corridors or IT corridors, so that we can deliver the best possible infrastructure now. But otherwise, urban planning is required across India, and that's a problem that most of the metros in India are facing. But yes, we are working on it, as I said earlier. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Priyank Kharge. I think he has answered. Bangalore infrastructure is a problem, and that's very much needed for the IT infrastructure, to remain sustainable. Considering that, he is a IT-BT minister, enough questions have been, he has answered on the IT front, he has answered on the startups and GCC. Let's wrap up with that. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much. Sir, if you could kindly remain on stage. Prabhu, can I request you to do the honors of a bouquet, courtesy the good people from AIM, requesting you to kindly do the honors and thank our minister in the house. People of the audience, give him a massive round of applause. Thank you very much for being here with us, sir. We truly appreciate your time, your energy, your effort. And before we let you go, may I ask you to join me on the side?
There's
a little AI-generated content for you, sir. He says he looks better in AI. We think you look quite strapping in person, sir. May we request you to just take one step forward on that staircase right there. You join me here, sir. And if you can turn around, face us, we'd like to get a picture with you and the good people of the audience. People of the audience, can we ask you to quickly rise up to your feet? Give the man a massive round of applause. I'm just going to ask these gents to wait. Can you wait, please? Can you wait, please? Just a moment. Hands up in the air, people. This is Cipher 2025. The man himself in the audience with us here. Priyank Kharge, thank you so much, sir, for joining us. People of the audience, make some noise for him. Come on. Once again, sir, we truly appreciate your time. Thank you for being here with us. Cipher 2025, thanks you very much. We're going to quickly reset the stage while we move into the next conversation that's about to transpire. This is, I'm looking up my notes, a quick debate, I am told. Yes, it is a debate. As legacy IT services firms face margin pressures and global competition, the key question arises, can they pivot from outsourcing to proprietary AI products? Or will agile startups and foreign players take the lead? This conversation will explore the investment strategies, cultural shifts, and organizational changes necessary to thrive in an AI-driven era. This is the conversation that is about to transpire onto the stage. We're going to quickly set up this debate for you. While we're setting up this debate, before I had requested a few people to come up and pick up their goodies, but those people weren't in the audience. I'm just very quickly going to pull up their names once again. Right. So there was Abhishek Sinha. Abhishek Sinha, are you here? Abhishek Sinha, are you here? There you are. All right. Please come up to the stage. We're going to give you a quick goodie. What's the name of the thing you took part in, by the way? The competition, was it? What was it called? Match? I don't think it's match, sir. This little goodie goes to you. People of the audience, can you give him a big round of applause? The man worked pretty hard to get this one. Hold that up in the air. I would shake your hand. Congratulations, Abhishek. We have 2 more gifts to give out. I didn't think of this. Maybe I should have brought everything from there to here. Logistic problems I have. Okay, the next 2 winners in this category are... By the way, this is for AI Amigos, by the way. He had no idea what he took part in, which I find thoroughly entertaining. Manoj Naikawadi. Manoj Naikawadi. Are you here? Manoj Naikawadi? Are you pushing him saying, go tell him you're Manoj? Were you doing that? Guy in the yellow shirt? Yes or no? Oh, dirty fellow you are. Caught you. And then there is Mr. Bosley as well. Are you here? Sure. We'll split the winnings. We'll do that. Randir Singh Bosley. Randir Singh Bosley, are you here? Hoping I'm pronouncing that name correctly. Okay, these two people are not here once again. We're going to move on to another. I'd asked this question in the morning. I'll ask this question again. And the quickest hand that goes up walks away with a goodie. Which edition are we in? Okay, the lady in the purple. Okay, the lady in the purple hoodie had put her hand up before you, madam. No. See, you're facing me. I'm facing the two of y'all. Her hand went up first. But your threats are working. Your threats are definitely working. I am definitely afraid at this point in time. Can I ask the lady with the AI hoodie to please come up to the stage? Thank you, man. Thank you very much. I will take one of those, please. Definitely not that. This goes to you, madam. Make some noise for her. Put your hands together. Wait. What is your name, madam?
Samyukta.
Samyukta, where are you from?
Place or company, whatever.
Whatever, madam, just wherever. You're from Ijipura, you can say I'm from Ijipura. If you're from whichever company, you can say from whichever company.
I'm from JLL, from Tamil Nadu, but I stay in Bangalore. Yeah.
Okay. We're both wearing AI human t-shirts. How cool is that? Give her a round of applause for picking that up. By the way, more of these are available at the AIM stall. Before they run out, make sure you go pick up your t-shirts and your sweatshirts. Madam, congratulations, Samyukta. Clap for her once again. I'm wondering whether I should ask the same question I asked in the morning again. Should I? So you all can put your hands up a lot quicker. Yes? No? Since you already put up your hand, okay? Since your hand has been up. No, not you, her. The one who's threatening me right now. Where did this event happen the last time? Where did Cipher happen the last time? Yeah. You were there. Okay, so she is already threatening my life, sir. I want to go back home. Huh? Yeah, but Hilton at Manyata Tech Park, she's threatening my life and she's given the right answer. So I'll give it to her if you don't mind. Can we have another goodie, please? The one, yeah, perfect. What is your name, madam, and where are you from?
My name is Snigdha, and I am from 9 Stars, and I live in ORR, and I wanted to ask him a question about the, minister, about the congestion that we face every day.
He just said he's not the minister for roads. And you want to ask him another question about roads. What do we do with this young lady? You tell me.
Metro.
That was actually good. Madam, thank you so much for being with us. Yep, truly appreciate your time. Give her a big round of applause. Snigdha, all the way from ORR, who's not taking a metro apparently. All right, we are all set up and we are good to go. It is time for this debate to kick off. I have the honor of inviting the people up on stage. Here with us we have the Global Head of Technology, Lenskart, requesting Ramnik Khurana to please make your way to the stage. Ramnik, are you in the house? Please put your hands together for him and welcome him to the stage. People of the audience, thank you very much. Up next, we have the Chief Digital Officer of the Adani Group. Please welcome Kiran Nair to the stage. Cipher 2025, please use your voices and your hands together and make some noise for him. Come on. Can you all go a little woohoo? Much better for the one person there. I think I will give you a little something after this. Joining them on stage is the Senior Vice President, IoT and AI Smart Products, Havels. Please welcome Hari Warrior. Man who went woohoo, go. Very nice, very nice. I like this. Up next, Krupa Sindhu Roll, CIO and Head IT Tube Investments of India Limited. Please welcome Krupa Sindhu to the stage. Come on, make some noise for him. Joining them on stage, we have our moderator in the house, requesting Sudhi to please come up on stage once again.
Wow, he looks weird. Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. How's everybody doing? Today is the final day of Cipher 2025. So we thought that we should definitely go out with a bang, and this is a wonderful little debate that we're going to go ahead and try to establish that with. Has everybody had lunch? I can't hear you, man. Excellent. Thank you so much. A big round of applause for the panelists. Is everyone aware in terms of the teams? How are you doing, sir? How are you doing, sir? Wonderful. Is everyone again aware of the teams? Well, the teams are the four are Ramneek and Krupa sir. The against are Kiran and Hari sir. Well, so the topic of the debate, as has already been relayed, but I'll do it again and probably set context, and then I will throw it to both the sides in terms of their opening arguments, their opening statements, and then we'll get into the thick of it. So, well, today's high-stakes debate is, can Indian IT giants pivot from services to AI products, or will startups and global players outmaneuver them? I just thought that I will set the stage and the context with this quote. In the AI era, speed beats perfection, but scale multiplies impact. So, well, I'll hand it over to the for side first. I would request the opening statement being made from the for side, and then we'll go to the against side.
Check, check. Yeah. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. So, I firmly believe that, tech giants like TCS, Infosys, Wipro and so on, all these players, they have a massive, scalability advantage, and, they are in this industry for a long, long time, and they understand the ecosystem, and, they are real integrator actually in terms of, when they do the services to the large enterprises. So I believe, these tech giants are going to take a leap of faith, and then I think a lot of massive innovation that they are doing it, with a, kind of a large, employee setup that they have. I believe they will leverage, the manpower and the technology together with the AI innovation, and then take a large, leap, towards, taking that first mover advantage.
Ramneek, you want to add to what your partner just said?
Yeah, I think firstly I have to say that I am a little biased to the whole India story. I think with the results that we have delivered, what we have built in terms of talent pool and talent depth in the country speaks for itself. And I also feel, Sudhi, it is a bit unfair that we assume that only scale is the advantage for the giants, when our giants have already pivoted a lot in the past, going from ERP to cloud to then providing digital analytics services for the companies. So I think they have the advantage of being giants, having great relationships with these clients, which are typically very, very, I would say the clients in these cases are slow moving, like like airways, banking, retail, etc., that they have been serving for years, and they have the advantage of having trust in terms of their customers' data with them. But on top of it, I think they have the ability to move faster. We now have the talent density in India to deliver what is needed. And I think we also have the ability to tap into the biggest resource that we have, which is billion plus people, but not just billion plus people, but people which are the most digitized in the world. I think UPI, Aadhaar has done what other countries have been trying to do for a very, very long time. They have converted this data, which was sort of unstructured, into more structured format and given us a lot of ability to build and train models over a lot of anonymized data, of course, but then use it in other areas. So I do think this is the place where, we will shine even more. And we have done it in every technological wave.
All right, fair enough. So essentially, Krupa sir and Hari sir, the against argument, but I guess if I were to very quickly sum up what is being talked about is this. Basically, will scale capital and trust Indian IT giants can invest in AI platforms and compete globally. In a sense, that is what has been talked about as far as the for aspect is concerned.
Right.
How would you like to debunk that? How would you like to...
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. So the question is not about scale and capital. Not only about the talent pool that these big giants have. Right? Also, not only the trust and relationships they've created in the past. So my view is basically, there are a lot of cultural inertias that are there with these giants. Be it the risk-taking, be it the failure, how they deal with the failure, the amount of service DNA they have. So the question is basically whether they will be able to cope up with the speed and agility. If you see the AI revolution, every week you will be able to see the models evolving. So the question is basically, will these giants can cope up with the speed and agility that is really needed? And if you see the global kind of a disruption that is happening, be it with the IT, I would say the big tech giants, as well as the enterprises, so-called as the startups, doing the innovation at that sort of a pace. So the question is not about the scale, the capital,
or the legacy. Well,
I thought I will just put a couple of numbers, for the audience.
Always
to
helps,
think,
sir.
right?
Always helps.
So I'm also a big fan of the India story. Let it be Karnataka, Maharashtra, Gujarat, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana. I'm a big fan of India story. But if you say, Niti Aayog says we have got close to 6 million software developers in the country, 5.8 million to be the precise number, right? We have got a 30-year-old mature IT system running in the country. But we are the only growing country in the world where we don't have a ERP system, database, indigenized LLM, a social media platform that is being used worldwide, right? If you see any other matured country, they have got some form or another, whether it's a small country or a bigger country. This number, okay, let us park this number. Okay, we are a service-based country. We make money on the labor arbitrage, right? That is where, we make money. This has to be read along with some other number. If you are somebody who closely follow the capital market, right? In last 2 years, TCS, Infosys, and HCL Tech together given the dividend to its investors, a whooping 17.5 billion US dollars. 17.5 billion US dollars in last 2 years has been paid as dividends. While it is a dream for any individual investor, all what it took for OpenAI, leaving the last round of funding that has been led by SoftBank, the 40 billion they got, all the investment OpenAI has got is 17 billion to build OpenAI here, right? So this is the ecosystem we are just working. One side even, just to add a last note, you just walk out in the exhibition area, you will see 90% of the stalls are selling a service. How many products, you are just seeing there, just outside 100 meters from here, right? So we built on labor arbitrage, we built on, higher inertia, we built on comfort. It takes a big effort for our IT firms. We'll take a effort, to change the way they work and build some AI products. That is my personal take. Back to you, sir.
Fair enough, sir. Fair enough. So essentially, Kiran sir, Hari sir, what I could understand a little bit of a takeaway from there, and probably everyone, I believe, has been able to absorb that from the fact that you talked about behemoths, huge giants, having a cultural inertia. Am I right? So, well, I would like to actually start with you from that, and I will play the devil's advocate, which is always fun to do. Uh, will clients trust an Infosys AI, and this is of course for everyone, over Microsoft Copilot?
Can you please come again?
Will clients trust Infosys AI, I'm just taking your point further, over a Microsoft Copilot? Do you believe that with this legacy, we use that word, do you feel that it carries that sense of gravitas and that weightage? And will that be the trump card that one can go ahead and say, all right, we can ride on this wave? Or do you feel that we are still far away from that because there is a sense in our minds as a collective consciousness that whatever probably is coming from outside is a little better?
See, in my view, those elements of trust and relationships are the prerequisites. It will definitely help. The question here is not the trust and relationship. How agile are you? How quick are you? Are you able to experiment on things? If you are looking only at short-term gains and kind of things, it is very difficult. So,
okay. I add to that. Yesterday's debate, we were talking about sovereignty of data, we were talking about resources, we were talking about all those factors. Very quickly, I want to go ahead and put this point in, that do you feel that with the kind of resource, the capital and everything, these companies are probably at the threshold of going ahead and making that difference, which we are all very, very hopeful about? Do you feel that in some way or the other
even
might be?
Mass upskilling is not equal to innovation or AI innovation.
Okay.
Right? There needs special acumen for that.
Okay.
Right? So, in my view, mass upskilling can happen. But how effective is the mass upskilling? Whether that can be equated to the AI innovation and revolution, this is a question.
Okay. Ramneek sir?
See, I think the question that Microsoft Copilot or Infosys AI or the amount of investments being done in this space, right? I think while these are relevant questions today, they are also not the right questions for tomorrow. Because if I may, I think we are in the point of the story where we are right now developing sort of the operating system for AI, where a lot of money is being spent to figure out who are the one or two winners who would want to have a operating system which is ubiquitous. But as soon as the operating system starts getting there, and when we get to the real world applications, which is what at the end of the day consumers or businesses end up using, that part of the story is yet to play out. And I think that is where India has a lot of advantage, because eventually between Microsoft, OpenAI, Google, etc., all of that will make sure that AI is commoditized. It is available to you as an API. And then people who are working hand in hand with the consumers, who are working hand in hand with the businesses, are the ones which will build on top of it and actually get the gains of it. This is the same story which has played out in multiple such waves of technology. Earlier it was Microsoft and Windows, and later Ubers, Amazons, etc. of the world, which are the application and the use cases which emerged. So I think all the investment right now is going in the operating system layer, and where I feel that we have an advantage and we will succeed is that once this settles out and we start utilizing it to our best to develop applications for consumers and businesses, that is where we will have our edge. And that is where these companies will use their resources and existing relationships as well as understanding of their customers to develop applications using AI.
Krupa sir, acumen was a very, very relevant and a very, very poignant point that was made by Harisa. Would you like to go ahead and please reply to that?
See, when you're talking about acumen, right? So I think behind that, a lot of skills actually, that is what is, going to make a lot of, advantage in terms of like people, I mean, the companies like Infosys and TCS and all that, they have, the skill development centers, they are, spending heavily actually. If you look at today's, figure, so I think TCS is spending almost $1.5 billion in upskilling their employees. So 350,000 employees are getting skilled on the AI and generative AI and so on, right? So similarly, Infosys also spending $1.3 billion actually towards, the AI, related developments, right? So they have already bagged some 480 projects. TCS has bagged 580 projects.
TCS Igneo, I would just like to tell you, TCS Igneo, sir, AI platform automating IT ops. I'm just adding to what you were talking
Yes, yes, right. So there is a massive, an engagement which is happening actually. It's not like, they are, traditional IT services companies and all, and lagging behind the startup ecosystem and all that, because they have that, massive, scalability and the reach towards the larger enterprises and the experience and the kind of IT ecosystem, the hold that they have in the industry across the industry verticals, no matter it is, whether banking and finance or whether manufacturing or, they are actually everywhere. So they have, that kind of, scalability, which is acting as an advantage to them, right? So they are also, having a big partnership with, GCP, Microsoft, and any other, tech innovation companies. And they are also leveraging that kind of relationship to build actually very, very integrated products that will directly go and disrupt the market. That's what my feeling.
I would like for you to please respond to that, sir.
See, I mean, I would in fact compliment that. It is not about whether India will believe Microsoft Copilot or Topaz, if I recall the name right. Topaz is the AI system for Infosys. See, at the end of the day, whether you have got a product there you can believe as an enterprise or user is the question. So I will give you a small example. When Apple Pay and WhatsApp Pay was trying to get into the market, UPI managed to, UPI, right? I mean, it is one of the, in fact, only one of the fintech product, that we in-house indigenously developed.
We should be all proud of it, to be honest.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
We cracked the market, with that.
Sure.
If I can trust my money with some product, for sure I will trust my query some other product. It's very, very simple. It is
valid
India,
point.
right? So, but the problem is whether you have something where you can scale it up to enterprise level, that is a question. So once if we have a product, then as a country, even we will also put, our sovereignty around that, right? The laws and regulations will be supporting that. We will ensure that data resides here. We use our models our data set has been used to train our model. But today, even we don't have that ecosystem to march to. That is the issue, right? So everybody want to use AI other than, that Ola's, that couple of LLMs that indigenously developed. We don't have too much, even forget, we have today. We don't have even visibility also next 1 year, 2 years down the lane what we are going to get. So that is a gap. But I don't think only because it is Infosys, it is not from Microsoft, we are not going to trust. It is all about, the quality and the scalability of the product that we have to be there to trust.
Fair enough. For Ramneek sir, Krupa sir, I want to ask you this. I'm going to take it up from where Kiran sir just talked about. Do you not think then, he talked about ecosystem. We don't even have the ecosystem for that matter for us to further what we are trying to achieve. These are huge giants. We established that they're IT giants. Should not that be somewhere a responsibility as far as them going ahead and providing that bedrock or that evolution or that foundational perspective to assist in building of that ecosystem to take the story further?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think, I think there are two parts of it. One is the private companies. I think the company you were referring to, Krutin, Sarvam, there are companies based out of India who are doing a good job figuring out how to launch LLMs which are of indigenous languages. So that is one part of the equation. Other than that, I don't know if you are aware, but Indian government launched the initiative where all the data sets are available for people to use. It's india.ai. You can go check out the website. You can get those data sets. Additionally, they are also giving support of GPUs. So as an organization, we or anyone else can apply and they can get subsidized rate GPUs available from the government to help us build those LLMs. Now, while those LLMs will be required for our indigenous languages, I think the bigger opportunity as far as these giants are concerned is to use pre-existing LLMs, which are built in English and other languages and used to build applications on top of.
So in a way, Krupa sir, do you agree with the fact that what Ramneek just mentioned, for that matter, or I will actually bring in Kiran sir on this one. I would like to understand, Hari sir, is this. He's talked about an ecosystem and somewhere the responsibility of these giants to go ahead. He agrees with me on that. That yes, maybe it will help. It is going to go ahead and further. the overall momentum. But do you think that that can also be utilized for the speed and the innovation and the reinvention aspect as far as the startups is concerned, and that will change the narrative from services to products a lot quicker? Do you feel that that might be something that could be a part of the entire discussion?
Yeah, obviously. See, personally, in my day-to-day life, I depend on AI for Bharat, where a couple of companies are working towards that realization. So, in fact, I use lot amount of data sets, a lot amount of things from these startups, right? So, obviously, the startup ecosystem is evolving. As I say always, that is one of the enablers. There is no doubt in that.
Do you believe
Yes,
that
I
the
believe.
startup ecosystem, if you're saying is evolving, do you believe in the fact that is this reinvention real, or is it investor storytelling?
I will add to this one little point. So one of the things that I try to look at is what companies like Y Combinator, who are at the forefront of this, what are they funding? They are not always right, but they at least try to be ahead of the pack. So I was looking at this announcement yesterday from them. So the phase 0, which we all are talking about right now, which is LLM creation, then the phase 1, which is all the apps on top of it, and then there is the phase 2, which they are talking about, which they have started funding already. So phase 0 is the LLMs. In phase 1, people were creating specific use cases like agents for legal, etc. That phase is also, as far as they are concerned, is done and over-invested. And then there is phase 2, where they are saying that don't just build agents for legal, as an example. Build the full legal company which is running on AI, so that you do the full stack, hire the people who are in-depth in science or in-depth in the area which is law, and run the whole company which is running at 1/10 the cost and twice the accuracy. And that is the phase, I think, where we have a lot of advantage that we need to use to our benefit.
Sir, you were going to complete.
See, to be honest, I believe, to answer your question, if the startups or, the new age companies can build it, I think they are the only companies going to build it. So when I'm saying it is a new age company or startup, it's not necessary to be, companies with 10 people or, 1 million revenue. It can be the giants like, Infosys or TCS also. When I'm saying a startup, I mean the companies has got a bandwidth to think like a startup, right? The biggest problem of, the big companies, including us, right? I'm coming from a big conglomerate, right? When the companies are becoming big, they, then the way they operate, the things that prioritize take a different shift. They wanted to ensure that my revenue is in place, my EBITDA numbers are in place, right? So I start lacking that creativity, right? Innovation, what I want. I will build more risk components to, how I'm going to mitigate lot of risk, in my operation. If you see any nimble project in the world, in the history, it has been created by a startup, even till today, at least 90% of them. What big corporation has done successfully is identifying that and investing in that at the very early stage. OpenAI, Microsoft, YouTube, Google, you go till Instagram, Facebook, you go to any extent and see. The only thing is the startups or the companies think in a niche way, brought the innovation, and big corporation found that early enough. Some of them will just go for a toss, some of will pay off, but even if you are getting 1 right of 10, that will pay off for your thing. And the last part of my point is, when the companies are becoming big, right, they forgot that part. For example, Apple, I was talking to one of my colleagues, what time in the history when Apple innovated something new that you have to go back, 2007 for iPhone, right? After that, company became really big, right? Then the way you have to operate company, that takes a lot of energy than creating something out of new in the system. So I believe either the startups or the large corporation thinking like a startup will bring this change. Change has to come, and for sure, it is there.
That's a wonderful point. Big round of applause. That's a wonderful point. Hari sir, I would like for you to please illuminate this, shed light on this. You've worked on both sides. You've worked with behemoths. We've discussed this in the past. And you've seen the other side as well, where you've seen innovation, you've seen speed, you've seen all of that. Do you feel what Ramnik was mentioning a while back, do you feel that that could be the way forward in terms of the fact that the responsibility of the big giants taking on the ecosystem aspects and giving, in a way, for the lack of a better word, blessings to the startups, to the innovators, to the speed pivots, and trying, because all in all, the harmony of that will definitely go ahead and benefit us on a larger level as a country.
Yeah. So don't get me wrong, I am not hardwired against giants. My perspective is still mass upskilling is not AI innovation, and a big balance sheet is not AI innovation. And having said that, I worked in startups. I worked with bigger corporations out of India also. Again, the cultural inertia, we have to get rid of that. How will we do that? How risk-taking are we? How collaborative are these big giants?
You're talking about a sense of complacency, inertia which sets in. If the services are working, so you're like, okay, fine, things are going, things are fine. Why should we risk innovation? Why should we get into products? Is that what you're probably getting at?
So beyond the service DNA towards the products and platforms. And whatever is conducive for that growth, the giants should explore. I think that is my view. And again, I am not hardwired against giants, and I am not siding with the nimbles.
No, fair enough. Fair enough. It's a very valid and balanced point. Krupa sir, how would you like to respond to that?
See, if you look at the AI, scenario right now, right? So people are on the pilot phase, right? People are just trying it out. There are a lot of hallucination and all that, right? So the trust is still yet to come, right? So in this context, I think if you look at the startup ecosystem, startups actually focusing on in a particular area, right? So once they are confident in that particular area, they will try another area, right? So, but if you look at the industry overall, okay, so everybody is trying to get into that boat of AI, right? How do I solve my business problem using AI, right? So if I go to a particular startup, then I'll be able to only touch upon only one area, right? I think that is what the sentiment which is coming out in the industry, right? But if I get hold of a large giant like TCS or Infosys or Wipro, right? So I'll give you an example. TCS is actually creating a platform called Wisdom Next, where it's a lake of multiple LLMs working together in that, right? So you'll be able to incubate all your use cases in AI, whatever actually you want, no matter what is the industry, what is the industry problem, right? If you feed into that, okay, I think it will give you a massive result. I think even Infosys is also investing on a Topaz platform, so where I think large language models and even small language models are all working together to solve business problems in one platform, single platform. I think that's going to be a biggest advantage for the the large giants, rather than the going to a particular AI startup and trying something, right? So if you look at your AI journey and then want to take it actually in a scalable fashion, I think the large giants are going to be ahead. That's what I might believe.
I'll take up from there, and I want to come to you as a collective consciousness, as an audience who has been very attentively, hopefully, enjoying this entire discussion. I'd like to take a live poll, and then I will go back to the panelists as far as their closing arguments is concerned, and then we'll open it up to the audience again. So the live poll is, gentlemen, I'd like a show of hands. Who leads Indian enterprise AI in 5 years? Those who say IT giants, please show of hands. I'm coming to that. IT giants, okay. And the other one is quite obvious, sir. Startups. Clearly, the room is fairly clear. All right, so based on that, gentlemen, the panelists, I would like for you to go ahead and close out your statements, and then we'll open it up to the audience as far as the questions are concerned. Is everyone good with that? Yeah? Thank you. All right. We'll go with the foresight first. Ravnik, you haven't spoken for a while, so if you're feeling that, I hope you don't feel lonely.
So I think now that we have concluded, hopefully, that Indian side of things are pretty much sorted in terms of delivering value and standing ahead in terms of AI. I think both startups as well as giants will have their own place. I, in particular, am very, very, again, as much biased I am about India story, I am even more biased about the startup story. So I do think that the way legal services are done, the way payments are done, the way purchases are done, the way recruitment is done, all of that will undergo a change, and the startups will be leading that change. And it will be a 10x difference, much like cloud bought that difference, or long back computers bought that difference. So there is no doubt about it, and I think that is where we will shine.
Krupa sir.
I think the giants need to tie up with the startups. And I think that's the way forward. Okay. So leverage each other.
I love how after about 20 minutes the discussion has taken that route. Wonderful. Go ahead, please.
Right. So yeah, I think it's a win-win for everyone, right? So as long as we are able to satisfy our customers' need, I think that's the way forward.
Kiran sir, Hari sir, the stage is yours.
I mean, by looking at the people in the audience and, the sponsors, where the big tech names are not there, Indian IT names are not there, I don't think, any other answer would have been come also, if you are asking for a question. But again, I will just go back to what exactly other panelists are saying, right? It is the agility that startups can make is phenomenal, right? But without a larger ecosystem, moving this to scale is where, the startups will just, have the trouble time. In the other side, the large companies, if I wanted to develop a product, it will take 3 months for them to give a quotation how much it will cost to develop that product. And after that, being a infrastructure-based company, I will take 2 months even to get 3 quotations, negotiate who is the best, then give the PO. So this is the kind of, that inertia we've just built into the system that startups can really come and fill it for. But the GP usage, the deep trusted, large enterprise level customers, the money they have got in their bank, this is where these traditional companies, and even the skill force, right? We are talking about nothing less than 5.8 million, right? That has to be upskilled. That is a separate thing that we have to deal with. But this is the advantage, the edge these large tech companies are just bringing it to the table. And they know the country also. So I believe the ecosystem should coexist. The agility can come from the niche players. It can be within the large corporations also. But between the government, the private players, the large players, that is where the larger game is.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I would also like to add the outside-in approach of innovation. That can be a good complementation philosophy. And again, moving away from the short-term gain to the long-term gain, right? So if in short term, what will I achieve? What sort of a revenue realization I will have? These are some of the things that big giants should think about. Not only that, again, the siloed approach. Many of you, I think, Kiran, you mentioned about this, right? Processing a PO will take this much of time. So though the AI mindset is there, the first, I would say, think AI first. This is where every organization is thinking. But this may not happen to all departments. So that is where silo versus collaboration. How the big giants can step up, utilize the ecosystem around, utilize the open ecosystems, startups who are doing well. So what is the speed that I can gain leveraging the ecosystem? Or am I okay to fail fast? Or should I just go with the conservative preservation approach? These are some of the questions that big giants should think, and they should leverage the good ecosystem around.
Fair enough, sir. Big round of applause for the panelists. Hari sir has left us with some food for thought. Of course, sir, I'm opening it up to the audience. We've got about 6.5 minutes. So I would like to start with sir. My friends, countrymen, volunteers in the audience, I would need mics to get across. Thank you so much.
Okay,
There's one with you, fair.
This question is to Ramneek, if I'm getting your name right.
Yes, Ramneek it is.
Yeah, so that was a pretty interesting idea that look at a company, so as AI first, so you put AI and then start developing the company.
Ramneek, you want to come up here?
Right, so for retail, for example. But that may lead to two things. It's a good idea. One is there'll be a lot of reduction in manpower. Currently, what people are positioning is we'll upskill people and put them in various other jobs within the company. But with that idea, a AI first company, a lot of people may get displaced. And do you have any idea of somebody in the world which has done it really well? So you say you start with AI and we create a retail company. That Y Combinator idea you were talking about, the last one.
Okay, so firstly about the displacement of manpower, I think what I've seen so far firsthand in companies which are most mature in AI adoption as well is that the speed and development and quality has gone up significantly. What has not really gone away is the backlogs which are there for people to develop and the things that they have for automation. The more you do, the more you realize that this can also be automated. So I think there is a lot of bad experiences that we feel on a day-to-day basis which have not gone away and are not going away anytime soon. So I think in the near to long term, I don't see that this will lead to any mass displacement, but actually the quality of the role and the job going up significantly. At least that's what we are seeing. And that's what we are seeing internally also. While a lot of work was being done in terms of quality automation, a lot of work being done in terms of ethical hacking, figuring out security is right, now all the code reviews have moved to AI. So we don't have to worry about, silly security loopholes being introduced into the system, right? So that is just one example. In terms of a company which has done a very good job of building Atom's business AI first, I have so far not seen it in retail, to be honest. Yeah, I think online travel agencies. I think in OTAs, we are seeing a lot of that innovation happening, where everything from cataloging to the payment, to the booking, to concierge is completely moving to AI. And that is being done by a lot of companies like Tripit, which is far ahead in this. These companies are doing well. And I think they could be. They very well will be. And I think right now they are at the stage where the product is feeling, starting to feel about 5% better, but with a much lesser effort than before. But eventually I think it will get to much more better, delightful product experience also. A lot of the companies right now, I think, including us, are dealing with how do you take control of hallucinations. We know internally with our efforts, we have been able to get it down from 30% to sub 4%. And I think as soon as it gets to sub 1% range, that is when the magic hits.
Thank you so much. Sir, could you please come here as far as the lady here is concerned? Sir, and then I'll come to you. Very sorry about this, everyone, but there are only 2 questions. Yeah, okay, maybe we can take 3. But I'll request the panelists to be a little brief in terms of their answers. Thank you so much. Yes, ma'am. You can give her your mic, buddy. Okay.
Probably this question to
Yes,
Mr.
it
Kiran.
works. Yeah.
This is Sandhya and I represent Shell. We all know the speed in which a startup is able to work and a big giant is able to work, because it's not easy. It's not practically possible for a startup to work slowly. I don't want that though, but for a big giant to work at the pace of a startup is hard, because it comes with a lot of, it comes with a lot of parameters to be considered. Is there something which can be done to bring in a startup mindset in a big giant? Is there something which has been tried and tested, which can be inculcated? Not probably for the big scale ones, but at least for the low-lying fruits, if there is something which can be done to make a big giant work like a startup, at least for a short period of time.
You're asking that of whom, ma'am?
Mr. Kiran.
Kiran, sir.
Or anyone can answer, but I was just sorry to put you on the spot otherwise.
So, to be honest, right, if we can figure out that answer, I think we will be well off, I mean, among a lot of other. We are also trying to figure out. But couple of things, I mean, one, this change starts from the middle management. That, I mean, as a organization, in any of the big organization, we see the middle managers plays the critical role, right? Where, I mean, if you are just bringing the upskilling and, getting the new talent, that we saw there is a considerable changes happening. Second thing is, I mean, at least for the Indian companies, if you see, I mean, it is not the same size fits every company. For B2C companies, it is fairly easy because, I mean, their business is under threat if you are not adopting to that. But you are coming from Shell, right? You will be knowing, I mean, for the large infrastructure companies, energy companies, there is an option you can run without this also, right? To run the business, right? It is not, machines are not going to come and complain. So even that particular, I mean, it's a large space, right? Our infra company, I mean, it covers a large space. So that is where, this middle management and skilling them and bringing the outside in perspective helps. And as a last thought, unless and otherwise this getting into the workflow of the company, this is a corporate obsession, right? Agentic AI is the new corporate obsession for every company. Right? And GCC is the obsession for any country, right? I mean, we are talking about 1,600 GCCs in the country, right? But unless and otherwise we change the workflow, right? How we work with this AI intrusion, it is very difficult to stick and very difficult to move. Again, we will just go back the pilot. I mean, we used to say, as a company, we have got more pilots than Indigo and Emirates put together. Okay, the amount of pilots we have done in AI.
Fair enough. Yes, sir.
Hello. Yeah. Hi, Divyansh this side. So
sorry, this time's up. Go ahead.
So my question again, open to all of you, is this, right? So with AI, products or service, whoever is, in the country who wants to access them or actually build them, all of them need to target basically a global mindset. So the consumers are competing at a global level, so they need models which are comparable at global levels, right, and are recognizable internationally. While the ones who actually would want to create them, they would need access to global data, which is already, in access to the global giants out there, right? So how do companies actually tackle that and build AI in India, or should they actually just build AI applications in India as they are doing right now?
Who would like to take that? We had obviously spoken about this briefly while the debate was going on. Anyway, go ahead, please, sir.
So you're talking about products and services, right? So now, obviously the startup ecosystem, if you look at it, like, more focus towards building products, right? So very, very less on the services side, right? So, so in that context, okay, so, if you want to compete globally, right? So the global, giants, if you look at it, like, all these, a lot of innovation which is happening on the AI side is basically building models, for such kind of use cases that, they anticipate, right? What is the global need actually? So then based on that, now you can see if you look at, AI models, there would be, thousands and thousands, probably, in millions of models have been already, and it is very rapidly growing, right? So now, if you look at India context, right? So India is not focusing on building those models and reinventing those models, right? Models are already being used, right? How do I leverage those models, building, APIs, and consume those models, and then use it? I think that's everybody's looking towards that, right? I mean, hardly in any company that that is looking at about developing algorithms and building a model. I think that era is already over. I think now if you look at India context, again, focus is on how do I build integration, how do I leverage those models for to serve my customers' need, right? I think that is what is the way forward.
Thank you so much, Kripa sir. Well, that brings us to the end of this debate. I'm so sorry, because of the paucity of time, we'll have to close the debate today. Here, of course, is my closing, and I really want to thank you, gentlemen, for shedding a lot of light on the subject. It has a lot of takeaways. This is mine. Winning in AI isn't just about capital or enterprise. That's what you gentlemen had talked about. It's also about vision, culture, and execution. So according to me, the companies that master speed and scale will define the future of it. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. A big round of applause for all of the panelists. And of course, all of you yourselves, and for the fact that this is Cypher 2025, Day 3. The excitement still continues. Thank you.
Once again, thank you, gentlemen. An interesting debate, interesting conversations. Unfortunately, we don't have any more time for questions because we need to move into the next conversation on the stage. But while we quickly clear out the stage, it is time for me to do another lucky draw. This person also walks away with an Echo Dot. I am going to pick up from the box once again. I still have my fear remaining from yesterday. If you were here, you know what I'm talking about. Ooh, we have Lavanya K. Lavanya K, are you here? Lavanya K, number ending 688. Lavanya K. Mute other mics, please. Thank you very much. Ritika, number ending 289. Ritika, number ending 289. Ritika, no. Moving forward. We're going to keep looking until we find, I'm guessing, or until we get to lucky number 8 or something like that. Sujata, number ending 293. Sujata, number ending 293. And we move on. So a little background music would be nice. A little lonely on stage I've gotten. Abhishek Joshi, number ending 721. Abhishek Joshi, number ending 721. How many more do you think I should pick up? Y'all decide. Five. Oh my gosh, 5. Okay, we're going to do this quickly then. Apurva Agarwal, number ending 663. Apurva Agarwal, number ending 663. No, we're going to move on to the next. That's 4 to go. Chetan Patil, number ending 008. Wait, huh? Abhishek? Where were you, Abhishek Joshi? Tell me your mobile number, Abhishek Joshi. Come on. This is, wait. Hold on. Wait. Say it into the mic.
Okay. He's my friend. He's actually said it. If I get it, please get it from me.
So what is your name then?
My name is Vinay. Vinay.
Do we trust him? I think he's beaten up this Abhishek, stolen his ID card, made his way onto the stage.
Okay, let me.
Yeah. Call this Abhishek, please. We'd like to speak to Abhishek. Wait, Abhishek Joshi. Shell. Oh, he's from Shell. Is he from Bombay? This can be a massive scammer. Oh my God, if I fall for this for the second time in like 2 days. Oh. Okay, we're going to give this to him. Make some noise for him, please. Put your hands together. But why are you wearing his card? That makes it even more scary. Like, what?
I have mine there. Actually, I just came to show you this.
This is why, what did I say yesterday? I have trust issues, but I shall give this to him. Please make some noise for the man pretending to be Abhishek Joshi. Thank you very much, sir. Please do have a seat in the audience. Every day gets even more interesting. Up next, we explore how India can build a global-first AI company covering scaling strategies, trusted brands, AI-driven platforms like Glance, and the ecosystem needed to become an AI powerhouse. We are excited to have this person coming up on stage, who is the co-founder of InMobi and the CEO of InMobi Advertising, leading its global business that reaches 1.3 billion people across 190 countries. And as a former CRO, he drove record growth and helped InMobi earn recognition among the world's most positively disruptive companies. People of the audience, please welcome to the stage Abhay Singhal. With a bigger round of applause, if you don't mind. Thank you very much. Wait, for the guy who keeps going, woohoo, where are you? How good are you at catching? Make some noise for Abhishek while he walks up to the stage. Make some noise for him. Catch this, sir. This is for you. Thank you very much. Clap for him, people. Come on. We apologize. This is a little after lunch, so I hope you don't mind. You have your moderator with you, and we're going to call up your moderator. She was here on stage before. We're going to call her up once again. Vandana Nair, you have the honor of this conversation. Make some noise for the lady from AIM, please. That was fantastic. Thank you all very much. We shall see you all on the other side.
Thank you, Vineet.
We're the last session before an interesting quiz, huh?
Yeah, so good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Abhay, for being here. We're not going to waste any time because they all are eagerly waiting for the quiz to happen. So just to dive into it, our topic of discussion is one that is most commonly spoken about, building from India for the world. In your experience, or say from, sorry, just to bring it up, InMobi has been one of the first startups to truly go global from India. So in your experience, and from that time, 2007, if I'm right, to now, do you see Indian companies are now really capable of building for the world? Or are we still in a stage where something is holding us back?
So I'll just give you our context. We built two companies, InMobi and Glance. InMobi is a B2B advertising company in the mobile space, and Glance is trying to disrupt the AI shopping space globally. And both of these companies were built out of India for the world. In fact, both of these companies count almost 80% of its customers and business to be coming from the Western market. And both of them are the product companies. So I think it's possible. It's very much possible to do it. The question is that are we all willing to pay the cost of doing what it takes to build a global company? One of the biggest challenges that comes when you're trying to build a global company, and this is a very practical example from our side, is how do you sort of balance for two very different markets? How do you build for India, which has a very different economics as a market, versus building for the US, which has a very different economics? And it is a massively challenging affair, both from the mindset perspective as well as from the economics perspective. I'll give you an example of this, and this is probably going to hit at home. As we are building Glance.ai as the world's first AI shopping platform, if I was to only build for United States, I don't need to optimize the infrastructure cost on which we will be running open source models. By the way, we have already moved from, when we started Glance AI, we built it on top of existing models, and now models are commodity. There are about 4,000 models available, and you can choose whichever model you want to run. So we've gotten our API cost to go down to 0. But now we are attacking the next cost, which is the infrastructure cost on which these APIs need to be run. If you need to build this product for India, you absolutely need to bring your cost down to about 1/100th of where the cost of infrastructure today is. So but if you need to build this product for the US, you don't need to worry about the infrastructure cost because the economics will take care of it. So certainly, as long as we are willing to go down very deep into the tech stack and build a stack that makes the economics feasible, yes, it's very much possible to build a global company from India.
So which brings me to the next question, owning the whole stack of it. Without that, is it not possible for a company to scale globally?
Look, I think I'll give you another stat, and this is a very, which is the world's biggest advertising company? Google, of course, right? And if I were to tell you that even a company as large as Google is spending north of, let's take a small, low-digit billion-dollar number to advertise its own consumer products. Just try to imagine, Google, which is as omnipresent as we know, is spending a number somewhere between 0 and N billion dollar in advertising to make their consumer product reach the consumers. So, yes, I think if we need to build a global company and if we need to be able to compete with any sort of a mechanism where you have these global companies coming and attacking, we need to actually think like them. We cannot think like us and then hope to win the battle that we can. For example, take companies like Google, Microsoft, OpenAI. OpenAI is spending, what, $130 billion in training its model next year. And so is Google and so is Microsoft. But a significant part of that cost is also going in their products adopted by the consumer. And a significant part of that investment is also going in getting their infrastructure optimized to deliver their own services. So yes, we need to own our own stack. And I don't like this debate of, oh, India needs to have its own LLM. Yes, maybe the debate was relevant 2 years ago. But there are about 4,000 different LLMs now, 3,996 of which are open source. So creating one more LLM and putting it in the open source, what is this going to do? I think somebody before me on the stage was saying that we need to actually think about building applications, and I absolutely concur with it. We should go in the application stage because that is where the future is, but think complete stack, top to bottom, on what it would take to not only build an application, but what it would take to make that application financially viable. By the way, today, no consumer application in AI is financially viable, not even one. OpenAI is not financially viable, Perplexity is not financially viable, and I think Ramneek was saying that there is no consumer AI app that has disrupted shopping. So there is not even one consumer AI application that is financially viable, and that's a huge opportunity.
That's a very interesting point that you brought up. So if it is not, I mean, at least at the moment, so what should they do right, or how should they change to get there?
I'll give you the example of how Glance AI is thinking, because somewhere I think that's the only example that I have, and that's the only example that possibly makes sense for me to talk about. By the way, how many of us, if you haven't used Glance AI, just download it on the App Store and try to play with it. It's a very simple app. It allows you to take sort of one selfie of yours, and it then determines what your style quotient should be. It basically shows you various different dresses that may look good on you, and it shows you various different accessories that may look good on you, and so on and so forth. And we are training that model not only for humans, but also for pets, not only for dresses, but also for accessories, not only for humans, but also for home and decor and everything. So we're attacking a full-blown aspirational commerce space in the world. And as we are doing it, we are realizing that I mean, there are users that are obsessed with Glance AI. They are literally generating about 100 to 150 images of theirs per day. And if I were to take the example of India, people are even generating more. So paying capacity of an Indian consumer is less, but their consumption capacity is very high. They just are, obsessed with the product. So if you need to be relevant in that place, and this is how we went about. So when we launched Glance AI about 2 years ago, we of course went with existing models. You take the Gemini model or stable diffusion model or any of the existing model. As soon as we hit few million users, we realized that those API costs are unsustainable. If you sort of are going to continue paying those API costs, you will never be able to scale your business. So that's where our engineers started to train on open source models. As we went on open source model, we brought down the cost of image generation from X to about 1/50th of X. And now when we are looking at that, now at that price point, we can very well succeed in the US market. But at that price point, we cannot succeed in any of the Asian markets because on a per user basis, a consumer in Asia will pay you about 1/20th of what a consumer will pay you or what an advertiser will pay you in the US. So we need to bring our cost down by about another 1/20th from an already reduced cost of 1/50th. And that is where we are now going extremely deep into trying to figure out the infrastructure on which all of this runs. And trying to see what can be done on the infrastructure. Like just last week, I was in the US and we had conversation with, these are the new age startups. There are companies that are coming out in the inferencing space, which are promising on how to run the existing models on, the open source models on existing CPU and AMD devices to be able to deliver the inference that you need to deliver to be able to bring the cost down. Now, once you can bring the cost down to that level, you are actually globally relevant. Because once you can deliver for an Indian consumer, you can deliver for any consumer in the world. And that's how I believe, people can be, application can be relevant.
Thank you, Abhay. So obviously, AI has been disrupting a lot of things, a lot of jobs, industries. So, I mean, it's no brainer that it is definitely helping them out. But from a startup perspective, is it possible that this has also raised the bar for startups? I mean, when they're competing in the space and you're going to see more that's going to fail.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, voice has changed. Absolutely. It's I think, who said this earlier, right? I think somebody was saying this, that the cost of experimentation has come down tremendously. And that is why I actually think, back when we are building in 2008, when we started building in 2008, there was huge difference between the companies that were built out of India and the companies that were built out of the US. And then internet and social media became a very big leveler in terms of the understanding and knowledge base. And I believe the AI is another big leveler now. There is really no gap between how two guys in a garage have access to tools and technologies to build something in the US versus two guys in the garage have access to tools and technologies to build out of India. There is really no gap. The gap, if there is any, is of the context. The gap, if there is any, of our ability to think global, because we very easily get bound by the market which is next to us. And other than China, no other country has been able to produce its own Google, its own Facebook, its own TikTok. And China has been able to, in some sense, also do because they kept their market closed. So unless, as Indian startups, we take the war to the world, we know that the global war will be won by the companies that are getting created elsewhere. And hence, as a startup mindset, We need to believe that we can actually win the global war and actually start from there. And in Mobi and Glance, I mean, we're two examples of that, but I believe that Glance will potentially be the world's biggest AI-first consumer shopping platform to have come out of India. And we won't stop until we make it worth its while.
So if you're looking into the future, is it possible to predict at this stage that if startup founders are getting into this space, I mean, founders are getting into this space, should they go behind deep tech? Should they go behind B2B or just India's consumer market?
Look, I think you go after what you can go after. There is really no dearth of an opportunity at this point in time. Every space is open for disruption. Just the other day, one of my developers was showing me a prototype that he has created. He's created a single person movie studio. Basically, he did a movie making course over the summers. He understood what it takes to make a movie, converted all of those roles into beautiful prompts, backend linked all the different models that existed, and now, lo behold, he's a single person movie studio. And subject to whatever the cost of creation is, he can actually create any movie, whether it is 5 minutes movie or 50 minutes movie, is only a matter of cost. So in some sense, I think every industry is getting disrupted. Everyone, including us as in Mobi, we are disrupting ourselves. Every one of our platform is being rewritten as we speak. So there is really no dearth of opportunity in any space, whether you take B2C or B2B or India market or the US market. I think I would leave probably just two key points. Start global first and then come back to India. It's not that difficult to build something for the global market. The cost of distribution is high, I understand it. The cost of getting yourself there and your products established there, I get it. But I don't think I have seen any market other than US which is so accepting in terms of the best technology solutions. As far as you have the best solution out there, it does not really differentiate between whether the solution is coming from market A or market B. So in some sense, only your skill sets matter. So that's one point that I would mention. And the second point that I would mention is that I think as India, we have very inherent advantage of being very, very frugal in terms of our cost. We have seen that from the rover that we sent on Moon. We have seen that from thing that circled the Mars. We have seen that across the world. So I think that is our inherent advantage. And if we can somehow keep our costs in check and optimize the thing, then we can possibly deliver the applications for the global market at a cost base which nobody even can match.
And just to end it, would there be any golden tip that you would like to share with the aspiring founders? Like you said, build global and then come to India. But despite the challenges, how is it possible for them to do that?
I think that's another session in itself. I don't know if I have like one golden tip here, Vandana. I think it's a series of very small, different steps that are required. Probably the one piece that I will tell to any founder in the room or all founders in the room is running a company or building a founder is an infinite game. I think we've read the book, right? Infinite game. I use that term a lot within InMobi currently, that we are all in an infinite game. There is no end to it. Just build your company in a manner that there is no end to it, and someday you will get incredibly lucky. And that's the only piece of advice that I will have.
Sure. Thank you so much, Abhay. If we can open it just for one question, maybe.
Great stuff. There are two parts to the question. So the company which you started 2 years back, So it was AI first. You first thought that we'll create what styles look good on people, and then we go ahead and become a e-commerce company. And would you would be selling clothes and all that also to the people after that, or are you already doing it? So it was AI first, and then you thought of the next steps.
So Glance was started back in about 2018 or 19, and it was simply a lock screen content platform prior to it. And then we saw in 2021, the world changed completely. And that is where we completely repivoted the company to become an AI-first organization. And we went around the block to look at what is the biggest space that could possibly be disrupted. Other than advertising, the second biggest space is consumer shopping. It's a $1 trillion market, and we think that that market is up for disruption. Because other than Amazon or Walmart or any other such player in the ecosystem, which are the other giants that come into your mind when it comes to shopping? There's really none. And I believe that fashion shopping can actually be very, very aspirational. So we looked at that space and we jumped into it. And as founders, we jump off the cliff and build the parachute on the way down. So that's what we are doing right now. I'm sure we would have built the parachute by the time we land.
Okay, and the second part is China is doing something which is going global, and you're saying it's very difficult for other countries to do it. So TikTok, for example, they became so popular in US. So what is China doing different, which India is not able to do? So, and they have built LLMs also. So what's happening over there?
So China is investing so much money into the US that we can't even fathom. I mean, many of these advertisers like TikTok and Shein and Temu, and take any one of these companies that are becoming very large in the US, they happen to be advertisers with InMobi. And I have the first-hand view on how much money they spend in gaining the US consumers. And the reason they are able to do so is because they have very, very strong balance sheets in China. Their local market is so strong that they can invest in the US while building the US market. I mean, TikTok is insane. I mean, the amount of money that they are spending is in several $1 billion every year just on consumer marketing, not on product development, not on anything else. And that requires a very, very strong domestic balance sheet. One of the big challenges with a lot of Indian companies are that they are not able to invest in the US out of their own balance sheet, versus the US companies are able to invest in India out of their own balance sheet in the US. And that's one of the biggest challenges that comes in growing global.
All right. Thank you so much. We just ran out of time. Thank you so much, Abhay. This was very insightful.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you all very much. And on that note, we're going to quickly get the stage reset. We have one of the biggest names and one of the biggest voices of Indian sport in the house. I suggest all of y'all move forward and get the best seats, because things are about to heat up this evening here at Cipher 2025. This is a quiz that we're all looking forward to. A lot of massive goodies to be given out. So stick around and, like I said, get the best seats in the house, because this is going to be one of those quizzes you do not want to miss, and one of those experiences you definitely want to be a part of. We're slowly inching close to what has been 3 amazing days here at Cipher 2025. And we hope all of y'all are super pumped up. The man himself is going to be here very soon, so I suggest all of y'all move forward, get the best seats in the house. If y'all are sitting at the back and miss out on a few of these opportunities, this is completely on y'all. Lots of seats up for grabs in the front right here, and also towards the side there. A few more on that side as well. So for those of you all sitting at the back, if you want to move forward, now is the time. All right? While we wait, one last beatbox for the evening, yes or no? So much enthusiasm, wow. Okay, super. All right, I've been teaching you all how to beatbox, and I haven't just beatboxed myself. And so, here we go. Check 1. Check 2. Check 3. No, 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 no. People of the audience, please make some noise. This is good. People are awake. This is, yeah. Person whistling, extra 5 points to you. Okay. Everyone say wow. Slightly different that was. Okay. Wow, wow. I like that. Now we say wow. Wow, 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 wow. Wow, 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 wow. Wow, 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 wow. Wow, 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 wow. Yeah. Everyone say beatbox. With a lot more enthusiasm. Can't say beatbox. Now say beat box. Now say beat box. 2 words, beat box, beat box, beat. Funny thing, by the way, before I get into that, people have been coming and asking me if there is the DJ or something playing stuff in the back. How many of you all thought that? Just curious. Interesting. Do you still believe that? Huh? Okay, how do I prove that it's like actually me? Just curious, when I'm performing, how do I prove it's actually me? You come here and you listen to me. But I'm still covering the mic light, so technically you can't see me. I'm John Cena like that. Few people got that joke. Thank you. Okay, so how do I convince people that I'm actually doing this? Say Cipher. Cipher. How do you say Cipher, 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 Cipher? I'll need 2 beatboxes for this Cipher, Cipher. Is that good enough? Yeah? Cipher, 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 Cipher. But I could have, you know, in that time I was killing, I could have done something then they could have, no, never mind. Okay, here we go. Beat, box, beat, box, beat the box, beat the box, beat the box, beat the box, the ball, the ball. No. Yep. Thank you. Also, I showed you all this before. One of the simplest sounds you can ever do on the mic, and it'll sound mind-blowing, is you just go. Can you all just do that? But don't do the. Just make the sound with your lips. You're just going. That on the mic will sound like this. That's all I'm doing. It sounds like super cool, but it's not. It's me just blowing raspberries. I'm just going. And then you say cool things after that. To sound like a cool guy, you go. People of the audience, this is Cypher 2025. This is the biggest one yet. My name is Vineet Vincent, and this is beatboxing. No. Put one hand up in the air, everyone. One hand up. Can I have the lights on in the audience? The video guys should get a shot of this now. Get a shot of them. Don't get a shot of me. Here we go. Move your hand with me. There we go. I thought your faces were going to be there, but apparently it's just a very lost astronaut. Everyone's awake? Yes? Oh my God. Like, how difficult are y'all? You have to give a little bit more enthusiasm. Let's try this once again. Is everyone awake? Nice. Okay, we're going to try something else. I've done this at a few other AIM events before. Everyone say, Oi. Oi. Now, you look at the person on your left and say, Oi. See, everyone looked left. Dirty fellows. Okay, basically, just look at each other and say, Oi. Say, go and buy some AIM merchandise. Go tell them. Say, MC is wearing some cool AIM merchandise. Go buy it. Tell them. No? Okay. Everyone say, Oi. Now, when you say Oi, you clap at the same time. Okay? In 3, 2, 1. Together, children. Together. 3, 2, 1. Very nice. Can you clap above your heads? We're going to get a shot of this. 3, 2, 1. Beautiful. This looks stunning. 3, 2, 1. Follow. 3, 2, 1. Some of y'all are delaying. 3, 2, 1. Very nice. Now you've got to scream the oi out like you're calling someone who's really far away. Like, so that's without the mic, by the way. So 3, 2, 1. Beautiful. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Full goosebumps this game. Okay. I'm going to go and you're going to go oi and clap at the same time. Are you with me? Yes. Clap for yourselves and make some noise, Cypher 2025. I'm looking to my left. I'm looking at the console. Are we good to go? Yes, I am assuming that is a thumbs up. This next man coming up on stage is a legend, not just here in India, but across the world. He's one of the biggest voices in sports. Like I said, not just in India, but across the world. This man is a legendary sports commentator, an anchor, a quiz master with decades of experience covering everything from cricket and hockey to kabaddi and gymnastics. He himself is a 6 times junior national diving champion and an all-round sportsman. He also founded, and I didn't know this until I read it a while ago, he also founded India's Pro Kabaddi League, which I'm a massive fan of. Can you make some noise for that, please? Yeah? This man has single-handedly transformed the country's second most watched sport, which is the Pro Kabaddi League. People of the audience, Cypher 2025, you have to make a lot of noise, and it's time for us to give it up for the man himself. Welcome to the stage, Charu Sharma. Make some noise for him, please.
What do you know? You guys have done a great job. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for being here, everybody. Good evening. What a pleasure. First to receive a call from Black Hat saying, would you do this? And I said, of course I'll do this. And then from Cipher, a big thank you. And of course to AIM Media House, a big, big, big thank you. Ordinarily, of course, Vincent, where are you? Wherever you are, thank you very much for doing this. You were magnificent. Thank you. And it makes me wonder, why am I here? You should just carry on. But we got a few things to do. Ordinarily, if people come up here and say, make some noise, and everybody does, and he did that very well. Me, I'm going to say the reverse. Please be silent as we go through the quiz. I did try and find out what the procedure is. It's just to get straight to it, of course. We're going to have a lot of fun. I believe it's a question of getting pairs together. And then we give you a hardback, and we give you a sheet, and we ask you to do a preliminary quiz. And that'll be marked, and then the top 6 come to my right and left. So that's how it works, very quickly. Now I'm going to check with Vinay here. Are the sheets all given out? Not yet. Oh my goodness. So is it going to happen tomorrow, or? I don't know. Anyway, we expect that the people up front, or whoever wants to participate in pairs, not couples, will have you move further up. And then those who wish not to be outed, of course, there'll be some really smart people who say, forget this is all, child stuff, so I'm not even going to participate. Who wants to win along with children? So they may stay at the back. And we'll have a minor separation between those who are participating in the preliminary and those who are not. So we'll have a little sort of a physical separation of a few feet. I hope you don't mind that. There's no classism. It's just if you're participating, you're up front. If you're not, you're slightly further at the back. But this is a wonderful sight. I mean, the worst thing that can happen, and I'd love to call a couple of you, or not, but take my word for it, that if you're up on some kind of a stage, a high table, a dais, and you look down, and if there's a fair amount of empty space, you feel like just going straight back home. It's a really troublesome feeling when spaces are not full or not well attended. In this case, of course, it's just magnificent. It lights up everything. There's so much energy that everybody up on stage also feeds off the fact that there are so many people in front. So this is quite magnificent. I am going to request somebody who may be listening, presumably a couple of people here are listening, but those who are responsible for the tech, I'd love for there to be full lights all the time. So if we have some full light situation, I'll be delighted with it because I need to see you. That's what I'm here for, to see you. Maybe more lights? More? Thank you. More? Okay. Wonderful. I may also be talking to you, but I'd love to see you. And especially those at the back. You're no less than those in the front. And I wonder if you have enough answer sheets. But remember, it's a pairs event. So if you have a sheet in your hand, make sure somebody is with you on that. Okay? There's also minor details, like you might want to put a team name if you wish. Think of something funky, funny, or not. And of course, your own names as well. I'm just going through all of this because there could be a fair amount of confusion before we settle down. But if you ask for a sheet, you'll get one. If we run out of sheets, that's fantastic, which means there's so many people who want to get involved and we don't have enough. By the way, the world of quiz shows these days, or the whole concept of quizzing is almost extinct. And this may, ladies and gentlemen, be the last quiz you'll ever attend. Because you can just go to the great God Google and find out everything you want to know. So what's the charm in terms of learning stuff, or wanting to know, or gaining more knowledge? People just say, forget it here, I'll look it up on Google or whatever else. But that's where the world's going, so what can I say? I hope you remember this day today as the last of the great quiz shows. I'm just kidding. I hope it happens again and again. Also because if you're going to consult your phones, then really we're dead anyway. So I don't know how this works for people participating. I don't know what the mechanism is. We don't have the quiz police out. If you're going to look at your phone and answer some of the questions, just like the great God Google is helping you, there's a great God somebody watching you as well, saying, no, don't do that here. Come on, don't do that. Now, please keep your phones in your pockets or wherever else, in your bags. Please do not use them for, or from now onwards, just keep them quiet, silent, or not, or what. Keep it away, let's enjoy ourselves, because when we use the phone, it's all over. And I don't know how we're going to manage the fact that there need to be no phones consulted, but volunteers, come on, volunteers, Each one of you participating is a volunteer. Yeah? Look around you, make sure nobody is using a phone. Be the police for everybody else around you, and they'll be the police to make sure that you don't either. Okay. The point of quiz shows really is that you have one guy up here who pretends he knows or she knows. Of course we don't. But the people who work really hard are the people who prepare a quiz, especially now, because what can you possibly ask that people don't know? It's very difficult. So, Vinay, you and your team, do you call yourself something? What? Mind? Mind cogs. Vinay, please stand up quickly. Take a bow. That's Vinay who's prepared the quiz. Mind cogs. Thank you very much. All the hard work. 98% of the work. And like I said, some goon comes up here and pretends like, you know, I'm involved, but he's done all the hard work. And I have a sheet where all the answers are there, so I kind of, you know, pretend like I know what's going on. I must also confess, I can be immodest at times. I'm going to be immodest right now. I have a few strengths. I know a few things. I'm pretty proud of the fact that I have a few strengths. But I'm equally aware, and perhaps even, what's the word here? Disappointed that I have a few weaknesses as well. And my number one weakness should have meant that I would not be standing here today, because I'm close to being completely tech illiterate. But I'm here. So I suppose there's still space in the world for dinosaurs that all didn't die 300 million years ago. You're seeing one right here. But I'm alive, and you know, the world of tech goes on, and all you guys, of course, probably owe it your life, which is fine. I don't owe it my life, but I owe it today here, this evening. Okay, I think we're more or less ready with the answer sheets, yes? So anybody who wishes to get one, doesn't have one, time to raise a hand. Oh, don't have to stand up. It's time to raise a hand? No? Okay, I think we're all good. Okay, normally I, love the fact that we do this live situation, because otherwise it's on television, it's awful because you're just watching and you can't participate. But we're all here, we're sharing time together. And it's all about, if you're interested in the world of, can I say this without really being, school teachery, but the world of knowledge, I think is fantastic, because most people tend to, because they're either too busy or they're doing so much work, and there's just so much going on in your minds, you feel, who needs to know this stupid trivia? You may have a point, but my humble contention is you probably don't have a point, because how much of our brains is it ordinarily considered, universally accepted, that reasonably intelligent people, as you all are, use? Let's get a percentage out of some people. Yes? 10. Who's the genius? Wow. I'll take my coat off and give it to you. Anybody else? Madam? 2. You need to go back to school. Anybody else? Probably around that. 3 or 4 geniuses, 5, 6, and you, of course, 10. So, which is fine. So can you imagine that 95% of our brain is just very minimally, if not underutilized? What are we doing with all of that? And anytime anybody tells you something and you feel like saying, forget it, yaar, bheja kharab mat karo, yaar, bahut ho gaya, yaar. Too much in my head. Time for you to think again, because there is much more space in your head. And maybe for things that you actually do for a living, there's much more space. But even things that you don't need, trivia, why not? I mean, who wants to, who cares? In meters, okay, one more thing. When we do this quiz, I don't know where the separation line is, but somewhere there's a separation line between those who are participating and those who are not, but it doesn't matter. Those who have a sheet are participating, those who don't have a sheet are not. In pairs, remember. So how does it matter to anyone here that somebody here will tell me in meters, say, and raise a hand? Because normally what we do in a large gathering like this, it's impossible. If I say, please raise your hand, you say, I'm not in school. How are we going to get an answer if people are going to keep blurting stuff? And in a quiz show, my favorite word is, well, in a negative sense, so keep saying, don't blurt. Don't. Try and raise a hand, let me get to you, there's some drama, there's some fun. So, what in meters is, anybody here in this sort of channel, is the height of Everest in meters? Raise a hand. Yes, sir, second row. See? Everybody knows everything. So what am I doing here, yaar? In feet. In feet. Yes, sir. A little louder, please. I know I have a microphone, you don't. But don't worry about it here. Just get up and shout. Forget the microphone, it'll take too long.
29,000.
Don't take away the last few feet, that's the summit. 29,300? A little less, but that's okay. 29,028 at last count. Okay, stuff like that, you know, who cares? I mean, okay, just for my reference, how many people here, unlike the second row genius, did not know 8848? One? Well, don't be reluctant. It's okay. There's no negative marks or whatever. Great. Now you know. And you might well say, so what if I know? It's not going to change my life, but it just adds a little something for your brain cells to do. And of course, I work in the world of sport. So if there were to be a sports quiz, we could just shoot right here, right now. You know, extemporary. Bam. But it's not. It's an AI quiz. I have to keep remembering that. And I'm going to take another 1 minute to fool around with some show of hands, okay? I'm going to go only on the right side here and find out if anybody to my right, I don't know how the speakers work. Can I go either side? Let's see. Only on the right and nobody else. So you don't, what's my favorite word? Don't. Thank you. To the right, the name of currently the fastest man on earth. Raise a hand. Raise a hand. In the blue shirt. Say it. Don't worry about the microphone, yaar. Sorry? No, the fastest man on earth. Not as in the current champ. Come on, it's the easy one. Say it, yaar. Thank you. It's okay, yaar, I know. Okay, next, not you. Not you, sir, not you. Anybody else? What's his current, or not his, but what's the current world record time? In blue shirts again, yes. No, something's not good enough, but it's not bad. At least not 12 point something. So, all right, in the different kind of blue shirt, yes. Behind you. 9.94. He must be the slowest world record holder. Right at the back in the blue shirt again. Say it loud. 9.58. Well done. You know, usually when I do these things, I don't do them too often, but I am doing it now. But if you know, you can say TKR. If you don't know, I think it calls for a, you know, oh, wow. So 9.58, thank you. Somebody else? When did he run 9.58? Sir, Beijing. Somebody else? When? 2008, somebody said that was a? No, that was a what? Thank you. Somebody else? When? Yes, sir. 2007, reasonably, well, yes, sir. 2012. So, you know, dates are such that if you have enough, like 500, 800 people here, you will get there anyway. But no, I'm still looking for the right answer. When? Beijing, we know, 9.58. When? 2008. That was actually the Olympics here. Okay, 2000. Yeah, but just raise a hand, I'll get to you. Don't worry, don't blurt. 2009. Were the? 9, thank you. During which event? During which event? Am I audible at the back? Reasonably well? He said, sorry, so obviously I'm not audible. I said, during which event? Never mind. Yes, sir. Thank you. So we can go on and on and on. How tall is he? Etc., etc. And again, you people may say, who cares, yaar? Well, what's the harm? You can store it in the 95% of the brain that you don't use. So it's all good. We're all happy. And anything to do with anything. I'm talking about sport because I'm a little obsessed. That's who I am. But it could be anything. Could be fashion, could be carpets, could be lights, could be anything. It's just all knowledge and it's all great. Okay. I think we're running very late. And I'm adding to that problem. Who's next? Please tell them to just relax, calm down, not kill 10 people on the road getting here on time, as I did. So just everybody take it easy. We've got a quiz going. There will be, of course, I'll ask some preliminary questions. You can write them down, provided you've written your team name. Could be fancy or not. And of course, the two participating pairs, or the pair, yeah, both names. Because who knows, you might be among the 6 who come up here. But I will say this. The 6 who come up here are the ones who are going to enjoy this evening least. Because they'll be like, you know, well, the rest of us will have a great time here. Ha, 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 and we'll guess and we'll get some. Do we have some giveaways and things? No? None? Oh, great. You want to show it and all that so people say, oh, there's actually something here? Thank you. There's stuff to be given away to everybody. How about that? In case you answer questions legitimately. If there's a blurt, gone. For every blurted answer, which is correct, we have a deal, which it took me about 17 days to negotiate. Every prize here, which is meant for all of you, if there's a blurted answer which is correct, I get to keep it. So watch it. I have to go back with something, right? Except wonderful memories. All right, one last check. Everybody at the back in the corner there, sirs, can you hear me? Wonderful. Can you understand me? Equally important. Okay, great, thank you. You're actually the 5th row in front. So right at the back, you're too shy to raise a hand, that's fine. When the going gets tough or when the session gets over, we'll wake you up. Don't worry about it. Okay, are we sort of ready? We're more than ready? Yeah? You're saying, come on, get on with it. Well, let's have some fun here. Okay. I have a whole lot of questions for everybody here. The fun element, which is otherwise called the audience, and we'll keep breaking into those once in a while, yeah, to make sure the prizes are given away. In fact, let's give one prize away if you don't mind, straight away. Is it okay? To set the stage? Is it okay? I need some nods here. They can hear me at the back. Can you hear me in the front? Okay. So here we go. Which one? Because the way I see it, there's intelligence and knowledge into the power of 500. So what chance do these things have? Nothing. Vinay, nothing. I'm telling you, I have a private bet with him as well, that if there's any one audience question that goes unanswered in 2 attempts, you know, one hand may be wrong, one hand done, then I don't take anything back. Okay? So that's pressure on you guys, because that's my bet, that all of you will know everything. But of course, a show of hands, please, because it just makes it a little easier. Instead of? Thank you. But okay. Here we go. So it's just a little fun thing. And please raise a hand. And of course, if you don't know and somebody answers it correctly, please promise to. Yeah, I like using the word applaud. For several good reasons, yeah? Thank you. And one very good reason. Very dangerous reason. Okay. And of course, raise a hand at any time, because sometimes you read 4 words into a question and people know. So raise a hand. Here we go. What is the name of the AI system developed by IBM that competed on the game show Jeopardy? See what I mean? See what I mean? Okay, in the pink shirt, sir. Sorry? A little louder. Watson. Correct? And in case people didn't know, thank you. You knew? Didn't know. If you know, don't applaud. It's like, take care, you know, could be aata hai. But if you don't know, please, we're in trouble. Why are we in trouble? Next question. No, we're in trouble. Because everybody here is going to get 15 out of 15. So I don't know how this is going to work. I'll just have to choose the oldest and the youngest pair, and oldest and the youngest pair, and so on and so forth, because otherwise you're going to break all the tiebreakers as well, and it's not going to work out too well. Okay. Here we go. All set? You got your pencils, pens, whatever, and you know. Can I have a show of hands of all those who are participating? Oh my, what? This is fantastic. I'm so pleased. It's wonderful. And of course, try very hard to not, you know, help people. This is competitive. You might want to or do whatever, because you're sitting next to each other. So try very hard not to say, question number 1. Be honest here, can't hurt. Like I said, if you don't make it here, you'll have a lot of fun. So don't look around. And don't look at your phone. Here we go. Question number 1. I'm going to be reading these out, and will they come up as well? They will. Question number 1 for the prelims in Cipher 2020. I'll give you another 10 seconds. Because really, if you know, you know. And if you sort of thought you know, then 10 seconds is enough to rack your brain, activate your memory, and get there. Are you guys, no, you're volunteers. You're not taking part, are you? Are you guys taking part? No. Good. Okay. Madam, done? Too easy? Too easy, yeah. What can I say? I mean, if I prepared this, I'd just go back to Usain Bolt. But here we go. All right, let's move on to number 9. What is the name of the AI in this movie? Don't keep staring at him. Just wait. We need the answer. What is the name of the AI in this movie? The reason I'm taking a little bit of time over this is because the preliminary involves us all. So will the final in a few moments, but it's just, so all of us are involved, most of us are taking part, we're having a good time, then of course it gets to be the final and all of us are saying, get on, get it over with, because we got to go somewhere else. Okay, done? Anybody got it? Don't be afraid of raising a hand. Thank you. 1. But the lady who raised her hand first. So I say again, smarter than the man. Okay, number 10. This is the AI chatbot of which website or app? I'll move out, don't worry. Likho, jaldi. I mean, there are 1,000 clues in there, so it's not of a carpet company or whatever else. Okay, I think it's time we make a move. Make a move? All right. Number 11. This model, released in December 2024, was named after the Japanese word for sky to signify its limitless creative potential. What is it? What is this? As in, the model released in December 2024, named after the Japanese word for sky. You don't all have to learn Japanese, but if you do, it'll be of great use when your tech riches take you to Japan, because it's just an absolutely outstanding country. It's like on some other planet. How many of you have been to Japan? 1, 2, none, 3, 4. The rest of you, please make a plan. Get there as quickly as you can. I mean, it's been there for the past thousands of years, so it'll probably remain for the next thousands of years, but go there as quickly as you can. Let's get to number 12. You have to fill in the blank. Those who know will say, don't give a clue. Those who don't know may say, give a clue. Anyone wants a clue? Oh my goodness. Vinay, no clue. Gosh, I've never seen you more stern. Normally he's full of smile. A very nice chap. No? Kyun? Sorry? Die break. Oh, yeah, you're right. Somebody needs to get something wrong. Sorry, yaar. My heart breaks, but he's a tough guy. Me, I'd give you the answer right away, but That's why he's, you know, the maker. And I'm only the presenter. Okay, well, if you don't know, what can I say? We need to break some ties. Number 13, where would you find this DJ? Vincent will know wherever he is. Book, 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 whatever, you know. Sorry, yaar. He'll know. And enough, move on. Thank you. I'm being very generous with time because, you know, really, if you know, you know, otherwise write something down. Don't leave it blank. No negative marks. Don't leave it blank. Okay. Number 14, identify the company. Can I give a hint? No. I'll give it anyway. I'm going against you. Vinay, you can kill me after this, not right now on stage. It's not Lego. Just kidding. Okay? Okay. Anybody got it? Oh, brilliant. Let's move. And so we move on to the final question. Hang on. Who's running it at the back? Yeah, there you go. Hang on. Because I want to quickly, once again, remind everybody that what tends to happen, which will not happen here today, yes, which will not happen here today, is that a lot of people participating in the preliminaries and people who don't say, okay, preliminary is over, maybe I didn't do too well. Bye-bye. I'm chale. I'm saying, hello, where's everybody? So stick around, enjoy yourself. We'll have lots of prizes for the audience pretty soon. And I don't know who to give it to because everybody will know everything. And I don't know whether it can be subdivided, these prizes. But anyway, most people will have a lot of fun. And in a short while, I think in about another 10, 12, 15 minutes, because we need time to collect all the answer sheets and then we have to score them and so on and so forth. It takes a bit of time. During that time, I'll be most happy to be of service. And we'll regale each other with some questions and answers and have a good time and get all those prizes given away, yeah? All these prizes to be given away in the next 15, 20 minutes when we do the scoring. If you want to leave, leave. You want to break my heart, leave. Already there's a little murmur, so I don't know. Watch it. Okay. I realized I was hiding my kerchief. Here we go. Number 15 is the last question. Do put your minds together and let's go. It was the pioneer chatbot and one of the first modern conversational AI and generative AI. Reliance acquired it in 2019. Who here is from some kind of Reliance company? Oh, okay. Well, you may soon be. Can we scrub that? No. Okay. So it was the pioneer chatbot and one of the first modern conversational AI and generative AI. Reliance acquired it in 2019. What is this? And now another 10 seconds. Our very hard-working volunteers will collect all the answer sheets. Our very hard-working Vinay Medalia, thank you very much, and his team they're going to score it, and we're going to have a lot of fun with a whole lot of audience questions. So 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. Reminds you of school, doesn't it? Oh, 1 minute more, 1 minute more, 1 minute more. I was always saying 1 minute more, but they'll collect the sheets. I hope you've written your names and your team names and all that. If you haven't, what can I say? We'll say, and our mystery winner is, please put your names on. Thank you very much. Oh, we can do without music, thank you. Okay, bye-bye. I'll let everybody settle down. It's okay, you know, we like you. 1-4, thank you. We have lots of giveaways. They're going to be given away to those who are leaving now. No, they're going to be given away to those who are staying. Okay, in 30 seconds, we start off with our audience prizes. 25. Are you ready for some questions? I'm not going to work the crowd and say, are you ready? And stuff like that, because, I mean, I don't want you sort of saying, yeah, you know, something. Oh, give so-and-so a big applause. And forget it. You want to applaud, applaud. You want to say, yeah! Yeah, thank you. Oh, hi.
There is a bag that's lost, a jute bag, white. One of y'all must have picked it up by mistake. It is someone else's bag. Her camera is in it. Her camera is in it, her power bank is in it, and some other recording equipment. So if you all can very quickly check if you all have confused your AIM jute bag with someone else's. And if you find it, please come and give it to us on the side or at the help desk. Thank you.
Okay. Take care of your bags. Don't leave them lying around. Keep them on your shoulder, whatever else. And we're set. So let's get a couple of prizes given away, shall we? Can somebody help? Because everybody's disappeared. Somebody's going to help? Raghu? Get somebody to help you. Okay. This is a really easy one, and these are sort of multi-topic. They may not have much to do with AI. I'm hoping they have nothing to do with AI or tech, but here we go. One last check. No, it's not last. I'm going to ask you a few more times during this evening, but I'll ask you right now. Please don't. How do you spell that? Okay, just spell it. Thank you. Okay, here we go. This is a kind of a favorite quiz question, so a lot of you may be knowing, but okay, let's break it up. So the first part of the question is, please name, as in raise a hand, if you don't mind. We'll get to a few people, it's only fun. The name of the person who made India's first full-length feature film. Raise a hand. In the yellow. Satyajit Ray. I'm going to speak out the answers as well. He'd be delighted to think or know that he was the first. But no, raise another hand. The lady there. Dada Saheb Phalke. Well done. No award yet. Now that you've said that much, just her, please. Nobody else, just her. We want to give you a prize desperately. The name of the movie. Pardon? Same thing. Raja Harishchandra. Step closer. But don't give anything yet. You can touch it, feel it, see it. Can't have it. Hold on. Touch, that's all. In the year, shh, no blurting. Pre-independence can go back 5,000 years. I'd love for our first prize to go to this wonderful, knowledgeable young lady. Thank you very much. And since you didn't get the last part of that, we may or may not give a prize to the next one, but, and the year was, raise a hand. Sir, 27. Anybody else? In the corner there? 19? 1-3. Can you go all the way across? Ladies and gentlemen, if you didn't know, 1913. Not 30. I think you said 30. Okay, well done. This one's easy if you follow any sport at all. Okay. Which part of this hall laughs loudest? Anyway, yeah. So what was the original name, just raise a hand, of Muhammad Ali? Yes, sir. Cassius Clay. So therefore no prize, because it's so easy. But somebody else here who follows a little more in terms of sport, the original name of a 7'2.5" basketballer, legend, called Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Raise a hand for his original name. Hello. Yes, sir, madam, ladies, gentlemen. Yes, sir. Pardon? No, sir. Shaquille O'Neal's actual original name is now Shaquille O'Neal still. But of Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. You remember him, anyone? Big star in the 70s and 80s. Yeah, in the blue shirt, please. So, hang on, just a sec. Sorry? We'll probably have to do a microphone thing, but only him, nobody else, please.
I don't remember the last name, but Ferret Lewis.
Ah, okay. What you've done is given somebody else an opportunity. Not the one next to you, but right at the back if possible. I'm looking everywhere, by the way. Right at the back, the gentleman with the raised hand with the spectacles. Come on, get up. Microphone.
So it's Ferdinand Louis Alcindor.
In short, what does your phone say? Did you use your phone? Well done. In short, Lou Alcindor. Well done. Congratulations. We'll give you something. Can we give him something, please? Well done. Well done. Oh, you mean all of you knew? Thank you. Okay. Where do we go from here? I think this is off from the world of sports, so I'll ask it anyway. Which multinational manufacturing company means I roll in Latin in reference to ball bearings that they originally manufactured? There are some very, very intelligent people here. Please forgive me. I'll come back to you, number 2. I have to go to the lady in the front row. Yes, madam. Yeah. I'll have to give you a consolation prize for not even speaking. Because, do we have a prize? Can somebody give us something, please? Whatever you want. Let's give the bag, yaar. Do you have one of these bags yet? Do you have a bag? The white bag? Yes or no? No. Bag, please. Oh, it's only these things, is it? I don't know. It's only these? I beg your pardon, yeah. Sorry, I was about to give you a bag which contained 50 things. But we can give her this, please. Volvo. Correct. Thank you. Sorry, yaar. Another time. Am I biased? Yes, but okay. All right, here we go. Another one. Oh, so many questions in my head. How close are we? Maybe a little time still. Okay. If you're not using your phones, you're my friend. So let's go back to, I don't know why I'm obsessed, but when people run really quickly, you can get a little obsessed. Now, if we talk about timings, sooner or later we're going to get it. In which year was, and 1080, 1001, of course we're going to get it. Who is the first one who's going to give me the world record for 200 meters, forget the 100 meters now, 200 meters, double the distance. The world record created by? That's a blurt. Sorry, blurt. Oh, you heard it. Okay, fine. No, I'm just kidding. Okay. Yes, you anticipate my next question? Sorry? Usain Bolt. Again. I said I apologize for the obsession. But, okay, so we'll move on to when did he create the world record? Just you. 2008. Okay. Anybody with the gentleman on the left with the blue shirt? Again, everyone's wearing blue. What's going on? Yeah. Where? Pardon? Berlin. During the World Championship. And of course, we will give you this, whatever it is, award, prize, if you will tell me the timing. Just him. Just him. No? I need the timing here. I'm so sorry. No blurt. The lady at the back, you know the timing? Wow. Can we go to the lady at the back, please, in the black and white? No, you can't here. because I'm biased, can I say. We'll get back to you, though. Okay, madam, raise your hand here. There you go. How does he know who to give the microphone to? Yes, madam.
Yeah, 19.19 seconds.
19 point?
19.
You keep the microphone with you. I want to know why you gave me that time.
Because that is the answer. He asked me.
No, hey, I want to know. I mean, did you really know?
Yeah, I used to follow his career.
Ah. I'm so impressed. Can we please hear it for her? 19.19. And in the world of athletics or wherever, just to let you know, people say, 19.19 or 19.1, 19 or whatever. The proper protocol is you take the first set of digits before the decimal as the number itself, 19, and then after the decimal you say 0.19. So, well done. Not that you didn't know, of course, my apologies. But, okay, wonderful. I think we're still waiting for the draw, so let's move on from Usain Bolt to somebody else. Okay, I love saying this because sometimes when you're there and you see records being established, you feel, wow, I was there and commentating and everything else. So all of you know that one of the big bragging right records in sport still is, the fastest 100 in then one-day international, now of course T20s and so on and so forth. So, not now, but I'm going to go back a bit. Okay, let's go back to the year 19, no, I shouldn't say that. That's a funny way of asking questions. But okay, somebody from India held that record a few years ago. We'll stay with you in the blazer, and that would be? Or you raise a hand, you're saying, no, to kaise kam chalega? So, who was the first Indian to hold the record for the fastest 100 in one-day internationals? At that point of time, we'll go with you on the cap, sir. He said, Muhammad Azharuddin. How many people agree? You seem to have some friends. This side, not that side. Everybody hates you for getting the right answer. But, you can touch it, but no more. How? When?
I guess this was match against Sri Lanka?
Cambodia? No.
Sri Lanka, I believe.
Okay, you'll have to do me a favor here and forgive me and hand the microphone back. Thank you. We'll go somewhere at the back. Nobody? Nobody this side? Yeah, in the aisle there in the pink shirt. Come on. When? Yeah, you. Take the microphone.
Azharuddin, against whom you are asking, right?
Against whom?
New Zealand, maybe.
When?
1988 or 89.
One slide, just
88.
this much. Where?
It's India. It's in India.
India, yeah, big country. Where?
It's in Bangalore. It's 1988 on Eden Garden.
Nice place for a record. But I'll tell you what, I wish we had more. We don't. I wish we had sort of a semi-final. What do you have in your hand? The same prize? No, him. The same prize. Oh, yeah. Okay, we'll have to come back to that. Maybe we can. Okay, forget where. Nobody else, please. Don't blurt. Obviously, we're talking about a record for the fastest 100. So he got to his 100 in how many deliveries?
62.
Stop!
62.
We'll give you the prize. 62. Thank you. Well done. 62. Terrific knock. Of course, it was a small stadium, and since you didn't get that, somebody else will tell all of us where. Vadodara, absolutely right. At the palace ground. Sorry, yaar. Oh, sab mal to le gaya wo. But we'll come back to you for something else, for sure. Okay, I'm still waiting for word from the right. Or maybe from the front. I'm not sure, we'll get there pretty soon. Okay. So let's get rid of this whole sporting thing. I mean, Charu Sharma, sport, forget it. Let's get back to a more generalized question. One theory, and this involves us all, so does sport. One theory is that it originates from the Persian word, just raise a hand. Because everybody feels, oh, I know, and you blurt it out, and it's all over anyway. Yes, sir. What? Idhar aao yaar. Sab de do udhar. So, are you a part of the, no? I mean, that's just brilliant here. How much Persian word for wall? Wall. Well, I don't know. You obviously did so well, the music came on. So, you know, yes, I was about to say Persian word for rice, etc., etc. Biryani is the right answer. Brilliant. Well done. There we are.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. So it's like a standard quiz question, is it? Must be. I don't know. Yeah. That's why I go into all sorts of tangents. Yeah, now you know why. Where, when, is, that, you know. Anyway. Okay. Waiting for, we have to go through the answers of the preliminary, now that the sheets have all been collected. Where are we? Yeah. Are you ready? For, no, at the back, the console. Are you ready? Thank you for the answers of the preliminaries, yeah? No? Sorry, wait. It's like, yes, no, wait. Okay, we'll wait. Because you don't even have to, I'll give it, yeah? Vinay? Don't worry, I'll give it. Yeah? Thank you. So don't worry about it. So let's go to everybody. If there's... I can shut up. What we'll do is, I'll read out the question, and this time you can feel free to blurt because, you know, I mean, just about everybody knows all the answers anyway, so just speak it out, and jointly so. Wait for 2 seconds after I finish asking the question, wait for 2 seconds, and then everybody give me the answer. Okay. So, and I'll say 1, 2, 3, and then you answer. 1, 2, 3. Louder, yaar. I only heard Biddi because it's the right answer. Okay. Number 2. This is the logo of. Now, the two of you need to keep absolutely quiet. I can only hear you and you know everything. So then what's the point? Baki sab log yahan kya kar rahe hain? Okay? Thank you. Which table do you want? We'll give it to you, whichever you want, because you obviously know everything. All right. Number 3. 1, 2, 3. Louder. Sound like croak, but yeah, sure. Croak. Okay. Now people are getting excited. Mujhe bhi malum tha. Number 4. Number 5. I think second row wins. Well done. Second row wins. Ouch. Ouch. Oh my goodness. Kya kiya maine? Mujhe malum tha. But never mind. You have to break the tie somewhere. Okay, number 6. This side not saying anything now. Oh, not that. This side. One year, what about everybody? It's like, oh God, I didn't know, I've heard it now. I have a little. Okay, next, number 7. Number 8, go for it. What view? Okay, I think we'll have to be kind on this because officially it's Google view. So you can just say view, I suppose, you know. Because if you know Google, Google knows everything, so you know everything. So we'll do a little connection there, okay? Number 9, name of the AI in this movie. Speak it loudly, don't be shy. The entity, correct. I know I have the microphone, so it's an unfair advantage, but look at you, look at the numbers. Number 10. Make my trip, MMT. Okay, that's earned a bit of a buzz. What's going on? Okay, next. Sora, go to Japan, quickly. Go there and say, I love the Sora. Number 12. Loudly. Madam, zor se boliye. Zomato. Oh. Number 13, where would you find this DJ? Spotify, correct. The company, Mister, be careful what you say. Pronounce it correctly or you might be in trouble. Mistral, yeah. Mistress. Number 15, the final one. Vinay, you know you're in serious danger. I think you can break ties and this and the other, but everybody's got everything right. So there's a tie break in operation and heartbreak for many and a quiz break for some. But if you're ready, we will now very quickly identify the 6 teams that will come up and join us. But I promise you once again that they'll have it tough, we'll have it great. Because we'll have fun, we'll laugh, we'll giggle, we'll say whatever. And these guys are saying, no, but I want to win. Thank you, sir. Okay, so. Now we can have music. Easy, easy, easy. Beginning from 1. When are you ready? Yeah, we are ready. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Just because you think you didn't make it, you don't have to leave. But that's fine. I know you got things to do. I remember the airlines in the earlier years. Now they don't say it anymore because there's hardly any competition. Here we go. We're running very late, so now it's going to be all business. Let's go. I'll squeeze this one in. In the past, when there was quite a bit of a choice, the airlines particularly were very fond of saying, the captain would come on and say, ladies and gentlemen, the captain speaking, blah, blah, blah. And we're all delighted that you have chosen our airline to fly. And blah, 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 blah. So I'm really delighted that all of you have chosen to be here this evening. I'm sure you had 50,000 other things to do, but the fact that you spared time for us here today, we're all truly, deeply grateful. Thank you very much. And if you wish to stay, I'll be even more grateful. Thank you. Okay. See, I don't ask for applause. It doesn't matter, as long as you're listening and enjoying, and even if you're sleeping at the back, it's okay. Team 1. Now, when these names are announced, because of the fact that they made it to the final, you may wish to acknowledge their achievement by, thank you, exactly that. Charlie, Suyash, Mayank. Go to table 1, team 1. Not here, they've gone. Charlie. Nobody's here? Oh, gives a chance for somebody else. Must have left. Last call. Team Charlie, Suyash and... Yeah. Ow. Thank you. Well done. Backbenchers can do it too. Well done. Just one? He will take everybody alone. Ajao. Give him a call or whatever. Tell somebody can get. Don't worry. Are you? Oh, well done. So who's Suyash and who's Mayank? Suyash, Mayank, let's go here. Team 1. Thank you. Well done. Team Charlie. The second team to come up, team number 2, will take station number 2. Einstein's army. That's pretty smart. Einstein's army. Rozan Vedant. Rozan Vedant. All sorts of people are getting up from all sorts of places, but I think it's the 2 gentlemen in the black. Yes? Raise a hand. No? Okay. I don't know anymore. Raise a hand, yeah? No, not you. Okay. You? No? You? Raise a hand. Come on up. Don't be shy. It's okay. I'm the one who's shy. Who's Rozan? Who's Vedant? Vedant. Rozan? Team 2. Congratulations. Well done. This is getting to be scary because people are so reluctant to get up and come here. It's okay, I don't bite. Come on. Team 3, Cyborg 201, Sunny Vishal. Well done, where are you? There you go. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Well done, Team 3. I'll move on because I have to move on quickly now. Team 4, Zenith, Abhinav and Divyansh. Raise a hand, get up, thank you, there you go. Everybody's middle of the table. Let's go, let's go, let's go. You're team 4, to my left. Number 5, oh, I like this. Takes 2 to tango, Akash Janani. Or Janani, Akash Janani. Let's go, let's go. Where? No? Nobody? There you go, come on, come on, come on. Where's Akash? Presuming you're Janani. Where's Akash, not here? He thought he did that badly? Come on, come on, come on. You can handle it alone. Women multitask. It's okay. It's easy. Come on. Ajay, team 5. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, no team name. They didn't want to come up with anything. They want to remain mysterious. They did give their individual names, luckily. So we know it's Ankit and Anshuman. Ankit, Anshuman? Gone? No? Thank you. First thing you do is raise your hand here. Thank you, because so many people get up and go anywhere. Ankit, Anshuman, let's go. You can keep your bags with you. Otherwise, we'll have another announcement. Bag lost. Please follow. Bring it with you. It's okay. Or give it to a friend. Oh, prize winner. You won a prize. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is the final. It's all business up here. And of course, if given time, if given the opportunity, we'll come back with audience questions very quickly. There's also some in the middle of the rounds, and we'll get to those whenever we do. You guys can try and keep a little bit of distance between each other or not. I know they're kind of close. You can take the high step. Is that okay? Yeah. And they have microphones. I presume they're all working at the back. I presume all the microphones are working. Do you want to do a test or just carry on? Carry on. Let's go. Thumbs up at the back. Thumbs up. So I presume all the microphones are working. If they don't, I can hear you and I can repeat the answer. So don't worry too much about it, yeah? Don't get fussed about the microphone. And you, Janani, are ready to take on the world alone. That's fine. Do you want to make a call or what do you want to do? And he's gone home? He thought he did that badly? He thought he did that badly? I don't know. He needs, thank you. You, my friend, need a counselor to get some confidence going. Well done. You're much smarter than you think. Okay. All right, now we're all set. Take a deep breath, or 3. There's a fly in front of me, I better not. Okay, All set? 4 rounds, and they'll go by very quickly, I hope. Unlike me, I waffle a lot, I take time, but I think this is going to happen pretty quickly. We'll begin with team 1 for round 1. It's a simple dry round. I ask a question, you answer it, you get 10 points if you get it right. The question does... The question will pass, and clockwise. So if you don't get it right, they can get it. Again, it's not for 5 points or less. If the question passes, the points remain the same, which is 10. So try and get it right first time. Otherwise, these guys will pick up 10. All clear? Easy? It's a simple question. I'll read it out, and you guys can read it as well or see it. And then we'll give sufficient time for team number 1 to answer. If you can't, in that sufficient time, or if it's the wrong answer, we'll pass. Yeah? No negative marking. So go for it. I mean, if I ask you, what was the original name of Kareem Abdul-Jabbar? Feel free to say Shaquille O'Neal. And no negative, sorry buddy, no negative markings, yeah? All right. So ladies and gentlemen, if you're ready, maybe we'll get all these 6 teams one last round of. Thank you. One thing I know, 2 things I know. One, this gathering is tech. It's all a tech gathering, so you guys are crazy intelligent. And 2, because it's a tech gathering, you guys are crazy well-behaved. Thank you. So now that the final's on, we are going to be as silent as possible, and we are not going to... Thank you. All right. If we're all set at the back, thumbs up. It's for you. So Yash, Mayank, you ready? And your question for 10 points is, the text-to-image model DAL-E's name is a portmanteau combination of 2 names due to its ability to create images from any prompt given to it. What are the 2 names we're looking for? It's a portmanteau, a combination of 2 words. I know many of you know. Good time to keep quiet. I'll give you 5 more seconds, because if you don't know, we'll have to go. Yeah? Team 2. You got 5 seconds because you had plenty of time to think. You want to hazard a guess? No negatives? Or you want to move on? Move on. Team.
I'll just take a random guess.
You'll have to be both. Can't get one right and spoil it. Go for it.
So Wally and David.
Say it again.
Wally and David.
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 It's just a guess.
David.
Yeah.
It's okay.
No
I just didn't,
negative points.
you know, you try to eat it up. I just want you to clear it. David and Wally. Yeah. Okay. Team 3.
Da Vinci.
Team 4. 5. 6. Wally's been said. Vinay, I bow down to you. Well done. I thought everything will be just so easy, it's not even funny. Wow, I'm most impressed. And lady, madam, yes. Okay, that's clever, but not our right answer. Madam? Say it louder. And will you give her a big round of applause, please? Salvador Dali. Dal and Wally. Oh, more than an applause? Whoa, what do I know? Thank you. It's all yours. Well done. Okay, move on to team 2. You ready? And your question is, it's a longish one. Read it out. This company helps video and podcast creators make original, royalty-free background music they can call their own. They have empowered over 1 million creators to create 1.5 million plus original tracks. They use AI tech built by a team of most talented music researchers, technologists, and enthusiasts in the world. What is the name of the company which is inspired by a famous composer?
Beethoven AI.
At which point of time, everybody comes up with a loud round of applause. Thank you. Beethoven AI. Beethoven. Well done. 10 points to team 2. Team 3. Let's rock on. You sounded so kind of, I don't know, maybe. Well done. So here we go. Team 3. It was founded in 2009 by Thomas Siebel. Originally, the dash in the company's name was a reference to carbon, and the dash was a reference to measure, mitigate, and monetize. Because the company's original goal was to help manage corporate carbon footprints. Which company? I'm not going to read it again because it's pretty evident, and I don't want to disturb their line of thought. Can I pass? You want to hazard a guess? I'll give you 3 seconds. 1, 2. Team 4.
Just a random guess. Maybe some part of it can be nitrogen. I don't know. Like
Or potassium or whatever else. Team 5. Team 6. There's no 7. So team 1 for 10 points if you want to get it. Pick up the microphone here. Pick up the microphone. Say something.
No, we don't know.
That's a pretty good answer. Team 2. Whoa, 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 hold on. Some lights, please. Thank you, if they can be instantly put on. And I don't know who's won, who's not. The lady in the red, thank you. Why do you know? How do you know? I'm curious. You're connecting it all, like intelligently, so lateral thinking and all that. How? So that's what I'm saying. You put it all together in that genius head of yours. Wow, you probably use about 6% of your brain. Well done. Yes, C3.ai. Brilliant. Can we hand her something, please? We're soon going to run out of this. Maybe, maybe not. We got caps as well. Yeah, thank you. Okay. Number 4 for Team 4. First question. Secret Mountain is an AI-powered virtual musical universe that blends music, storytelling, and digital characters from various cultures. The project features a mystical metaverse led by a character named Luna. Whose initiative is this? Pick up the microphone, no negative marks. And the answer is?
Facebook.
Facebook. Team 5.
Answer that only.
Say it, yeah.
Mark Zuckerberg.
Sorry?
Meta. Facebook
Yeah.
Meta.
Okay. I don't know. Team 6.
Disney.
Disney. 1. Once again, Vinay, I look to you with awe. 1. No?
Pixar.
Pixel. 2.
Amazon.
3.
Sony.
Sony. Whew. Whose initiative is this? Turns out to be, hold on. You can imagine the collective power of the tech geniuses. I'm so sorry. Everybody on the left, listen to the right answer from your left. Madam, get up and say it. A.R. Rahman. Brilliant. Well done. Congratulations. Take something home. अरे उन टोपी क्या दे रहे हो यार? कुछ और दे यार. She's not going to wear it, but she will use whatever this is. Okay, Team 5, are you ready? Your first question, 10 points. The company was founded in 2016 by French entrepreneurs Clément Delangue and Julien Chamon and Thomas Wolfe in New York City. Originally, as a company that developed a chatbot app targeted at teenagers. The company was named after the U+1F917 emoji. Which company? Very funny when you're sitting there. When you're here, it's like, you know, I knew. Okay, we'll give you 5 more seconds for an answer. Team 5. Boldo.
Snapchat.
6. Say something, yeah, it's okay.
That was same guess.
Okay, oh, it's 1. Can't give you that much time. 2. 3.
ByteDance.
4.
Under 19.
A little louder.
Under 19.
Under 19?
Just a random guess.
I
Just a random. You for under 19.
I thought I heard under 19. I was shocked. Look at the power of collective thought, and we think we know, individuals know everything here. Let's go far right. Okay, the gentleman in the whiter, lighter shirt in the corner, that's you. Say it. Say it louder. Hugging face. Congratulations. Can we give him something, please? Yeah. Team 6, round 1, your question for 10. The visual appearance of this was based on the G.I. Joe action figures. For the wig used, this look had a silver streak in the middle made out of yak hair, while its leather jacket was designed by Vogt. The suits were made of copper. It was created by a scientist named Lasigaran. What is this? Smiling and laughing and a little giggle is okay, but it's only a step away from a blurt, so don't. Team 6.
With the name of character?
Yeah.
It's the movie. It's from robot movie. From this movie. I don't remember.
I'll give you another 5 seconds.
Okay.
You know, I'm
Rajnikant's
trying
movie,
very hard, but I'll have to move to team 1 for 10 points.
Snake Eye.
Snake eyes. Team 2.
Terminator.
Team 3.
Terminator.
They just said it and I moved to you. Too late, sorry. Team 4.
Robocop.
5. Come on.
Ravan.
Pardon? I said that I will give you 5 more seconds. I've now given them 45 more seconds because just say whatever you said in a slightly more advanced fashion and we'll finish this. Say it again anyway. Pick up the microphone. What did you say?
It's from Rajnikant's movie Robot. The name of the, it was a villain, the name of the robot was what, robo.ai or
As they
robo
say,
AI.
as they say in the government, they never say, I'm telling you this, they say, I am directed to say. I will give you 10 points.
Thank you.
They knew the essence of the answer, yes? Okay, that's round 1. The right answer is, can we flash it there? Oh, isn't it? Picture ne dekha karo yaar. Okay. We're done with round 1. We're going to flash the points very quickly and move on to round 2 as quickly as possible. It's been a tough start. Round 2, we begin from team 6. Are you ready? Okay. It's a similar round. Yeah, we ask a question, you give the right answer. If you can't, we pass. Okay? But we pass anti-clockwise. Okay, same. 10 points for right answer. It does pass for 10 points. No negatives, and we'll move anti-clockwise. 6, are you ready?
Yes.
Which means Ankit and Anshuman, why don't you give us a name? Sorry?
Nameless. Nameless team.
Which, of course, in the US, where many of you have been, if read the opposite way, is a? Is? Pardon? Read the opposite way? It's a very famous.
No name.
How many people have been to college in the US? Anyway, it's a pretty famous frat. Yes, sir? You raised a hand. You're too far? Doesn't matter. We know you know. It's okay. Emanon. It's a pretty famous frat. A lot of colleges have Emanon as a fraternity. Never mind. So here we go. Your question. Round 2. Identify. It's called visual cortex, the round. Yeah? We'll show you a visual. You identify for 10 points. Identify this. Shh, shh, shh.
You will need the specific model name, right?
We need, yeah, names, yeah. Somewhat generalized names also, okay? Say it. Something.
This is.
I'm going to put you under the gun. 3, 2, 1.
NVIDIA's this the chip that they had launched recently.
Say it louder.
NVIDIA's recent chip that they have launched. I don't remember the model name number.
We'll have to move on to team 5 for 10 points. Say it.
NVIDIA GPU on the edge, the handheld GPU.
A name?
The NVIDIA Edge.
Team 3, 4. You got 3 seconds. 2, 1.
NVIDIA's NPO for AI computing.
I can't hear you too well, so you lose it. Team 3.
NVIDIA H200.
NVIDIA?
H200.
2.
NVIDIA H100.
You guys are a wonderful combo. You say something, you repeat it. You say something, you repeat it. Team 1.
NVIDIA A100 chip.
Prize? Very quickly. Have I asked you something before? I have asked you something before, then I can't ask you again. We'll have to go here. No, front row never gets anything. The gentleman in the white, whatchamacallit, with the bandana like some hero? Yeah, okay. Sorry. And your answer is? Sorry? NVIDIA's? Smart. I don't know. Maybe I can't read, but I can hear. And for no good reason, but because you're wearing orange. Yeah, you. We'll go to the gentleman in the brown shirt and white. You, yeah, just say it. Not you. Sure, is it an orange day? No. At the back in the white, stand up. What's over here? No, not you. I think we've already had a little thing, right? No? The check. Yeah, you. In the black, no, we've done something before. In the black and white, yes, you. NVIDIA Jetson Thor. Let's have a well done. Thank you. Well, the full answer is NVIDIA Jetson AGX Thor, or just NVIDIA Thor. Well done. Okay, we go to team 5. It's a visual cortex round, so we'll show you this. Who is the opponent?
AlphaGo.
Louder.
AlphaGo.
We'll give them 10 points. Whoa, we're moving on now. Well done, AlphaGo. Team 4, if you're ready, here's your visual. What is this collaboration between IBM and NASA called? We'll give you 5 more seconds. Say it. Don't worry, but say it clearly.
Newton.
I can never hear you clearly.
Newton.
Yeah. Team 3.
Constellation.
Sorry, say it again.
Constellation.
I'm warning you, team 2. Don't repeat that.
Quantum project.
Team 1.
Tron.
6. 5.
Name I do not remember, but it is actually for the quantum initiative. It is there in the Chicago quantum clusters.
I'm listening to the whole story. I'll be here till tomorrow, but
Name blanks.
in the black and whatchamacallit, yeah, blue. Watson. Oh, okay. The lady in the red and white, that's you? You're not the lady in red and white. Come on. Yeah, you. Don't be so shy. Get up. Thank you. Right at the back in the white shirt, largely white. That's you. Yeah, don't look around with the spectacles. Not you. No. Yes, thank you. You? Huh? Well done, my friend. Surya AI, a prize there. Surya AI. It had a little bit of sun involved as well. Team 3, if you're ready. Identify this AI tool. Enough dancing. 10 points.
Anthropic Claude.
Say it the other way around.
Claude Anthropic.
Thank you. 10 points. Well done. Cloud by Anthropic. Well done. Well done. Okay, team 2 for 10 points. Identify the movie from this AI. Just a name, no music, no video. Yes, sir, we're ready for your answer. Team 1. 6. I know you watch a lot of movies. Not a Rajnikant movie. 5.
तेरी आंखों में ऐसा उलझा जिया
4. 3. Listen, you've been fabulous. Thanks for not blurting, because then everything will go crazy. Him. What about her? Okay, in the blue sweater, whatever. And some other details? No. Brilliant. The movie is called Her, played by Scarlett Johansson. Brilliant. Well done. Yes, please. And the man who was obsessed was played by? Hey, wait. No, you're right. Joaquin Phoenix. Sorry, well done. Okay, that brings us to the last, and that goes to you, Team 1. And we want you to, who does he, in the picture, want to play with? Became a little famous. Shh. I mean, it's pretty evident who the person is, as in the name there, yeah? But who does he want to play with? I'm going to give you another 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. And I'm going to go to number 6. 5. Say it.
Yuvraj Singh.
Say it louder.
Yuvraj Singh.
4. I'm never going to understand you anyway, but say it.
Virat Kohli.
That's understandable. 3.
Sundar Pichai.
2.
Sachin Tendulkar.
10 points, well done. Yeah, Sachin on X, when Sachin used the AI model to create an image saying, wanna play? Well done, 10 points. That takes care of round 2. We'll show you the points very quickly and move on to round 3 as quickly as possible. Hey. Sorry? So now, very quickly, we're going to move into this whole quizzing thing called the buzzer round, which is kind of really exciting. But I want you people to trust the fact that the buzzer works. Now, Vinay, can we have each buzzer tested once? Pardon? Or we'll do an audience thing? Okay. Okay, we've got, it's generative AI, which can be a little troublesome on occasion, but as long as people use it with some degree of honesty. Now we're going to show you a merged AI photo of 2 personalities, and I want you to identify both. We've got quite a few for all of you. It may or may not earn prizes depending on how easy it is. But this is intended for everyone to get a good idea of what it's all about. Okay? So, if we're all set, we are. That's the first one. Which 2? Blurt it out. Okay, then maybe you shouldn't blurt. Hang on. Okay, hands up, please. In the gray, yes. Yes, 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 you. Well done. Steve Jobs, Ashton Kutcher. No prizes because there are too many, thanks. How many do we have? Oh, we can have a topi. Yeah, go for it. Okay, well done. You're already wearing one, take that off. Cheap Under Armour. We'll give you one. Oh, there you go, thank you. I thought you were taking it back. Let's go to the next one, please. Raise your hands for this one. In the blue, yes, sir. You. Yeah, these caps are too easy here. A cap, please. Thank you. Cap here. Bezos and Zuckerberg. Thank you. Cap here. Cap, cap, cap. There you go. You've got one. Next, please. So you seeing how it goes? Okay. I better get out. Right next to the camera. Yeah. Sorry? Ooh, okay. Yes, sir. He already said that. Not the right answer, we think? Anyone else? Yes? And? Maybe it's not that easy. Or maybe I've got it wrong. Who knows? Anybody else? Yes, sir, at the back. You. Just say it. Larry Page and? Somebody can relay the answer? Ah, no. I knew I didn't know that name. Anybody else? Yes, sir. No, he's already said. Larry Page, Sergey Brin, not the right answer. Yes, sir. And? I'm not sure I'm getting this. But anybody? Or maybe our AI kind of went googly. I don't know. It's supposed to be Page and Dell. So, you know, yeah. Okay, never mind. We'll show you one more. White shirt. Wow. Why? I don't know about volunteers. We'll give you caps anyway, yeah? Don't worry. Yes, madam in the white. I can't hear. Well, hang on. I'll give you something else, yeah. Don't worry. Oh, what I meant is all the beautiful people in red. We'll give you something else anyway. Yeah.
Elon Musk and Nikola Tesla.
Ooh.
Is it correct?
Slightly difficult. We can't give you half a cap, so I'm sorry. Anybody else? Yep. You? Beda, sir, beda. White shirt. Why would we do that to ourselves here? Sir. Well, maybe you can do that to ourselves, but no. At the back, in the white, yeah, you. And? No, bless his soul, no. At the back in the white. He's already said that, and already said no. Madam in the grey? I know you're known for your solid voice, but oh, no. Whew. I'll tell him that. Yes, sir. Could have been. Hands. Last chance. Elon Musk can? Robert Downey. All good guesses here. But, okay, we'll give you whatever you want. Oh, that's pretty close. And Brad Pitt. Although I wonder where you put black hair on Brad Pitt. I don't know, maybe not. Madam, last chance. Hitler. Again. Nahi yaar, bol de, ho gaya yaar. So it's actually you know who to blame? Okay, thank you. We'll do one last one and then we'll get into the round. Let's go. Wait. Okay, 1 second. Everybody hands down. Hands down, everybody. Hands down. Who really wants a cap? Oh, Christ almighty. Okay, well, we'll give it to the gentleman in the striped shirt, yes. We'll give you a cap. Thank you. Well done. Einstein and Tendulkar. This is how it goes. So let's begin our round. We'll begin once again. So can we check the buzzers? Yeah, very quickly. There's panic on because we're very late. So we'll end third round. Yeah, third round is the end, okay? There we go. Last round, folks, because some idiot quizmaster's taken up too much time. Okay, I take the blame. We'll begin with team one. Oh, it's a buzzer thing. So we'll get a test buzzer. All tested? All tested? Oh, okay. Well, it's all tested. So we do a demo question for the buzzers and all that, yeah? So if you're ready, demo question, press your buzzers as soon as the question comes up, and identify the company. Whoa, hold. Whoever pressed it first, that buzzer will light up. Everybody else, please be patient and understanding, and we thank you for your understanding. Whose buzzer is lit? I'm asking everybody here to note. Yeah? Team one. And we'd like you to move your water bottles away so that it's all pretty easily visible. Water bottles away, please. Thank you. There you go. So nobody speaks the answer out. Everybody just focuses on pressing the buzzer. And if it's lit, you made it, and then you can answer. And because team one is lit, it's only a demo. They will answer.
Huawei.
and get no points because it's a demo. So that's how it works. Now that you've answered it, it's the correct answer. We'll level all the buzzers again. Are they working, not working? They're working, all good. So from blue, they turn to green, okay? And they will respond to the fastest push, press, finger, whatever, okay? So we begin now. It's the last round because I've eaten up all your time. I beg your pardon. Identify the movie. Okay, hold on everybody. Team 2 seems to have pressed the buzzer first. And your answer would be for 20 points, 15 points, minus 10 if you get it wrong. I've told you that. 15 points, minus 10 if you get it wrong. 15 points if you get it right, minus 10 if you get it wrong. The question does not pass. You pressed it, you answer. You'll get 15 points if you get it right. You get minus 10 if you get it wrong. And I'll give you another 5 seconds, no more. You have to press the buzzer if you know. 5, somebody help me, 4. See, even if you don't answer, you're going to get minus 10. Say something anyway.
Monsters Inc.
Could have been, but it's not. Because the question doesn't pass, I can quickly ask everybody here, and the right answer is? Say it loudly. Critters, everybody knew that. Well, some people did. So no cap, but right answer. Well done. Sorry, folks. We have 3 more questions, only 3 more questions. So get ready for the third last question of the quiz today. This is the logo of nobody? We move on? We can ask? Everybody? No? We can ask? Give a cap? Yeah, very quickly. Sorry, folks, if it's not pressed. I'm going to give 3 more seconds. 1, 2, 3. No press. Gone. In the center, yes, sir. That's correct. Kling AI. Well done. Kling AI. Well, we'll give you a cap, whether you like it or not, or want it or not. Thank you very much. That leaves only 2 questions. This is huge now. Come on. 15 for a plus. Right answer, and minus 10 if you get it wrong. So be careful, but be brave, whatever. So there's a line in the middle. And the question is, identify this company which partners with BMW for their AI in cars. Looks to me that team 1, you have pressed the buzzer. Your green light's on. Don't look surprised.
Bosch.
And that's equal to? Sorry, and because it doesn't pass, I'll ask people very quickly for a cap. I've already been to you before. I haven't been to you before. What is the company? Mahindra. Somebody? The back? Yes, sir. In the black. No? No. Hands up, hands down. Check shirt. Well done, yaar. Monolith. AI. Well done. We'll give you a cap. Last question of the quiz. We might have to do some tie breaks. We'll see how that goes. Okay, here we go. If you're ready, which company is behind this? Minus 10 is scary. 3 more seconds. 1, 2, 3. Bam. Oh, you pressed it. Well done.
Tesla. Tesla.
Ooh. Do you have any points to minus anymore? No, it doesn't matter. The lady in the blue. The lady in the dark. Correct. Baidu. That's a very intelligent little corner right there. Yeah, well done. Baidu is the right answer. Well done. Now, Vinay, where do we go from here? This could take till tomorrow to solve, but solve we will. Okay, so it's between 4 teams, and we'll have to break some serious ties here to be able to get to 3, 2, and 1. Okay. Sorry? On you want to do that? Yeah, let's go there quickly because it's pretty quick. Okay, hold on, guys. Can we move on to the next round demo? The demo of the next round, please. No audience question right now. The demo of the next round. Give me a thumbs up when you're ready for the demo of the next round. Okay, we move on to the next round because it'll break ties. What happened? That was audience, forget it. Okay, so now the final round is called the connectors. And we're going to this round because hopefully you'll break some ties. Here, the stakes are bigger. If you get a correct answer, it's plus 20. Plus 20. And minus 10 again for a wrong answer. So hang on to your buzzers. It's a buzzer round as well. 4 questions this round. Hopefully you break some ties. Okay, don't be scared now. I think the green light's still on, so we need to make sure the buzzers are reset. Reset? All good? We don't see a light here for number 2. Hang on, it's okay. Number 2 needs to be reset. There's no light there. Press it. There you go. See, magic. All right, every other light's on? Good, great. So, it's called the connectors. And we'll do a demo if you're okay. Yeah? Press it again. Press it. Leave it. Press it. It's okay, it'll happen, don't worry. You want to move your microphone away? And we'll make sure it happens again. There you go. See? Oh, maybe not. There you go, it's happened. There you go. Blue, 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 okay? Okay. Now, after all this nakra, you have to press it, okay? Or something or the other. Are we ready? Can we do the demo? Demo, yes? Thumbs up? I don't know, I can't see. Okay, thank you. That's what I need to see. What's the connector? Data. Easy. Now that was for everybody. It's a demo question. And of course, the pressure begins now, okay? So no more from all of you, please. No more from all of you, please. We are only on to the 6 finalists, okay?
Sir, this is not reset.
It's green, so there you go. Try very hard not to even think of pressing it because it'll turn green. Just press it when the time is right, okay? All 6 done? Now remember, the round is connectors, so think laterally and connect. 20 if you get it right, 10 if you get it wrong. First visual or connector in this round is go. Somebody pressed it. Team 2. What is the right answer?
Stargate.
Did you have points to lose? You did? Oh my goodness. This gets you to minus 10 yard. What a shame. And the connector, ladies and gentlemen, is? Not you again. You got a cap so far? Well, then somebody else. There's a connector here, yeah? Stargate. There you go. The project. I went further down. Congratulations. Forgive an old man. Very generous. The Stargate project, American multinational, created by OpenAI, SoftBank, and all the rest, okay? I had my hand over that. Well done, 20 points. Brilliant. Can we see your smile again? Thank you. And I always ask when there's a minor error, major error, am I forgiven? No? Oh gosh. But I don't give up easily. Am I forgiven? Thank you. Okay. 20 points for the next one. If you get it right, minus 10. If you don't. Connect. I'll wait for 5 more seconds if somebody wants to be brave and bold. Time's up. Okay? If somebody wants to connect it very quickly, I think I've been there before, so I'm going to go to the gentleman in the brown. Yes. Sorry? Sam Altman. Fabulous. Well done. Because he was everywhere. Sam Altman dropped out of Stanford. After 2 years, founded Loop in 2011, joined Y Combinator, served chairman of clean energy company as the Helion Energy and Oklo until April 2025. So Altman's a connector. Well done. The least we can give you is nothing, is my congratulations. Okay. We've got 2 more, very quickly. And the next one is, go. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. I'm sorry, that's it. Yeah? If you're so close, I'll wait 3 seconds. Otherwise, hold your peace. That's it, ladies and gentlemen. Time's up, time's up, time's up, gone. Somebody? Yes, sir? Well done, congratulations. Do you want another cap? No, no? Thank you. We don't have any more. Well done. Video sharing social media service owned by Glance, subsidiary of InMobi, Nostra, a mobile gaming platform developed by InMobi, and Glance AI, AI commerce platform for shopping, so InMobi. Which leaves us with only one. And I wonder if we're going to break the tie, but let's try it anyway. Here we go. And last question. Connect. Wow, tough, tough, tough. Well done. Five more seconds. No answer. We'll have to move on. And break ties in some other way. Yeah? And we are done. Finished. Thank you. Anybody? Yes, sir. I don't know. Not the right answer. Not for me. Anybody else? Oh, that tough. Wow. Oh, because there's no caps. What? Can I give the answer? Anybody? No, not Apple. Last chance. Somebody? Yeah, raise a hand. Say it. Brilliant, yaar. Maza aa gaya. Please, loud round of applause. Canva. Canva is the connector. Now, I'm not going to go to the long explanation why, but just brilliant. I wish I had something, anything. I don't know. Maybe I do. Maybe you'll find something. You dig underneath, deep inside the ground, deep mining or whatever, some mine. Thank you. Would you stand up, please? Thank you. Okay, next. Oh, let's see the points. We got 30, 10, 10, 10. So we got a winner. Now we got to break 10, 10, 10. We can announce that later. On the buzzer, +1, -1. Okay, but buzzer scares people. Yes, everybody's like, we'll go on till tonight, later night. So, okay, which one? No, that's okay. But what question? These ones here? Okay. So teams 3, 5, 6. 3, 5, 6. Okay, we need to break these ties as quickly as possible. You get the right answer, you get a +1. Wrong answer, -1, because you can't drop people. And that's on a buzzer or no? Yeah, on the buzzer. +1, -1, just to break ties. Yes? 6, 5, 3. Everybody else, relax, take it easy. And team 2, you can just smile. Oh God. All right. Here we go. The question is, and listen carefully to me, won't be flashed there. I'll speak slowly. If Siri and Alexa are the voices, then what type of AI technology is their brain built on? If Siri and Alexa are the voices, then what type of AI technology is their brain built on? Oh, Team 5, you've got so much in front of you, I can't see it. But we'll give it, right is +1, wrong is -1. Go for it.
LLMs or GenAI? You want the exact layer, it's transformers?
What type of AI technology is the brain built on? There's obviously a type of AI technology. So if you speak clearly,
LLMs, GenAI. Transformers are the underlying, if you're looking at the underlying layer.
I can't even hear what you're saying. Don't look at him, look at me, and I say correct.
Thank you.
Well done. A more acceptable answer would have been natural language processing. We're bottom level, yeah. I mean, okay. Or, of course, automatic speech recognition, ASR, either or. But the boss says you're through, so you're through with +1. Okay. Now, do we have done? Oh, I'm not saying it. It's for you. Would you believe it? Our tie has been broken. We have a 1, 2, 3, and 4, 5, 6. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We've run out of questions. We've run out of prizes. We haven't run out of Vincent. So come on up. I'll take a back seat.
The man himself, Charu Sharma. Give him a massive round of applause, please. Thank you very much. See, I used your terminology. Applause indeed. All right, we're going to give you a little bit of a break because we're quickly going to jump into the next performer. We will get all of the performers, all of the winners back on stage for their winnings in a little while. Yeah, but these are your winners. Can you make some noise for them? As you can see, team number 5 comes in at number 2. Team number 6 comes in. Oh, wait, we still have one more tie, do we? No. Oh, crap. Do we have another tie? They fight to the death. I think that is appropriate. A fight to the death. Shall we give them a tie then? We'll give them a tie. They split the winnings, yes? Okay. They split the winnings, team number 3 and team number 6. Give them a big round of applause. They walk away as the 3rd place. And your winners are team number 2. Make some noise for team number 2. My apologies, a round of applause. Okay, I'm going to request all of the teams to make your way and take your seat in the audience. Once again, please give it up for the man himself, Charu Sharma in the house. Thank you very much. Have a good evening. We shall bring these teams back for their winnings in a little while. A very quick setup on stage is what I'm going to ask my side of stage. Thank you very much. All righty, people. It is that time of the evening that a lot of you all have been waiting for. How many of you have been waiting for this man to step up on stage? I think a lot louder would be very nice. How many of you have been waiting for this man to step up on stage? There we go. We're quickly going to get this set up. Give us a quick 2 to 3 minutes. As you can see, everyone is running very quickly.
I've seen this place grow from strength to strength. Speakers, the sessions, and the vibe around that.
Love the vibe. Love to see how big it has gotten over the years.
The largest AI conference in India.
Cipher has definitely attained a cult status.
And I have seen this place grow from strength to strength. Speakers, the sessions, and the vibe around that.
Love the vibe. Love to see how big it has gotten over the years.
The largest AI conference in India.
Cipher has definitely attained a cult status.
And I have seen this place grow from strength to strength. Speakers, the sessions, and the vibe around that.
Love the vibe. Love to see how big it has gotten over the years.
The largest AI conference in India.
Cipher has definitely attained a cult status.
And I have seen this place grow from strength to strength. Speakers, the sessions, and the vibe around that.
Love the vibe. Love to see how big it has gotten over the years.
The largest AI conference in India.
Cipher has definitely attained a cult status.
And I have seen this place grow from strength to strength. Speakers, the sessions, and the vibe around that.
Love the vibe. Love to see how big it has gotten over the years.
The largest AI conference in India.
Cipher has definitely attained a cult status.
And I have seen this place grow from strength to strength. Speakers, the sessions, and the vibe around that.
Love the vibe. Love to see how big it has gotten over the years.
The largest AI conference in India.
Cipher has definitely attained a cult status.
And I have seen this place grow from strength to strength. Speakers, the sessions, and the vibe around that.
Love the vibe. Love to see how big it has gotten over the years.
The largest AI conference in India. Cipher has definitely attained a cult status.
And I have seen this place grow from strength to strength. Speakers, the sessions, and the vibe around that.
Love the vibe. Love to see how big it has gotten over the years.
The largest AI conference in India. Cipher has definitely attained a cult status.
And I have seen this place grow from strength to strength. Speakers, the sessions, and the vibe around that.
Love the vibe. Love to see how big it has gotten over the years.
The largest AI conference in India. Cipher has definitely attained a cult status.
And I have seen this place grow from strength to strength. Speakers, the sessions, and the vibe around that.
Love the vibe. Love to see how big it has gotten over the years.
The largest AI conference in India. Cipher has definitely attained a cult status.
And I have seen this place grow from strength to strength. Speakers, the sessions, and the vibe around that.
Love the vibe. Love to see how big it has gotten over the years.
The largest AI conference in India. Cipher has definitely attained a cult status.
And I have seen this place grow from strength to strength. Speakers, the sessions, and the vibe around that.
Love the vibe. Love to see how big it has gotten over the years.
The largest AI conference in India. Cipher has definitely attained a cult status.
And I've seen this place grow from strength to strength. Speakers, the sessions, and the vibe around that.
Love the vibe. Love to see how big it has gotten over the years.
The largest AI conference in India.
Cipher has definitely attained a cult status.
And I have seen this place grow from strength to strength. Speakers, the sessions, and the vibe around that.
Love the vibe. Love to see how big it has gotten over the years.
The largest AI conference in India.
Cipher has definitely attained a cult status.
And I have seen this place grow from strength to strength. Speakers, the sessions, and the vibe around that.
Love the vibe. Love to see how big it has gotten over the years.
The largest AI conference in India.
Cipher has definitely attained a cult status.
And I have seen this place grow from strength to strength. Speakers, the sessions, and the vibe around that.
Love the vibe. Love to see how big it has gotten over the years.
The largest AI conference in India.
Cipher has definitely attained a cult status.
And I have seen this place grow from strength to strength. Speakers, the sessions, and the vibe around that.
Love the vibe. Love to see how big it has gotten over the years.
The largest AI conference in India.
Cipher has definitely attained a cult status.
And I have seen this place grow from strength to strength. Speakers, the sessions, and the vibe around that.
Love the vibe. Love to see how big it has gotten over the years.
The largest AI conference in India.
Cipher has definitely attained a cult status.
And I have seen this place grow from strength to strength. Speakers, the sessions, and the vibe around that.
Love the vibe. Love to see how big it has gotten over the years.
The largest AI conference in India.
Cipher has definitely attained a cult status.
And I have seen this place grow from strength to strength. Speakers, the sessions, and the vibe around that.
Love the vibe. Love to see how big it has gotten over the years.
The largest AI conference in India.
Cipher has definitely attained a cult status.
And I have seen this place grow from strength to strength. Speakers, the sessions, and the vibe around that.
Love the vibe. Love to see how big it has gotten over the years.
The largest AI conference in India.
Cipher has definitely attained a cult status.
And I have seen this place grow from strength to strength. Speakers, the sessions, and the vibe around that.
Love the vibe. Love to see how big it has gotten over the years.
The largest AI conference in India.
Cipher has definitely attained a cult status.
And I have seen this place grow from strength to strength. Speakers, the sessions, and the vibe around that.
Love the vibe. Love to see how big it has gotten over the years.
The largest AI conference in India.
Cipher has definitely attained a cult status.
And I have seen this place grow from strength to strength. Speakers, the sessions, and the vibe around that.
Love the vibe. Love to see how big it has gotten over the years.
The largest AI conference in India.
Cipher has definitely attained a cult status.
And I have seen this place grow from strength to strength. Speakers, the sessions, and the vibe around that.
Love the vibe. Love to see how big it has gotten over the years.
The largest AI conference in India.
Cipher has definitely attained a cult status.
And I have seen this place grow from strength to strength. Speakers, the sessions, and the vibe around that.
Love the vibe. Love to see how big it has gotten over the years.
The largest AI conference in India.
Cipher has definitely attained a cult status.
And I have seen this place grow from strength to strength. Speakers, the sessions, and the vibe around that.
Love the vibe. Love to see how big it has gotten over the years.
The largest AI conference in India.
Cipher has definitely attained a cult status.
And I have seen this place grow from strength to strength. Speakers, the sessions, and the vibe around that.
Love the vibe. Love to see how big it has gotten over the years.
The largest AI conference in India.
Cipher has definitely attained a cult status.
And I have seen this place grow from strength to strength. Speakers, the sessions, and the vibe around that.
Love the vibe. Love to see how big it has gotten over the years.
The largest AI conference in India.
Cipher has definitely attained a cult status.
And I have seen this place grow from strength to strength. Speakers, the sessions, and the vibe around that.
Love the vibe. Love to see how big it has gotten over the years.
The largest AI conference in India.
Cipher has definitely attained a cult status.
And I've seen this place grow from strength to strength. Speakers, the sessions, and the vibe around that.
Love the vibe. Love to see how big it has gotten over the years.
The largest AI conference in India.
Cipher has definitely attained a cult status.
And I have seen this place grow from strength to strength. Speakers, the sessions, and the vibe around that.
Love the vibe. Love to see how big it has gotten over the years.
The largest AI conference in India.
Cipher has definitely attained a cult status.
And I have seen this place grow from strength to strength. Speakers, the sessions, and the vibe around that.
Love the vibe. Love to see how big it has gotten over the years.
The largest AI conference in India.
Cipher has definitely attained a cult status.
And I have seen this place grow from strength to strength. Speakers, the sessions, and the vibe around that.
Love the vibe. Love to see how big it has gotten over the years.
The largest AI conference in India.
Cipher has definitely attained
cult status.
And I have seen this place grow from strength to strength. Speakers, the sessions, and the vibe around that.
Love the vibe. Love to see how big it has gotten over the years.
The largest AI conference in India.
Cipher has definitely attained a cult status.
And I have seen this place grow from strength to strength. Speakers, the sessions, and the vibe around that.
Love the vibe. Love to see how big it has gotten over the years.
The largest AI conference in India.
Cipher has definitely attained a cult status.
And I have seen this place grow from strength to strength. Speakers, the sessions, and the vibe around that.
Love the vibe. Love to see how big it has gotten over the years.
The largest AI conference in India.
Cipher has definitely attained a cult status.
And I have seen this place grow from strength to strength. Speakers, the sessions, and the vibe around that.
Love the vibe. Love to see how big it has gotten over the years.
The largest AI conference in India.
Cipher has definitely attained a cult status.
And I've seen this place grow from strength to strength. Speakers, the sessions, and the vibe around that.
Love the vibe. Love to see how big it has gotten over the years.
The largest AI conference in India.
Cipher has definitely attained a cult status.
And I have seen this place grow from strength to strength. Speakers, the sessions, and the vibe around that.
Love the vibe. Love to see how big it has gotten over the years.
The largest AI conference in India.
Cipher has definitely attained a cult status.
And I've seen this place grow from strength to strength. Speakers, the sessions, and the vibe around that.
Love the vibe. Love to see how big it has gotten over the years.
The largest AI conference in India.
Cipher has definitely attained a cult status.
And I've seen this place grow from strength to strength. Speakers, the sessions, and the vibe around that.
Love the vibe. Love to see how big it has gotten over the years.
The largest AI conference in India.
Cipher has definitely attained a cult status.
And I've seen this place grow from strength to strength. Speakers, the sessions, and the vibe around that.
Love the vibe. Love to see how big it has gotten over the years.
The largest AI conference in India.
Cipher has definitely attained a cult status.
And I have seen this place grow from strength to strength. Speakers, the sessions, and the vibe around that.
Love the vibe. Love to see how big it has gotten over the years.
The largest AI conference in India.
Cipher has definitely attained a cult status.
And I have seen this place grow from strength to strength. Speakers, the sessions, and the vibe around that.
Love the vibe. Love to see how big it has gotten over the years.
The largest AI conference in India.
Cipher has definitely attained a cult status.
And I've seen this place grow from strength to strength. Speakers, the sessions, and the vibe around that.
Love the vibe. Love to see how big it has gotten over the years.
The largest AI conference in India.
Cipher has definitely attained a cult status.
And I've seen this place grow from strength to strength. Speakers, the sessions, and the vibe around that.
Love the vibe. Love to see how big it has gotten over the years.
The largest AI conference in India.
Cipher has definitely attained a cult status.
And I've seen this place grow from strength to strength. Speakers, the sessions, and the vibe around that.
Love the vibe. Love to see how big it has gotten over the years.
The largest AI conference in India.
Cipher has definitely attained a cult status.
And I've seen this place grow from strength to strength. Speakers, the sessions, and the vibe around that.
Love the vibe. Love to see how big it has gotten over the years.
The largest AI conference in India.
Cipher has definitely attained a cult status.
I have seen this place grow from strength to strength. Speakers, the sessions, and the vibe around that.
Love the vibe. Love to see how big it has gotten over the years.
The largest AI conference in India.
Cipher has definitely attained a cult status.
And I have seen this place grow from strength to strength. Speakers, the sessions, and the vibe around that.
Love the vibe. Love to see how big it has gotten over the years.
The largest AI conference in India.
Cipher has definitely attained a cult status.
And I have seen this place grow from strength to strength. Speakers, the sessions, and the vibe around that.
Love the vibe. Love to see how big it has gotten over the years.
The largest AI conference in India.
Cipher has definitely attained a cult status.
And I have seen this place grow from strength to strength. Speakers, the sessions, and the vibe around that.
Love the vibe. Love to see how big it has gotten over the years.
The largest AI conference in India.
Cipher has definitely attained a cult status.
I have seen this place grow from strength to strength. Speakers, the sessions, and the vibe around that.
Love the vibe. Love to see how big it has gotten over the years.
The largest AI conference in India.
Cipher has definitely attained a cult status.
And I have seen this place grow from strength to strength. Speakers, the sessions, and the vibe around that.
Love the vibe. Love to see how big it has gotten over the years.
The largest AI conference in India.
Cipher has definitely attained a cult status.
Thank you very much. Requesting you to just stay there for a tad bit longer and we are done. Please make your way and take your seats in the audience. Congratulations to the two teams tying in the third place. In the second place, we have team number 5, Team Tango. Please come up to the stage. Akash and Janani, come up to the stage. Clutching that in the last minute is team number 5, Team Tango. And your winners of the AIQ quiz, people, please give it up for team number 2, AI Einstein Army. Come up on stage. Ruzan, Vedant, congratulations. You are the winners of this quiz, hosted by the man himself, Charu Sharma. A big shout out to the first prize winners. Y'all walk away with 30,000 rupees. A big congratulations to the two of you. This is team number 2 walking away as first place winners. Congratulations, team. And on that note, thank you all very much. Give the man a big round of applause. Charu Sharma in the house. Make some noise for him, please. This was day 3 of the biggest festival you have seen in AI. The biggest festival, the biggest expo. This is Cypher 2025. We're going to catch you all in 2026. Have a good evening. Have a good night. My name is Vineet Vincent. I shall see you all on the other side. Ciao, everyone.